significant debility. That pain was not physical. It was emotional and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at a dead end. And at the time that they had their work accident, it was the straw that broke the camel's back for any hope they had of a future defined by dignity and autonomy. And their hope had been broken. And that broken hope came through as profound physical pain that was rooted within their spirit. By virtue of my connection to an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases, in December of 2016,
this guy's very well spoken.
A member of the then administration of Governor Rabbi. And they were looking for an individual who could come in and look at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that exists to help individuals who are disabled with physical and mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual states. And I was asked, what do you know about the Social Security disability? And I said, well, not much. I know it and workers' compensation go hand in hand. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as anyone can remember, has a significant portion of its adult population receiving that benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, well, we're looking for someone who can come in and evaluate the system, understand how it works, and understand how Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think you could do? And I said, I don't know, but I should be on my best try, and it's not considered. I'll take it. So in February of 17, I went in and began to lead Kentucky's Social Security disability system. My first job was to understand why things work the way they work. I assembled a team of high caliber generators who
Come on, you little bitch.
decades of policy experience with the Social Security disability program. And I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate.
Come on, dude.
The Social Security disability program, as well as different socioeconomic factors which were related to Kentucky. And in October of 2017, we issued, as the very first of its kind, a retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security disability program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 to 2015. And here were some of the statistics that were behind this report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security disability program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds, where there's very little opportunity to have what we can consider to be a conventional healthy childhood. Childhood only grew 449% over those 35 years. We have the enrollment statistics with the state's Medicaid database, which track the issuance of every single appeal that is capable of habituation to the state's SSI population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults within the Social Security grew 210% from 47 doses per adult to 147 doses per adult. The issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was antidepressant, anything that could create physiological dependence, grew 168% from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI medication. My first month on the job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison to the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security disability program and the way in which it was meeting federal performance standards. I wish that I had had a recording of this meeting when it occurred, because this person gave me a gift of truth right off the bat. I sat with the management team, I was sitting at the end of the table, and this person began by saying, folks, claims are banned and that's bad because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security Disability Program was not necessarily doing primarily to benefit the Social Security disability recipients. It was relying on the perpetual expansion of the SSA's own providers, and that while Social Security disability which represented 16% of benefit payments within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get money, you must have more recipients despite the nature of those outcomes. I came to also run the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It is the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfer from an obligated parent to the custodial parent. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying the bill. And what I came to find out was that those officials who were responsible for running the program in Kentucky, that was 120 individual elected county attorneys. In fact, had some systemic issues. There were a cohort of county attorneys who were running the program perfectly. There was another cohort that were running it with some degree of success, but not necessarily with top performance. And then there was another group that were running their operations horribly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars from rent payments were going to allow for the acquisition of private real estate equity interest by elected officials at the county level, something that was immediately when I came to County John. Governor Beck lost his race for re-election in 2019 because of some of the measures that were taken to bring accountability, transparency, and performance expectations of our child support program. I was permanently for my job in our administration of newly elected Kentucky governor this year. I was picked up by a gentleman who was my dear friend by the name of Daniel Cameron, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked that I run his Office of Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers for being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. I brought in a deputy by the name of Matt Turner, who is a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers from that system. A significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance clinics who were using their clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations, which fomented the diversion of Suboxone in every little town and county in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators within this universe of operation that was supposed to be restored and helpful to people in recovery. Because of the way in which I believe I had developed a reputation, that among those things getting me servant, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, his name was Barry Dove, asked me if I had any interest in running the state's opioid commission. The Kentucky legislature had set up a framework to administer what is now $1 billion in settlements from opioid distributors and manufacturers for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. Private people at home are wonderful and beautiful. Many of the conditions that exist because of how terrible Kentucky state government has functioned since the end of the Civil War. Kentucky and many categories is first for one that wish to be last, and last for folks who wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the highest rates of child abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of drug incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of child sexual abuse in the country. All of the tender and material that is necessary to create the devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was not a drought-stricken forest, and Oxycontin was lightning bolt that set it on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there's a history of systemic political corruption, which is inherently difficult to produce progress for the people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very treacherous opportunity because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathered around the wagon who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission and run it in a way that is accessible, accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we wouldn't have it any other way. I had to go through an interview process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do? I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous sum of money to the average year, it's going to be paid to the state over 15 years. At its height, Purdue Farmers was making $100 million a month off of sales of OxyContin. This settlement represents roughly 8.5 months of OxyContin sales that we could be getting over 15 years. These runs off the tables of gluttons, and we have got to make sure that this one-time, non-recurring revenue stream is utilized for its maximum best impact to pull this state out of this travesty. And I said, one thing that we have got to look for is an opportunity to
got a lot of people here today, and that's good. I don't know what has caused it. It could be from Discord though, or not Discord, Kick, or not Kick. Okay, Twitch. I'm not sure. I think two of them did come from there, but I wasn't able to confirm that. I just knew that it was on a podcast that I was on, and we had my friend Apollo came with me. He's the guy who came and visited me, and he's the one person in my house. And then we had Max Muncher came with me, and we get some other people in here just randomly. So that's good. I am excited to get this Discord bot, this Twitch bot going. Like I got it working really, really well once I logged in, but I've run into some issues. Twitch is really good at blocking temporary email addresses. They're excellent at it, and that causes me all kinds of issues. So I'm trying to find a really good text service that basically works every single time. And if I'm not able to find it, that's okay, because when the Twitch bot works, it's so good. And here's why it's so good. Kick does not allow you to post links, but Twitch does. So I can go in there and just show people, like, hey, this one link goes to my YouTube, this one link goes to my Instagram, this one link goes to Discord, this one. Like, I can just put a bunch of links in. And when you see it, you'll be like, oh, this is a game changer. It really is. Like, before, I'd have to type out the word, like, discord.me// like, nobody really wants to do that. But if you can just click it, it's game over. And so that's extremely exciting for me. So I just have to make sure that I get it consistently right. And then we're making shape. How are things in your neck of it? Okay, what did you say then? Does it have a check next? Does it have a check next to it? Let me. What's the name? What's the name? No, don't send it to me. Don't send it to me. I don't want to let it skew my. No, he's real J Goldblum. Wait, hold on. Maybe not. Is it the real J Goldblum guy? I mean, Jeff Goldblum, if he was on Twitter, would have more than 11,000 followers. He'd have millions. So let's just see in comparison what Jeff Goldblum's um, Instagram looks like. He's got 2.7 million followers on Instagram. He's going to have more than 11,000. 2.7 million versus 11,000 on Twitter. He just doesn't use Twitter and somebody's impersonating. I hate the first one, but better that you know now. I mean, look, if it's him, that's fine. My first question is, dog, why do you have 2.7 million followers on one platform? And probably an easier platform that's been established more longer is Twitter. You should have way more of it. What's a better odds are that he just doesn't have a Twitter and somebody's a person. Plus, like, I don't know, the way he, like, what's going on Earthling? Like, huh? No, I mean, you know, exactly. It's an impersonator.
A breakthrough therapeutic that can deliver materially better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is
Do
necessary.
you know anything about advocating? Right. Um, so this is the new Joe Rogan. We've got a few of them. Like, he's got former Governor Rick Perry from Texas, and this other guy from Kentucky. This guy's, I think, a lawyer. Um, he's from Kentucky. He's very well spoken, and they're basically like, this is a miracle drug. Like, all these veterans are on it, and it gets them off of opiates. And it's basically that the fight between trying to get people drugs that work for them, like Ibogaine, and them being Schedule Ones, and um, you know, trying to get them off of Xanax and fentanyl and opiates, and so it's pretty interesting. Um, I am. Let's see. So I'm telling you, when once I get an account to log in, it's not hard for me to get an account to log in, but it's hard for me to get an account to log in without doing it, meaning just allowing it to take its course. A lot of times I have to like get the right um, 6-digit code or whatever, or like actually it's more like Twitch does not accept the email address I'm giving it. So it kind of has to be micromanaged, and I don't want to have to do that. So I'm working on that. But man, when this thing spams, it's as good. It's better than my Kick one. And the reason it's way better than my Kick one because all the links are hyperlinked. They're just about all of them. And if anything, you can just copy and paste it into a browser. Like there's no doing that. And you can use up to 500 characters. So I write like a huge thing. I talk about anti-gravity and alien disclosure and just things to get people's attention. Nothing too much. But, so when it's all done, I will show you. I've shown some people when it's working. And it's pretty impressive. But that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to focus on that. And you do you. But if you need me, I'm here. And when it works out, I'll let you.
We're going to change generational dynamics to improve the way that we have. We've got to help the Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity to pioneer a therapeutic breakthrough for opioid addiction. And I said, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to get to looking. In 2018, I came into knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom and the way in which it has profound impacts on treatment-resistant anxiety and depression. In the case of me in particular, with my family's history, alcoholism, and I followed developments around its research applications over the next several years. I came into contact with an author who goes by the pen name of Juliana Christina, who wrote beautifully about her own experiences with the psilocybin mushroom, which helped her overcome a lifetime of debilitating anxiety, depression, and near fatal eating disorder. On July the 29th, 2022, I reached out to her and I said, hey, this is an illegal. I've been to do this job. What can you tell me about the universe of psychedelics and whether there is anything that shows special application or impact for opioid dependency? She said, have you ever heard of it? I said, I have not. She said, I'm going to put you in touch with a woman by the name of Juliana. You tell her that I sent you and ask her to tell you her story. So I reached out to Juliana to tell her who I was, and I said, tell me your story. Juliana proceeded to tell me about her life with addiction as a young mother. She herself had been a heroin addict. She had been incarcerated. She had been homeless. And at one point in time, she moved to Columbia to teach English as a second language. And while there, she discovered that Columbia has open pharmacies that are unregulated. She said she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted. And she did. And she said, one morning she woke up and looked in the mirror and she said, I'm doing this good job. This was it. And I was desperate to give myself a chance to live. And she said, I had done every form of treatment that was known. I did abstinence, and I did suboxone. And she said, but they didn't tell me about suboxone ways. If you try to take yourself off of it, suboxone withdrawal made my heroin withdrawal look like a cakewalk. It was one of the most horrific experiences I ever had in my life. She said, I found about this iodine called this alcohol called through online internet research. And she said, what I did know was that there are a number of operations that operate from the underground that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety practices to ensure that this treatment can both be safe and effective. She said, I made my way to bottom line. I was in the hands of a practitioner who didn't know what they were doing, and I was given double the dose that I should have received. She said, I went into cardiac arrest 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember waking up in the intensive care unit of Guatemala Hospital, and she said, I felt the best I've ever felt in my entire life. Juliana put me in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City, who at the time I had been to California to plant medicine with her. Adriana and I had a brief introductory conversation. I told her I said, I want to learn as much as I possibly can about it. And I've spoken with Juliana, and this sounds too good to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about this, and if so, perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to move the needle in this development. She said, I have a growing base of people that I think could be helpful to you. Who said, well, I don't know the names of folks around me, so I can just speak in general category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. And I need to know who the foremost academic and medical researchers of this compound are. I need to understand the existence of even activist organizations that have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky, profoundly politically conservative and religiously fundamental in the state. And I said, I need to know whether there are any philanthropists who are willing to support or have an interest in an opportunity that may exist around that game. She said, all right, we need to work. She said, would you be willing to help in New York City Times to live in my part for me? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I work in a deep politically conservative office. And I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me who would cut my head off if they knew that I was getting sniffed and they decided I was fit to take treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be done completely confidentially and everybody must take a lot of science. And she said, science, I can decide whether or not this is something to present to the office. My wife and I, and one of my close friends, Scott Hornbucker, who was also an advisor to the commission who I brought in, traveled to New York City on December 5th of 2022. On December 9th, we had this dinner party. I met with these individuals who had gathered, the researchers, the philanthropists, veteran activists who had gathered around Allegheny, as well as my application of other psychedelics for the treatment of war-related trauma. When I got home to Kentucky on December 11th, they opened up their networks and put me in touch with Admiral Marcus Capone, Dr. Roland Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alpert, and all other folks who have gathered around Allegheny to push towards accessibility in the U.S. medical system. On January 31st of 23, I gave a presentation to Attorney General Cameron, and I said, I believe we have found Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity. And I laid out what the concrete realities are of Allegheny, and they are three. Number one, it resolves physiological substance dependence on the cellular metabolism in a manner that frees the individual from the physical consequences of their dependencies. Number two, it has a profound psychological effect for the individual, whereby on the back end of treatment, having been physiologically restored, they have a sense of ownership over their self and their future, whereby they would live a life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. And that is a fundamental part one must have if they are going to rebuild their life. Finally, and most significant, many people, the overwhelming majority of those who have not experience coming back with the affirmation that they are a spiritual being that was made in the image of an eternal creator whose essence is pure and unconditional love. And that truth.
Catherine, you there? Catherine, can you hear me?
Creator has conferred a special meaning and purpose on your mind to be achieved. When those three parties were properly understood, Attorney General Cameron blessed me to lead the commission in the exploration of setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state's settlement funds, to create a public-private partnership whereby a drug developer would match the state's investment in the fund by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of Ibogaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any other mental health conditions for which it demonstrated efficacy. We had a high-profile public announcement on May 31st, 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted 3 very high-profile public hearings, each of which lasted about 5 hours on all aspects of Ibogaine. These hearings are available online as a formal part of the public record for anyone to view. The first hearing involved the science of Ibogaine. It included the testimony of Dr. Nolan Means, Dr. Kenneth Alpert, and Dr. Deborah Mash, who has been a pioneer around the development of Ibogaine's application to opioid addiction for over 30 years now. We had a second public hearing, which involved testimonials of individuals who had received, provided, or had sent records for Ibogaine treatment. All of this was done in a very high-profile and public way because we wanted the people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this opportunity, its profundity, and lives of our families, but the future of the state. That second public hearing was one of the most moving public proceedings of which I've ever been a part. And I don't know how any could listen to those testimonials, which included one from Governor Perry, and come away with any other conclusion but that how the game must be developed as expeditiously and safely as possible for the sake of our brothers and sisters in this country. The third hearing, which occurred at the request of the University of Kentucky, which along with Andy Bashir, fought this proposal every step of the way, centered on the question of whether the FDA would even consider approving clinical trials, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with this application. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the scientist general who was in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Nunez, along with his colleague, Dr. Walter Young, who's FDA's management board of psychopharmacology. I believe he still sits in. And those gentlemen, after having heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, who suggested that the FDA would never approve it, began their testimony by saying, "It has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with Alabama is disqualified from consideration of the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for Alabama is not one of the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated. And assuming that the drug developer will demonstrate that cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled, there is no reason that we would not approve that clinical trial." And with that, the chief objection was moot. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission, which had membership of 9, was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the allocation of this $42 million for what was going to be a fabulous leadership opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer an entirely new field of biomedical research that would revolutionize health treatment, not just addiction, but the problems that we have also been talking about already. And that was the delivery of testimony from Dr. Nolan Williams following the publication of his research in Journal Nature Medicine about the neurodegenerative properties of aggregated brain as applied to the veteran population of TBI and PTSD. Unfortunately, there was an election in Kentucky in 2023. My boss, Attorney General Cameron, ran for governor and lost. Andy Bashir was reelected, and a new Kentucky Attorney General took office. And while this new Republican had expressed his open-minded willingness to provide gain consideration, I had briefed him individually before we had our public announcement in anticipation that he would take office. After he won, I reached out and asked if I could have an opportunity to brief him on all that I might information gathered from this project that eventually included the commitment of 2 significant philanthropic organizations, one of which was the Jurgensen Foundation, led by Stephen and Genevieve Jurgensen. The other was the Stephen and Alexander Corn Foundation, led by Stephen Alexander Corn, and the third was the Melissa Etheridge Foundation, all of which made commitments to Parliament to make this come to pass. We had secured the commitment of 2 drug developers who were willing to establish corporate presence in Kentucky and to anchor all of our research and development activity around its advanced therapeutic applications within the state. On the cusp of success, I was brought into a meeting on December 15th and appointed elected Attorney General and members of this transition team in what I thought was going to be an opportunity to explain and secure approval for the finalization of this project.
Exactly. I didn't even know anybody was. Yeah.
In which it was demanded that
Exactly.
for having been unapologetic research, something that the new Attorney General found.
I found a website that works really well. So I might be showing you some, like, if you and stick around for the next 5 minutes or so. I should have this bad
I wrote for the last General. I was always General. But for the loss of the opportunity for long-suffering people at home who deserve to have an opportunity to transform their future with what Abigail has the potential to do for them individually and collectively. In what has been a tremendous providential blessing. Everything that happened in Kentucky was followed by a gentleman by the name of Rex Elsass. Mr. Elsass is an individual who in his prior life has been a high-level Republican campaign ad producer. This firm is one of the top campaign producing ad companies for Republican candidates across the country in the country. Rex has a foundation called the Reed Foundation, which is named in honor of his son, Reed, who struggled for a decade with opioid addiction beginning when he was 16 years old in high school. Reed encountered plant medicine with ayahuasca 5 years before he passed away. Rex became a believer in plant medicine because of the therapeutic response Reed experienced after that exposure to ayahuasca. Rex was introduced to me, ironically, in Blessed Death Region in February of 23. He showed up for every Kentucky hearing. He showed up for a public announcement. He said, whatever you need to help make this successful, I'm willing to anytime. The Reed Foundation stands for Rescue Program in Distress because Reed, unfortunately and tragically in 2019, died of a fentanyl overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed that if Reed had an opportunity to receive Allegheny treatment, he would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting thinking that it was all over, I thought to myself, I've killed it. This is over. All that work and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak to what I can do to other elected officials across the country with whom I have relationships, would you be willing to work with my foundation so that we can attempt to preserve what has been done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage to complete the job that you have begun? Joe, at this point, I had staked everything that I had become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge on this opportunity. I came, just as Governor Perry has, to believe that this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous progress on behalf of everyone who needs all of their strength and hope to get to the level. And I said, this is the mission of my life, and I will go anywhere, I will talk to anyone, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep this in mind. And thank the Lord, with the leadership of Governor Perry and his allyship, here we sit on the cusp of an opportunity for the state of Texas to finish the job that has been done in Kentucky. And I hope and pray with all my might that is exactly what we see happening over the course of the next 5 months.
That's incredible. What are the steps now? What are the steps that need to be taken to implement this in Texas?
So if you'll recall, I think 4 years ago, Marcus and Amber were involved with Marcus and Amber Fund were involved with the passage of a piece of legislation in Texas dealing with psilocybin clinical trials there, and there was some concern that it was not going to. It generally takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial piece of legislation to get passed in most cases. We actually passed that first out of the apple, so to speak. I think Alex Dominguez, who was a Democrat member of the State House, carried it. I helped. Marcus Luttrell came and supported it, as did Morgan. And I think it passed 142 to 8 in the State House. And I think it passed the Senate without any opposing votes. And it became law. And so we have already had a record that the state of Texas, a conservative red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic plant medicine for the treatment of veterans. So we had this record of already supporting this. I began, the challenge for us is to be able to educate the public about what is ibogaine, how does it work, what's the results. And I think we're going to be able to do that. The show obviously is a good step in that direction of being able to educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results
Okay.
out there,
Yeah,
giving people the.
You ready? In my own way, I really like these matches. I mean, I think they could be used so much, like to make little jobs around people's lives so much easier. I know why companies don't want you to know about it because you can spam and you can utilize loopholes and you can even make money by using a crypto faucet. Okay, here we go. Cool. Just give me a second. I don't know if you're going to know the reason for this. I highly doubt you do, but you never know. Um, if I go to Twitch and I go to like games, I can sort by lowest to highest. If I go to IRL, I can do lowest to highest. But if I do just chatting, it's only highest to lowest. There's no alternative. You wouldn't have to know what that would be, would you? Yeah. On Twitch, that's okay. All right. So I'm going to go to Discord. Sure, what's going on? It's not all automated yet, but like the hardest part, the two hardest parts are making sure that you have an email address that works every time, and then making it work, the actual spam. There are like a couple intermediary steps that I've got to connect, but it was okay. So it's opening up 3 accounts, and the thing with Twitch is it takes forever to load. I think I mentioned this earlier, but it's just got a lot of shit going on. So this thing is telling me it's only for certain audiences. I don't care. I don't watch them. The key part is going to be here. Does it hit the follow button? And watch how it spans. That's all it is. So if you're like, well, why isn't it hitting the follow button? I have to have like a certain amount of time pass so that it works. But there you go. Okay. Okay. So if you're like, well, that was too fast. Yeah. I just have it programmed to move very quickly. But we'll see it work a few times, and then once it does, we will. Uh, I'll show you what it says, and it's like they're links, which is like incredibly powerful for me because then you don't have to like be like, well, what is this random website? Discord.me / Rabbi. What is that? Nobody's going to necessarily take that seriously, but they will take, Instagram that seriously, or YouTube, or um, TikTok, or my blog. All right, so it's going to hit the follow button and it's like, sure. Now, another thing, Twitch has a bunch of things that make it so that it's difficult, so it did not work there for some reason. And that's okay, I got to work the kinks out. But that's fine. It just scrolls to the next person, opens up 3 tabs, and you watch it. Now you remember how difficult it was just to create one for you to just create an account, and I even walk you through it. It's very frustrating, and but like I have enough experience with it and motivation. I mean, like my life is on the line. I need to this needs to work at a certain point. So there's like no giving up. Okay, so followed, and then there we go. There's all the shit. Then it goes to the next person, and in just a second, I'll show you where it goes. I just want to see if you can. Now they have some things to prevent me from doing this, like Kick has, and Kick just stole everything from Twitch. Like what? Like you have to follow the person for like a day or 10 days or 2 hours or whatever. Okay, so it's following the person, and then it's been spamming. Sometimes you have to like have a verified phone number, so that's fine. I'll just go to the next person. It's no big deal. Exactly. Um, Sometimes, yeah, they have a lot more customizations, or like they have sub only, and so you have to subscribe to someone. Obviously, I'm not doing that, but that's fine. Now, the interesting thing is like I'm only doing this right now with really small streamers. I really don't want to do it with bigger streamers because they don't really pay attention to it. There we go. Okay, so let me show you what this says. Look at how it's formatted. It says, please, can you read that? Please join Rabbi Rothschild Discord server for World Peace. Discord.me. It's got like huge YouTube link that gives you all the links. Instagram, you just click it. TikTok, you just click it. Reddit, I even have my Reddit on there that's been banned for 7 days, but it still works. I've got the one link to Discord, like the real link to Discord, and then I've got my blog in there, and then Discord at period Rabbi Rothschild rules, world peace, anti-gravity, alien disclosure, life extension, mind uploading, share to be a trillion. How sick is that? I agree, and it's really nicely formatted. Um, I mean, I'm kind of kicking myself. What the fuck? Why didn't I do this earlier? And it just didn't dawn on me, like because whenever I would do it, I would run into some kind of issue, and I would just always be like, "Well, it's just so much easier." But as I kept reading more and more, it's like nobody's really watching it, and and at least Twitch is established enough. And frankly, the game changer is the links. That's the game changer. So the fact that I can put links in there means that people can have easy access to me. What the issue is with Kick is, or with Twitch, why I never did this in the beginning, was I. So what happens is when you use these temporary email accounts, they rotate the temporary email address they're going to use. So sometimes it's at, I don't know, oletters.com. Another time it's going to be at like popgmail.com. Another time it's going to be like, but Twitch has a program in there to know, like they have all of these in a list. And so a lot of times they don't work. And if you're doing an automated thing, you really have to do a lot of customization for your macro to basically know like when it didn't create an account versus when it did. When it didn't create an account, it's got to start from the beginning. When it did, it needs to continue and do all the spam. And that's just, it's not impossible to do, but it's a lot more complicated. And the big issue that I was having, which is actually really minor, like seemingly minor, on multiple devices I've had this issue where when you just go to the Twitch page and you press like the down button or page down, it does not move lower. It's some kind of, I don't want to say it's a glitch, but their scrolling bar isn't as good as it is on Kick or other platforms. And I've tried it on different platforms. I should say I tried it, tried it with Kick, and Kick was just easier. But the other thing that happened to me is I just, when I would experiment with this, I would spam big spammers like I do on Kick, and I would get banned right away. And the reason why is because they have serious moderators on, it's almost like the big leagues now. Now that we're in Twitch, they have serious moderators who just either like flag me, and then I am unable to spam anymore, or they flag me and it just automatically shadow bans me. So I still think I'm spamming, but it doesn't do anything. And so I have to watch it with another device to see is it actually working or not. But when I'm seeing small streamers, they don't have this moderator. They're just like I am, where they're just sitting playing a video game, and somebody spam. And here's the other thing too. I'm not spamming. No, it's just one message, which is a big difference too. And they almost like allow. I mean, I'm not saying that they endorse this behavior, but if it's formatted well and everything, I see other people who are like, "Hey, add me on Discord," and then they'll put their Discord name there. They're not getting me. So I just I'm very happy with this. If anything, this is the thing that's going to this is going to turn the tide because it's a huge audience. It's a bunch of different things. That if you're not comfortable going on YouTube because it's a really long YouTube link, but it's the one that shows you that I'm live on 10 minutes stream, then you'll be able to see my Reddit, all my other shit. Now, the one thing that I might change is remove like one of the things about I don't know. I like anti-gravity and world peace and all that. But I already said world peace earlier. So I might remove that and just put 10 plus streams. Because there are going to be people who are like, you have 10 streams going on at once? Yes, I do. And that could be of interest to them. But long story short, this is the start of something I think this is going to be. This is the thing that's going to do it. I thought it was going to be Discord, and it is. It's going to be Discord here, where all of a sudden we're going to get a bunch of people in here, and I'm going to be like, all right, it'll be overwhelming to me to think that I know I'm going to be scared. And I'm going to then go into Rothschild Arena, and then I'll only bring people in to whom I want to talk. I mean, I don't want to say I'm going to be scared, but like it's going to be the whole world looking at me. Anybody would be scared. So I want to be able to control the the narrative, meaning like when I say like, let's say we get 100 people in here, it's too much at once. Like, stop! I don't like. There's no conversation that's going to be happening, and so then I know I'm going to go, and then I know as well people are going to be coming to my house and shit like that, and that's like I get all these guys from like Music is Marty, and they tell me all this shit that people will do to you, and that's good that they've already told me that, like pizza deliveries and all that other shit. So I'm ready for it, but I don't want to necessarily at a certain point, if it goes viral, I'm sure I'll talk to the people on the house and be like, I don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but we're going to get some people here. When Apollo 13 visited me, he met the older guy who manages the house, and I know it kind of caught him off guard that I had a fan come and visit me. Like, this is this guy's house. He doesn't necessarily want it to become a tourist attraction, but it most certainly will. So, yeah. Look, here I am making plans like, oh, when I go viral, that'll be the least of my worries. But I want to be prepared for these things, and I think this is the way that it is done. Twitch is so large that it's like I've already run into I've already made it through all the things that they use to stop me. If they banned all of my Twitch accounts right now, like my real ones, it wouldn't affect me at all. I don't even pay attention to it. I have so many other things that I'm doing, and YouTube is my bread and butter. So if they ban me from Twitch, no big deal. But even if they did, these accounts aren't necessarily tied to that account really that well, and it's just an interesting strategy. So I would like to be able to. Well, so I was spamming people. Twitch has so many different categories. So I was spamming podcasters, which I think is a pretty good move earlier today. and these random guys came in here, and I'm like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, oh, we watched it. Well, I asked, you guys know about me? And they're like, yeah, we've looked up some things about you. And we watched a podcast you're on. And I'm thinking to myself, like, all of the easy ways to get a hold of my podcast, like, most of my accounts have been banned. So they either got them on somebody else's account or they are on my social media. They're on, like, Instagram and TikTok and stuff. And I should have been like, hey, did you guys find out about me from Twitch? But I didn't. I just was excited just to have people here. And we talked for about over an hour, and I went through everything. We were reading about solar sails and all that kind of shit. And I kept asking if you had any questions, yada, yada, yada. And, I'm almost like, I think I set myself up with these really high standards, and um, like I know I'm a huge target on the internet, and but it's like these people come in here, and if you think that anybody else is this good, nobody else can do it. All right, well, I'm going to teach you about the future technology, and like where these, and I put this huge weight on my own shoulders, like, all right, well, I won't be able to learn about this stuff because nobody else is going to be talking about it. They won't just the confidence or courage to be able to do it. These guys who I don't know if it was today or yesterday. This guy from Creasy's channel was like, he was all on board, and he said, I'm an ally of yours, and he said he thought I was really special, and just there's nice things to do. But another thing he said that was really interesting, and I agree with him, is that there aren't other streamers who can be talking about this. And like, if Aiden Ross came out and was just like, why do I use him as an example? Because he's probably one of the biggest people. If he came out and he says something like solar sails and I began and um, life extension technology, his chat is just going to carry the piece. And I don't really have that fear. I don't have to please anybody. I've already been made fun of so much that this is what I do. Like this is these are my strong points when I have to talk about those things. And frankly, I will say this: I'm not an expert in really anything on earth. Every day, I recognize how little I know. But all I have to do is plant the seed in people's minds, hey, about space tourism, terraforming the planets, and um, like it's just like, oh, if I have one good idea that affects somebody, I've done my job. But I have so many of them, and they're all ready to be listed in their like short bullet point things. And if at any point someone's like, well, I want to talk about, like we were talking about earlier today, one thing I like to talk about is a space elevator, but also a lunar space elevator. Now I know that the issue of the Van Allen radiation belts, but most other people aren't as familiar with these kind of things, and so they think it's just an easy thing to do, which is absolutely fine. And I still think that it's a possibility. It's going to take a little bit of work. But when I talk about this, if somebody has a question about it, I mean, I know as much about lunar space elevators as you do, or any other random person. I know the words, and I know what it looks like, and I know why you would use it for payloads and things like that. I know, well, I guess I know more than probably most people, but like I know that the kind of wire that you use, or the tether, has to be carbon, like a really special kind of carbon fiber, and it can't just be like a pole. Like a regular pole would be like it would be like a piece of metal that would bend, especially in high winds and things. And so it's got to be like perfectly strong. And what else? But I mean, on the moon you don't have to worry about that. But you're gonna have to worry about micrometeorites and things like that. All right. So with that said, but I have AI. I have AI. So any of these questions that if any of these people have, well, I have a question about lunar space elevators. Like, okay, what's your question? And they're gonna say, well, what kind of, let's say, tense, what kind of, I don't know, density does um, does, or what kind of there's a word for which one is a good too. Not torsion, that's the twisting, but tensity is tensity a word? Tension. Oh, tension. How like what kind of tension do you need? In terms of the carbon fiber for a lunar element. I have no fucking clue. A lot, I can tell you that. So we go to AI and we can get the fucking on everything that you have about it. And it's like I'm absolutely fine using AI for that. And I think people understand. I mean, with many questions that I get, I'm not tempted. I mean, I'm pretty obvious about it. I'll go to AI many times. I'll go to AI even before I give my answer, just to make sure the answer that I'm going to give or that I think is correct is accurate. And I don't know why everybody else isn't doing that. I mean, like Joe Rogan, not in this podcast, but a lot of times it's like Jamie Cooper. I would be like, dog, we are going to have like a play-by-play of ChatGPT on every fucking thing that we say. And if anything is like a little off, let us know. I would want to make sure the record is corrected as quickly as possible. Like basically what 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 Jamie Joe Rogan is to Google, Rabbi on Rabbi's live stream is to ChatGPT. Like I utilize ChatGPT as much as he does, and Joe Rogan utilizes it as well. But maybe just and I know I'm going to get some questions, particularly when the Jewish community finds out about this. That either, I mean, I don't have the whole Bible in my eyes, and I'm about futurism. And frankly, if you want a rabbi who is going to be online and talk about the Bible or Torah, I will tell you that the rabbis that I go to, and you just watch their streams. If you have a certain question that I don't know, then even if I do know it and I just want to be sure, I have AI resources that I can use that I will use so that we get the right answer every single time. Better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. Better than any rabbi in the history of mankind. So I know I'm going to get some shit for it. Exactly. So, like a question like, I don't know, in Torah, how many times is the word sugar used? I actually know this. It's zero. The word sugar is not used in any other. It would absolutely. So, so there's going to be some rabbi who has written a dissertation on the amount of times that milk and honey has been used. But I perhaps haven't read that dissertation. So what am I going to do? Let's find out the answer. How many times is the word honey used in the Torah? And I don't use ChatGPT because there are Jewish sources that we have to be able to do this. And so when if they want to criticize me and they're like, oh, you're just going to ChatGPT, it's like, no, actually, I'm going to Chabad endorse research. How many times is the word honey used in Torah? Okay, they say 7. I want, and then they list exactly what they are. Tell me exactly how many times. 55 times. That's what I'm talking about. No other rabbi on earth can do that. And that's why I become like super rabbi because of AI. And I'm not afraid to use it. So I feel confident in my basic rabbinic knowledge, but when utilized with AI, I become the best rabbi in the world. I become the best teacher in the world just because I'm not afraid to use this stuff, which is very, very important to me. And I know other people who are like, well, I wanted you to know that off the top of your head. Dog, I've been talking about solar sails and ibogaine and faster than light travel for the last 3.5 years, 4 years. I'm a little rusty when it comes to some Torah knowledge. I mean, I remember as much as I have in my education and in my rabbinic studies, but we're at a point in society where I have a tool that basically makes me better than any other rabbi, better than their rabbi, better than the best rabbis in history. And that's a really exciting opportunity. So I feel like when people come in here and they're gonna wanna quiz me, especially like on my Hebrew. And what's beautiful is I have my universal translator here that not only allows me to speak Hebrew, but I can speak Yiddish and I can speak every other language too, which no other rabbis are going to be able to do. They're not going to be able to speak, 30, 40, 50, 170, 175 different languages like this thing. And it's exactly like essentially, it's exact, it's exact vocabulary for what needs to be used.
וזה בדיוק מה שמצעצע המדויק שלו. זה לקח את אוצר המילים המדויק שלו למה שצריך להיות.
And I understand that they're going to be like, well, that's just Google Translate. God, what else do you want me to do here? You want me to fucking, spin plates? I mean, I'm just a regular person. I am not a super being. And you basically, exactly, exactly, and you came into my world like, I'm not here I don't have superpowers. I'm a human just like anybody else. But I feel very strong in what I'll be able to do, what I'll be able to teach, and we're going to learn a lot. And you can tell this new bot gives me a lot of confidence. And so with that, we're going to let it run its course. And it's not perfect yet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be perfect. I can program it so that it, like, what I needed to do is to do like a big site. So what do I do? It creates an account, it spams, let's say, 150 people, and then it closes everything and creates a new account. That's the ideal spot. And so once I get, or if I get to that, which I'm fairly confident I get through the two major humps. One is getting a consistent email address, and two is having it work to spam. So I did run into an issue where Twitch was like, you've created too many accounts in 24 hours. Okay, fine. I just had to change the VPN, and it allows me to do that again. Those are things, like, this is another thing. Twitch has never seen somebody like I am. I feel I have enough knowledge of these systems to be able to span that as much as I do. So I'm pretty happy. And I have 200 devices that over the course of the next, I'll give myself a week, but once I get on. Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Exactly. I absolutely agree. Did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can, starring Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah, exactly. So it's the story of Frank Abagnale. Exactly. And at the end, he gets caught. And what does he do? He works for the FBI for 10 years, and then he's able to go be free. He didn't have to spend too much time on drugs. It's essentially the same thing. I watch these guys on Lex Friedman's. Exactly. Exactly. He literally wrote the book on check and um, and essentially, I guess I would be person to write the book on spin. And that is pretty cool. And I see this. Um, it's interesting to me. Even if I didn't have all this archive, like I without sucking my own dick, I'm a multifaceted individual. When a random ass person comes in here, I can speak to them in any language. I can answer any question that they have, and there's an archive of my life. Like that makes me, I think, a special person. And it's like, what else do you want? What like I don't know. I'm not an expert in anything. I kind of don't think anything is. And essentially, though, um, what more do you want from me? Like at that point, we're going to be having. I mean, it'll be we're going to blow it. So, what I have to do with this system is put some not final touches on it, but get it so that it works like a perfect system. I'll give myself till tomorrow to do that. It's spamming right now. I just wanted to spam for a while because I have been doing that. I want somebody to come in here and be like, yeah, you spam my chat. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I can choose what to spam. So I was spamming like podcasts and here's the thing. I wish there was a setting, and I really would turn the setting on, where it wouldn't show me people who are not. I'm not showing them anything wrong, but I just would rather not spam people not 18. But they don't have that. And some of these smaller streamers are just kids playing games. And but there's no avoiding that. It's like basically if I had them set, I didn't know I really want them. That's something I would ask for in the future for these companies. Just one setting. Just don't show me anybody who's not 18. And just like when you're a kid, you have like don't show me not safe for work stuff. As an adult, you should have don't show me stuff with children. And if anything, they're um, like I'm not even when I'm sending, it's like it's not bad. It's just my social media. And if anything, uh, I'll it's just something. I mean, I'm sure I spam people on Kick as well who are not all 18, but I do my best to protect children as best I can. I just don't want to. Yeah, exactly. But one of the things that I would ask for immediately from these companies is, hey, there are. I saw a girl. She had this thing on Instagram or something, and it was like NADC or something. And I looked it up on Urban Dictionary. It was like not no or like not an adult, but it was maybe like NCDC. Not wait. No, it was like adults only, children no contact or something like that. But it was like I've seen this before. Basically, like where people are putting this in their profiles because they want that feature, and I just don't understand why it's not a feature. But I'm able to choose what I'm going to spam. So for right now, I'm just going to spam. Ideally, I want to spam just chatting, but for whatever reason, they don't have that ability. And their IRL streams are not like not like Kick's IRL streams. Kick's IRL streams generally mean people are outside, but these are like long cameras of like 25 hours worth of footage just looking at it. That nobody's looking. I need ones where somebody's playing and they got text to speech on and all that other shit. And that's so funny. So many people on Twitch have text to speech, and so it reads my whole message. It don't even read the addresses in it. So let's see how it goes. So it's kind of like we're fishing right now, and we're just waiting for somebody to come in here and be like, "Hey, I'm from Twitch." Um, if it happens tonight, great. If it doesn't, it'll happen. That's how we got a flat slide, and we got Akamacha, and all the other people who know about me from Kick. And I'm looking forward as well because some people stream on Kick and Discord and or Kick and Twitch, and somebody's gonna be like, no fucking way. And I was this fucking thing. And that's gonna be funny too. So yeah, I was at a point where, and it has happened with me on the street at many different points where I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing today? What's the thing that's gonna make me go viral? And you do enough in Discord that it's like, oh, is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? But the thing that's always worked really well for me is Scambout. And I just love the way it's formatted. It's very professional. It's not like the kick spam bot. The kick spam bot, for some reason, I couldn't use spaces, so it had to be like all text with like camel face, and this one works really well. So yeah, I mean that alone, the fact that somebody can just click my link, and it comes right in here, or it goes right to my social media, it is a huge advantage as opposed to, okay, what is this? It's like DOT for the dot and SLASH for slash. I don't even know what this website is, so fuck it. But in this case, all I have to do is click a link. That's so much more efficient. So, as you can tell, I'm jazzed. So, you do you. Thank you so much for letting me share it.
The lives back, resetting the brains. I mean, literally regenerating the brain.
I have to do the same.
Moving away from addictions with one treatment. I mean, just some stunning results. When we had Parkinson's and MS with this, it's a this broad base of being able to go out and to share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. As a matter of fact, our legislative session only lasts for 140 days every other year. It's a great concept. I wish more places would take a look at that as a way to do business. But we know that we've got to get our work done. At the same time, there's this parallel track going on in Washington, D.C. They'll take longer. It's just, that's a fact. But Texas can lead the nation. Well, you started in Kentucky. And, we can sit here and browbeat districts we want about why they got killed in Kentucky. But I think the leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days and see that they absolutely lost a great opportunity to lead the nation in the recovery of people who lost their lives to opioids, or traumatic brain injury, or to PTSD in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that mantle. And I'm proud that Texas is going to lead that mantle. We've got great leadership in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue, that we're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. The Texas Ibogaine Initiative, as it's going to be known. We'll look for those private sector partners. We'll look for most likely the VA to be a partner in this as well, and our university system. So I'm very confident that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love of our veterans that we have in the state, that the Texas Ibogaine Initiative will become the law of the land for the state of Texas by September of 2025.
That's amazing. And what's the plan in terms of how do you scale this out? How do you start it?
Let's assume a successful outcome in the Texas legislature for a $50 billion appropriation of the projected $20 billion surplus comes to pass and is signed by Governor Rabbi. Once that occurs, the very first step would be to issue a notice of funding opportunity to solicit proposals from drug developers who have the capacity to develop Ibogaine as a medication for opioid use disorder. Within that notice of funding opportunity, a drug developer will be asked to provide information related to how they would design a clinical trial, how they would recruit clinical trial participants, how they would go about administering medication in such a way as to safely eliminate the cardiac risks so as to assure successful treatment outcomes without complication. And as important, since we were talking about the use of the people's money, how the drug developer would propose to recognize the state of Texas's perpetual interest in any patentable intellectual property that is generated as a result of this project. People in your audience should know that buprenorphine, which is the generic name or brand name, suboxone, sublocade, and other derivatives, was created with the direct $62.5 million dividend by the government to create the basic component. It was handed over to the pharmaceutical industry. Each company put its own twist on it, and in it pursued to reap 100% of the return on people's investment. That cannot and will not happen around any project associated with propaganda involves public money. There has to be return on investment to the state for the purposes of building out the treatment infrastructure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind, Ibogaine gives a person the very best possible beginning of taking a swift and physiological restoration to pursue what will still be a very long-term and difficult recovery process that requires the delivery of long-term integration and support services that are necessary to help someone become equipped to rebuild their lives. Once those proposals are solicited and reviewed, the drug developer that is best positioned to get this across the line, who also demonstrates their financial capacity to match the state's development investment, will be selected. Once selected, the drug developer will assume all legal, financial, and logistical risks associated with getting it all the way up to the FDA's approval. Once the FDA signs off on the conduct of clinical trials, the money that the people of Texas will go to pay for the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas at medical facilities which are equipped with the requisite level of expertise related to cardiac intervention and cardiac support, as well as anything and everything related to recovery for the individual who is opioid dependent. The beautiful aspect of Texas medical is the immense amount of fabulous medical expertise that exists here. Whether we're talking about the Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is sustained a marvelous human accomplishment.
Can I add something there? This is like this, I want you to go. The Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. There are more doctors, nurses, technicians, researchers go to work there every day than any other place in the world. It is that magnificent in not only its size, but its scope and its mission. You said a mouthful when you talked about how good Texas, if you look at Baylor Scott University of Texas Southwestern, I mean, we are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions. And again, Joe, this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done in Texas. I mean, I totally vouch to it. I don't apologize. But our ability to do this work, to do it on a scale that is global. When this happens in the state of Texas, people around the world, whether they're in Moscow or Beijing or wherever they may be, they'll look at this and go, you know what? That is something that we would like to replicate in our country.
I will have another thing, and this truly is fabulous. Considering where things were 1 year and 1 day ago, I sat down and wrote my resignation for this. While Texas has the opportunity to be the leader, right now, there are high-level organizational efforts underway to join Texas in this endeavor within the states of Ohio, Washington State, Arizona, which includes the involvement of U.S. Senator Kirsten Sinema, who's ready to roll up her sleeves and activists and researchers on the ground, including Dr. Susis, who have been at this for decades. New Mexico, Missouri, all of these states and their individuals who are committed to helping Texas finish the job in Kentucky. And for my people at home, I'm going to use this opportunity to say that there is one incredibly brave state legislature. He is the only elected position to serve in the Kentucky legislature by the name of Senator Donald Douglas. Senator Douglas recognizes, based on his medical training, what a profound opportunity this is. Dr. Douglas, along with some other concerned citizens of the state of Kentucky aims to take up the gauntlet. The legislature reconvenes in January to see to it that Kentucky's opportunity to participate in this is salvaged. And I look forward to doing whatever I can to help get our people home right alongside Texas to meet this reality.
This is very, very encouraging. It's very fantastic. It really is. I mean, the way you describe this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so encouraging, and it's something that I just didn't think that I was going to see. And I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this involvement, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Perry? Really? He's pushing for again? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes, and it's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe take a second.
Well, I certainly hope that, regardless of anybody's politics, and this isn't a Republican or Democrat, this is just a human being. This is about how do we take care of, in our case. And somebody said, why are you so focused on veterans? And I said, well, it's partly the way I was raised. My father, his World War II, B-17 tail gunner at the time in the 8th Air Force. Him teaching me to, you need to give back to your country. You need to give back to your state. You need to give back to your community. You need to find that place to go volunteer. I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father of mine. And the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander-in-chief of the Texas forces as we send our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor and as the secretary of health, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives, literally, for us. And then when they've been wounded, both physically and mentally, and they come home, and we did such a poor job taking care of them, of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our ability. I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot Sr., one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war on terror. Literally hundreds of young men and women who he gave wonderful to. Seeing people like that, and then our government failed. And for me, this is, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large. I think I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is that we owe these young men and women everything that we can put together. And if there is a treatment, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not, we owe it to them to find a way to make it available to them. And so the veteran community is really special to me, and I love them. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if this whole thing about psychedelics, we've been taught for 60 years that they're bad, or stay away from them. Educating the public that the dose is the poison in everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good, or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here at the compound of Ibogaine is that, as you warned people about in your remarks about don't go out there and buy it off the internet and go self-medicate yourself because there's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out good. But properly dosed, properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up with. This can be a compound that literally can change millions. At the start, we're focused on veterans because of the PTSD, the traumatic brain injury, the challenges that they face. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s. And it was a model. As a matter of fact, it was the model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place to be able to intervene before people ever went to prison, before they could become professional criminals. And it's that same concept here that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, keep people off the streets. And in a lot of those cases, Joe, it's substance abuse that got them there. It's some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, we have here a plant God gave us that we can use, and literally, it appears in a lot of cases, one treatment, and it takes away your desire to have another drink of alcohol. One treatment, and save a person like Reed Elsass because of fentanyl. I mean, if we got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you got to hate people to not make that available to us?
And the other thing that we talk about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine. And that imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that are just cast out of society and prison, instead of having them continue this path. There's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love. But we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world.
I mean, you have just hit for me what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about TBI and PTSD, the horrors and the cruelty of war that 20 years of conflict has put upon innocent young men and women of this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her, who have had to come back and beg for access to alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about the opioid epidemic, its monstrosities, the way in which it is the greatest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out in this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute that Abigail has is its ability to affirm the reality of our human divinity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the Creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individual human beings who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of that Creator. Abigail delivers it. I can attest to the fact that he delivers it. My wife and I traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She had been on Celexa for 21 years. Traumatic symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifested through psychotic mood swings that have affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, decided, let me go back up to this. If I were going to be an advocate for this, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving of last year, by deliberate choice and at the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson and Trevor Miller, I traveled down to Tijuana along with my wife to receive Abigail to understand what it would do. My wife decided that she wished to receive it as well. She is very much a left-brain rationalist and was not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics with any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be freed of her necessity to take Celexa every day. Before we went down, I was told that she would have to be completely Celexa-free for 5 days, because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Ibogaine therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair, because I said there is no way that I will ever be able to get her to Mexico after 5 days without Celexa. In fact, if we go 1 day without her taking it, I can't be in the house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen. We cannot be able to do it. They said, we're going to give you a regimen of supplementation to give her to keep her stable. She's going to get edgy, but you'll get her out. John, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday evening, November the 28th. My wife took her last Celexa on November 23rd of 2023, and she has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to the army, and we received Abigail and DMT there as well, in order to understand how each operation effectuates the safe delivery of this medication. And what I can personally attest for me and for her, collectively and together, Abigail, her 5-MeO DMT, has been the most profound spiritual experience our us have ever had. I am 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered from on high so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the love of our Creator, which is eternal and almighty.
Amen. If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things and people are aware of these things. They're there for a purpose.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the love of our Creator for Him. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing that we could do, and its therapeutic benefits upon the physiology of the human being is another affirmation of the realities that we're seeing.
For the people listening, is there anything that they can do to get involved?
Well, obviously, from a public standpoint in the state of Texas, if you have relationships with your state rep, state senators, governor, let them know that you're spending some time learning about this and you're supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, is to we're going to be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time that this is going on in Texas, you're going to be seeing a movement across the country at the federal level, the congressional level. There's a number of the members of the legislature that are very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks. Hopefully, the real factor is that potentially Nolan Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well, on the mental health side of things. There's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way that we're going to have a winning hand here like we have right now. So one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton. Ann Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming in to Texas to help with the Texas Tiger Game Initiative to educate the media. That's a very important goal and role that we're going to be playing, making sure that the men and women out there in the news business understand this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and so the education of the public. I'm convinced, Joe, that once the general public understands what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and the lives that can be saved, literally the lives that can be saved, at that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about the question that you asked is really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be it's a good problem to have. And I look forward to working with both the Texas medical community, the Texas legislature, and the Texas citizenry at large to deal with it. We can. I'm excited about it. But I think, again, it has the potential to be as profound a positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly psychiatry, in the history of either of those.
I agree. Anything else, Tony? One thing I'd like to add from a technical perspective, and if it's all right, I'll finish up with some observations that I've come to through those years of service that we've discussed. When it comes to how to do this, Governor Perry and I recognize the lesson of the legion of people who've been working with this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We will be able, hopefully, around this project, to bring all of those who have labored for years now and to draw on our expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the platinum standard model for an ibogaine-based treatment and recovery system that maximizes all of its therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, PTSD, or other degenerative conditions that have significant detrimental impact on the brain. And I'll finish my part of this discussion with this. We have sat here and talked about specific reality and the way in which public policy has impacted it and what its potentials are for generating progress. As you know, there are a variety of faith traditions around the world which have common themes within them. Those themes are often told within those faith traditions as parables, but your audience is listening to them because it's a parable of our contemporary American society and what we are. I think most folks would agree when we find ourselves in the midst of an existential struggle for this country's survival. We are living with the most beautiful, dynamic, multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all of our material wealth and technological prowess, we are also living in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged into a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their earnings to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which indicate themselves on the subjugation of powerless people. Those systems commodify the problems that they are solving supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly, accountable, and responsible to the genuine needs of the American people. Because if it does not, our society will inevitably collapse beneath the enormity of its corrupt decrepitudes. This is going to require a shift in social consciousness that is rooted in our universal kinship as images of eternal creator whose essence is almighty unconditional love for all of us. As your listeners hear this episode, I that they will and pray for everyone who has gathered around this cause that we will be successful. Because if we are, we will hasten the day when we can deliver good tidings unto the weak, bind up the broken heart, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Lord, hasten the day, and thank you for the privilege of sitting with you this afternoon.
Thank you. It was my privilege. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So thank you. Gentlemen, you're doing an amazing thing. I have great hope. I have great hope for this country, and more so since this election in a long time. And I think with your work and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan. Podcast my name. All day. That's it. Chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's up? Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There is no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you. Yeah. And everybody was a killer. It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one is, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
Tell me if they know time.
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get it.
It's crazy that it works.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy to make it work. The most of the shit, some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't no bonus. You tried it, but it was just, it almost seems like it was just instinct. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. Like 9 dudes. And 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like RZA, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like, he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this. And, he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. Hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started picking the fuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the mom. It's like, Lucky Luciano, for example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. Anyway, he's from a different part. He's from a different part. He's from a different part. But what we could do right here is we can make money. So put your fucking feelings down. Whatever the case may be, let's talk about some money. Yeah. And that right there, kind of like, start shaking hands across the table. Yo, what do you mean? Fuck me like that? I never had anything against shit like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, he would try shit.
Well, Will is a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that, because that's often the case, right? With other killers, when dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, you know, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play protect your neck. It's like whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we're doing research shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. It's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other day, I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Yes, I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was
Yo Joe is the funniest shit, because when we came in and we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. He reminded me he never was. I don't even think I never seen him eat meat like that, or whatever the case may be. But we came in and he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, I can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not going to hold no responsibility or something. So we like, all right, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow, it was love, man. It was love. Wow. No, internet. You like it? No, that shit.
No. Why? Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I don't think so.
You know how wild that video would be?
People say that. I fucking that shit.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean,
They
it
love
was
this.
in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop. It was like people, you have to understand, for young people who grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was
right?
Right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. Yeah.
It got so big.
I remember it's so crazy you said that, because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe, let's say, 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah. He was younger. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, what the fuck is this rhyming? This shit sound cool. It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together, that was going through different shit in life.
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that. Because in 84, I was in high school. So it had to be 80. Because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in 81. So I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, 80, I was 20 years old. So me probably really gravitated to probably like 12. So
what was the first hip hop that you could craft? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, shit, you know, rap is the life.
Yeah.
Rap is the life. You get the beat comes down with the shit.
Oh, my God.
Like, look,
It's everywhere.
we had cousins, wild cousins and shit. They was, they was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and sniffing coke. And, they were doing whatever they were doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, and just be in their business, be in their world. They would be playing music, they had a record player, used to coke on the TV, was weed and everything. And my cousins, they was cool. Come here, man. Don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your brother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? I can see any business. And I would just be watching, and just see weed on the album covers, and just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and they in the shit, they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and the next thing I heard this fucking record, Sugar Hill Gang, I'm like, the groove was dope, shit, like, this is what I want to be, you know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe, I'm like, this is who I am right here, but
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
Nobody expected that.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when we used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, you know, like at 6 in the morning. Everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
You know, and that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand. It sold way more albums. Because that's what kids are looking for.
Exactly.
They don't swear. Get this shit out of here.
Once they got the link on, it's like, I want it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the
regular shit.
Regular shit.
Yeah,
Get out of here with that.
Yeah.
I mean, a few bands got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
No, definitely not. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, yes, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like, they'd be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, with a snake up on. And, you know, I remember one time going to the incinerator. My mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day. I was laying down and she fucking smacked me in the head with a broom. Like, yo, you're not taking the fucking garbage. So then I go down to the incinerator, you know, walking, it's on the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all wild and shit was like green and red. And he had lipstick on all crazy and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking and he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me. It's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know, back then, you know, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. That, you know, she's your hero at that time. Came back and it was fun. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door when it was closed, he was gonna probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me. So, and that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy. So,
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah,
That's
crack.
also in the
Yeah, but see, before crack, you had that dope. That dope. So motherfuckers mixing dope and coke together, man. Getting high, shit, yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to Ladies' Night. You know what I mean? I had people in my store. I had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They got a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in the back. Coke and dope. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time, scary time back then.
But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. Absolutely. And that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew that. You know, it's part of the appeal. So there's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghetto. But the whole genre of music to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit you never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
It's true. I mean, you know, back then, you know, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that you know, being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had no fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. You know, back then gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, when you from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know, and that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't from it. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing? You know, then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I lean more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. And, you know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know, we all fucking with each other. So
that was our way of getting to know each other and test each other's heart. And, whatever may happen is happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music is keeping the peace. Now, just knowing that the music is keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties and everybody knew what these different DJs was coming from different places and going to play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was going to happen. We just knew it. Just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice and next thing you see a motherfucker riding down the street going crazy, trying to hit motherfuckers and swing the golf club like out the window and shit. And, somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? But the music is still playing. So yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky. But still it's fun because it was something I remember. Well, it's fun because it's vibe. Yeah, definitely. It's vibe. Yeah, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or not at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen. That's why. But the music is what kept things in order for us. Because we always felt that was a vessel to being calm. When you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's nothing, man, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's too invested in it. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, fuck it, I'm gonna live off the land, I'm gonna sell weed, do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survival. When music always kept us calm, and you always want to listen to this next being played. I grew up on being disco, all that kind of shit. Always sleeping, and motherfuckers that was going to sleep. We would get on the stack and sometimes go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizzle, his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizzle, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. We all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us, we all resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA, he acknowledged himself, which was an information person. And also, she's a very believe part of the nation at the time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where I go with a bid and talking about mathematics and all this, but it was Jizzle and Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called the Rolling Together, which was M3, and they were different guys from different cities. So it's kind of neat that they were about, a lot of us, found out later who they were. And Jizzle, they came to Staten Island, they came in cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more and whatever. I would watch it around. So, Dirty, he was just crazy. He was crazy, but yeah, they had their own little thing. And then, next thing you know, Jizzle got a record deal. They called a record deal, which was rare. If you fucking call a record deal, I mean that you had to have relationships. You had to know where to go. You had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into
to do it because he seen his cousin how was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when it happened, it was almost like it magnetized Wizard to be like, yeah, I gotta make a record. So next thing you know, guys, they had paper. So us from the outside looking, it was like, holy shit, what are we doing? They super passionate, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do. But we wasn't thinking of that. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all the killers into under one roof.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed. It's like Eric B. and Rothschild, there was a few people, EPMD, there's a few people, Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys. It was kind of scary. When you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories. It was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some real shit. But, yeah, like you said, I was so glad to see it like not like that. And it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had the record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then he was always the case. You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't really care about this shit. I just love it. I'm gonna create this thing. And I'm bringing it all my guys. And, we just put that in there. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something. Man, yeah. So, him and his cousins, yo, this motherfucker's really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but it's clever. So clever, right. And it was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart. It's not these fucking Megan Humpty Dumpty lines. Like, we're talking about serious rhymes. Damn, you know what I mean? So, this is something I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. I wasn't even thinking about being an effective rapper. I just love the music. Watching these motherfuckers. Something about these motherfuckers that I love. The next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community and was like, yo, I like it. So I was there. I'm like, let's see this shit. This shit is fucking looking at me like yourself. I guess I'm like, get it. Wow, that's what's up. We out. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. That's what came back. He started to be like, yo, shit.
The dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract, and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. A lot of times you get fucked. And it's mandatory. It's mandatory. You get fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better, and by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, you owe me? I'm a fucking squeaky wine sucking a dick. He performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol. Because they owned it. It's crazy. You take the most talented people in the world and they get owned by people who provide no value. Especially today. Today it's even crazy, right? Because there is no reference. It's all bad. So for a young artist, it's so important they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on. Keep grinding. Don't fail it. Don't sign it. If you sign it, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy set. And he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, cool, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs, everything came out of his money.
It's just like any other situation. You have to. Here it is. I got everything.
Yeah.
you're going to have to make some sacrifices. For sure. Because you know that, yeah, you may feel like you have time, but you don't have the resources. Right. So there's resources in the time. I'll give you a shot. Let me give you a shot. Either you take the shot or you stay. Either you're going to take the shot. Take the shot.
You're gonna take a shot, and I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting you know.
Right.
I'm just letting you know. You get fucked.
You didn't fuck. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to sacrifice. Yeah. Right. So even when labels are being good, in my mind, it's like, yo, I got a chance to have a job too. Niggas even got no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that they could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you want to go for it. So for us back then, when we were kids, we didn't give a fuck. We don't care about something. Ourselves, because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I didn't come over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that the protocol is just to be heard. You know, be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got people. A lot of us, especially our OGs that did it before. So, you know what I mean? Shit, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do, but it almost gave them power too, because they became kids, they became big, they became
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
oh, listen, I'll bet you. I'll bet you on that. But we just talking about sacrifices of it.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You know,
But is it should be fair? Oh, and it shouldn't be here. It shouldn't.
and I'm sure later on things work out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable,
it's like I tell the motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you're a hustler, right? And you run into the connect, say, yo, you talking like you know the new shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day, you can handle it. But if I motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I'd like to take this. You know what I mean? I want to be content with you. What do you want to do? You know, he wants to fucking get his ass fucking chopped. You gotta take the risk. You gotta know people, and you gotta swing everybody in, and you gotta share the money. Most people share. You guys know things are like, you make confident and know what the fuck you do. I advise you. Take you shouldn't. You know, but if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You gotta make it worth these people's while. You gotta say, listen, we're all this. See, that philosophy that you said, that's what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
Like, you know what? At the end of the day, we take this little bit of money, and we're gonna go. We're gonna set ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
See, it all starts with what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you fail.
It's a rising tide to lifts all boats too. Oh, and with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing, because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically one person. Automatically. So that just lifts everything. That lifts everything. It's hard for you to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. You're scared. They're scared. Scared when it doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. Same thing. No, that's what you got to find together. That's what you have to find real people. Still kick ass.
You said the key word.
That's how you got to say that 50. The car Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
That's what it is. That's what it is. We dance with the devil for that reason. We took some stars. We learned from
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up. Yeah. You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent. Like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video? Yeah, that's undeniable talent. Like that's the kind of talent like that dude's gonna get his Guinness. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it's like, we can't get this whole philosophy of want to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like, he didn't know what to expect. It was more of a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I want to do this. And he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit going on. Like, hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day. But everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started picking the fuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like a mom. It's like, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. Anyway, he's from a different parties, from a different parties, from a different party. But yo, what we could do right here is we can make money. So put your fucking fingers there, or whatever the case may be. Let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, you start shaking hands across the table. Yo, I know you didn't really fuck with me like that. I never had anything against you like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day. Let me try this shit.
Well, Riz is a genius. And it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when the dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. All the time. It's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night, which you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was.
Yeah, Yo Joe is the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. He reminded me, he never was very, I've never seen him eat meat like that or whatever the case may be. When we came in, he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in here, they kept telling us like, yo, y'all can't go into the crowd with everybody. We're not going to hold no responsibility or something like that. So we're like, oh, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow. It was love, man. It was a lot of love. And that would be wow. No, we like that.
None of that. What? Is there even a recording of that anywhere?
I think so.
You know how wild that video would be?
I don't know if people see it. I think people that shit.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean, it was in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people they have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was to emerge, right? I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. It got big.
It
because look, I remember so clearly you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me is hip hop before hip hop. You know, disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe let's say 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah, he was younger than me. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, what the fuck is this rhyming? It was just sound cool. It sound cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together. You know, that was going through different shit in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in 84 I was in high school. So it had to be 80 because I was a freshman in high school in 81. So I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like I said, 80, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitated to it. I could probably play 12, like you said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box program. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's only so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was, like how you said, shit, you know? Rap is the life.
Yeah.
Rap is the life. That was the shit. Oh my God. Now look, so my cousin and shit, they was, he was wild, he was selling drugs, he was, smoking weed and smoking coke and, doing
whatever they were doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit, just be in their business, be in their world. And they would be playing music at the record player, and we used to coke on the street, we was weed and everything. Because it was cool. Yeah, come in, man. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? Nah, you gonna say anything, and I would just be watching, and you know, see weed on the album covers, and you know, they were just motherfuckers running back and forth from the room, and you know they in the shit, but they always was playing music, and a lot of the music was R&B, you know, disco, you know, and next thing you know, I heard this fucking record, shit, dope, man. I'm like, the groove was dope. Holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here, you know? But
It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged.
yeah, nobody expected that.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife.
What the fuck?
Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, you know, like at 6 in the morning, it was like, what the fuck is this? You know, and that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, they sold way more albums. Because that's what kids were looking for. They don't swear. Get this shit out of here. Once I got the floodgates, it's like I want it. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what guys got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
No, definitely. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit, and you gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in Alameda, we had like crazy people. Like if they catch you at night, they'll kill you. Like they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, makeup on. And, you know, I remember one time going to the incinerator and my mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage and shit. I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day and I was laying down and she fucking slapped me in the head with a broom like, yo, they're not telling me to take out the fucking garbage. So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, you know, walking to the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all wild and shit was like green and red and all this. And he had lipstick going all crazy and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking and he looked at me. And I got the garbage pail with me. And it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. You know, back then, you know, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, you know, she was your hero at that time. Came back and it was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator door and it was closed, he was going to probably try to run in there and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy back then. So,
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also an
Yeah, see, before crack, you had that dope. So motherfuckers mixing dope and coke together and get high, shit, yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to Ladies Night. You know what I mean? I had people in the store, I had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They got a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in coke and dope, though. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time, a scary time.
But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it, is that everybody kind of knew that. You know, it was part of the appeal. It was like, there's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghetto. But the whole genre, to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit we never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
It's true. I mean, back then, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. The way that being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, like fucking jobs like that. It was like, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. Back then, gangs was still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. And when you from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood, And that's why even back then, it was like a lot of times, you would beef with people that wasn't from the neighborhood just because you wasn't from there. It's like, what the fuck you doing? Then it creates this animosity. And I remember for us, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, I leaned more towards up the block, but then we would go down the block just to start chuckling, Then they would come up the block and they would start chuckling. Next thing you know, before you know, we fucking with each other. So that was our way of getting to know each other, test each other's heart. Whatever may happen was happening. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties, and everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and placing music and shit. So we knew every time we did that, we knew something was going to happen with them. It just mandatory. It's just because people from different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice. Like, see, you see motherfuckers riding down the street, all crazy, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging the golf club out the window and shit. Somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? But the music is still playing. So yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, it made it spooky, but it still was fun because it was something to remember.
Well, it's fun because you survived.
Yeah, definitely survived. We were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died at that time. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen. That's why. But the music is what kept things in order for us. Because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. When you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community. Your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's high. It's too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land, sell weed, do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. So everything was just survive. Music always help us calm. You always want to listen to what's the next band play. I grew up on Eagles, disco, learning my whole life, shit, whiskey. And motherfuckers that made me like we would get up and Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
No, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. We all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us in Clinton. We don't resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, he had knowledge of South, which was being involved with the Nation of Islam.
and also Jizzy and Old Dirty. They were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build and talking about mathematics and all this. But it was Jizzy and Old Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called Holding Together Now, which was them three, and they would run around, they would battle, different guys from different cities and go around. So, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizzy and when they came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with their cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, I heard about your rhymes and you were dirty, it was just crazy motherfucker. It was crazy, but they had their own. And then, next thing you know, Jizzy caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. If you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code of making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yeah, I gotta make a record now too. The next thing you know, they knew. So us on the outside looking, it was like, holy shit, we know they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking of that. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA is essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all the killers into under one roof.
Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B. and Rakim, there's a few people, EPMD, there's a few people. Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Nah, because
it was kind of scary. It was like, God damn, when you guys had a show. I mean, I heard stories, but it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was something English. Yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that. And it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and it was
always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about this shit at this level. I want to create this now, and I'm bringing all my guys. And, he just put that number together. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. So it's like, yo, it's like, him and his cousins, and this motherfucker's really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, but he was clever. Talking about clever rhymes, right. And he was mixing it with the knowledge and smart rhymes, not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty lines. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes. Right? I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, this is something I felt like I would want to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. I wasn't thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music. I'm watching these motherfuckers. I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love. And, the next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community for record deal. So, I was there. I'm like, they see this shit. Looking at this. I see what the fucking looking at, like you said, the what's the name? Vibrant. Yeah, record shit. Wow, it's that now. That's what's up. We got. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you get fucked. And you don't even want to get fucked.
It's a mandatory. Mandatory.
You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, "Oh, but you owe me? I'm a fucking squiggly line, suck my dick." Like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned him. It's crazy. You take the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today, it's even crazy, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. So, for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on. Hang on. Keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD. And he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in an artist situation. Right? You got time, right? You got time. Here it is. I got everything.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices
For sure.
because you know that you may feel like I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
Right.
So those resources come and tell you, no, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take the shot or you stay in the hood. What do you mean?
You gotta take the shot.
You take the shot.
You gotta take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
Oh, no, you get fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being in my mind, I'm saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, Chuck. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about sign. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got problems. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean? Sugar LGs, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they ever do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's
legends.
an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about the
What you got with this? Yeah.
sacrifices of it.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You know, take,
But it just should be more fair.
oh,
And it shouldn't be.
I agree.
It shouldn't lock.
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell the folks for this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the Connect, and the Connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back there. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today, at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I gotta take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do? You gotta take the 50. He wants to fucking get his ass fucking chopped. You gotta take the 50.
You gotta know people,
Yeah.
and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money.
You gotta know people. You gotta know people.
There's a lot
If you ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take it.
You shouldn't be having a conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to bring. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
And see, now look, that philosophy that you said, that's what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
You say, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money and we're going to go. We're going to be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yes.
Because we know what we believe in. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you're fucked.
It's a rising tides lifts all boats thing too.
Oh,
and with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically, people wanted to listen. Automatically. Automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, everybody's scared. And you know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. And they think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody, you have to find real people, stick together.
You said the key word.
You got to say that 50.
Yeah.
Talk to Carlos. Goes out to take it. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
I guess that's what was the
Yeah.
He danced with the devil for the right reason. And, you know, we took some scars. We got hit.
It was a different world back then, too, in terms of the industry, because today, all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up.
Yeah.
You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. Or you had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like we always play the video of Biggie with the 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train. Absolutely. That train's running everything over. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then with the record sale days.
Yeah, of course. But that's what made us learn is that we had to go through those growing pains. We had to get you to learn how to say, yeah, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely. Go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have taken an opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come. And it's like if a person go for your opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
It's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watch a Scarface and maybe told him and say, yo, get $5 grand. Bet it. And if you fuck this up, Chico, Scarface looked at him and said, man, the fuck is you talking about? We go for this shit, man. He lost his man in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at rap. It's like, yeah, give a fuck. Yeah, we'll take this little bit of money. We're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. And now you're better.
Sure.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going. Especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do. Sure. And then when they do, it's like, oh, man, they want to go back in their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums.
Think about it. Think about what our favorite artists out there. We've been trying to fucking get up. They went through a lot to get Biz Markie. Nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but he finally figured the code out and was like, yeah, this is when I went to start rocking shows in different communities and people start hearing about it. Like, oh shit, this guy's dope. But it's that sacrifice, I tell people all the time.
It's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and he has talent. Sometimes talent is God into something or doesn't. Some people just got it. And some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. He grew up in this like intellectual, artistic family. That's why his rhymes are so good. His pops is a musician. Yeah. Like Rewind, that's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. Listen, it's actually
Genius song, fucking good. Yeah, genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good, so good, and unusual like that. Like deciding he's only the first guy to make a rap backwards. And make it work perfectly. I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers? The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Gucci. Oh, yeah. A bunch of guys. Yeah, some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more music.
Yeah. Have you ever heard Gucci Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. I'm going to put the headphones for this. This is in my, along with a bunch of group guys. This is in my Spotify playlist. This is Gucci rapping like, I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Listen to this. I've never heard this chick. How good is this?
One of my favorites right there.
Turn this chick with small dicks.
Nice.
So good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the Brand New Heavies album.
Yes. The Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And it's
what year was this?
92.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
it's the beginning.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian. And he turned me on this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and so many of these platforms, people upload shit you totally forgot about. Like Tim Dog. You forgot about like Fuck Compton, remember that?
Yeah, he was a wild cat. He was
good though. He was good.
Yeah. He was wilding back then. Yeah.
Great shit, man.
Yeah, he was wilding back then.
But Gucci Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive. That was when Cock Block came out. Remember that? Holy shit. Oh my God, that song was amazing.
Yeah, man. Damn. So you really did.
Oh, yeah.
Shit like that.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood or my young adulthood. Okay. When I was driving around a lot, doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto boys. I was a huge ghetto boys fan.
Yeah, me too.
And I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck the War" for these young kids. I was like, listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s. And it applies today. You remember fucking war? Nah, you come on. That fucking coming back. Let's get school me on shit. Like, I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I'm just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
You know that.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill. 91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I had one of those before too. Yeah. Fuck the law. Fuck the law. Woo. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Talking crazy. Woo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh god. Mm.
Yeah,
He was in the NWA chamber. He
dude.
was in the NWA chamber.
Dude, that shit was good.
It
And
was
that
fucking
applies
giving
to
me
that.
thinking.
That
Yeah.
applies to that. We were all talking about what's going on right now in Gaza and Palestine,
Yeah.
Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was educational too.
Yes.
It was giving us truth. It was talking about things that were going on in the world that became the television for us, the music,
It became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Fuck the War tells you what's really
what's
going on.
going on.
Yeah.
So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living in this. And, you know, like I said, I never heard that song before. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And, you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, what the fuck was that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives in music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. You know, you don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. Right. You see what I'm saying? Survival is the only thing on your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what the fuck was that I just heard? What was this shit? But then when you heard it rapping, and motherfuckers like these was talking about it, right? It's like, now you say, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. It's not just here, it's all over. It's in everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be. Yes. That's what was happening.
Yeah.
So I never heard that before. You just put me on some real shit. Oh, and that's one of my favorite groups.
I love the Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era.
Oof.
Crazy. In that, like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber. And I just picked up this cassette. And I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. And I remember I was on the stair climber. This is wild.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah.
You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard before.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow.
Straight from the
It was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping to themselves, right? Yeah. Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, them, Public Enemy,
oh yeah,
all them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community. That
KRS-One,
KRS the teacher,
that's the sound of the police.
all that shit right there.
Yeah,
was knowledgeable.
knowledgeable rap, hip hop. You know, call it fucking rap, hip hop.
Information. Right. They like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy.
Yeah.
They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived. You know?
Right, exactly.
It wasn't like, you see people say shit today like, I'm just doing that for claps. Like, they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
You know, even when fucking Spike Lee made through the right.
Yes.
My favorite
Yes.
Classic.
Classic.
Like you said, we was getting information. You gotta remember, at the end of the day, a lot of people that come out of the hood and just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was born in Newark.
Yeah. Shout out to you. So you seen.
I would have said that come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but you did.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told it to my next door neighbor. He was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered, grabbed his door, and everything. He had a nice Audi. I was like, I just had a nice car. Right. That's how he was selling dope. And they got him.
But he's around it.
Yeah. Well, that was also the time when I was most into hip hop too. I mean, that was 1991, I guess. 1991. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding.
Yeah.
Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely. Yeah, Naughty by Nature.
Oh yeah.
They had it in the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh yeah.
Easy Bees, Ice Cube.
To this
all
day,
of them,
I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs.
Yeah,
Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I gotta work. He was so smooth, so fast too. You know, Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You know, you heard his style. Like God, like your blood started pumping. You know, you started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken on the mic. When I sit here and I think about the plan, the rule of how we, formed before Rothschild, each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we're talking about today, they was the light bulb. Right. House. You screw that shit up. This is what I see. I see Snapback, I see Rocket, I see Cube, I see all these guys that paved the way for us. So the Klan at that time, we were so, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell motherfuckers all the time, I say, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up at the East Coast artists. And at that time, you had them, you had EPMD, you had Queen Latifah, Roxy and Shantae, all these, artists back then were blowing up. LL,
Oh yeah.
LL was huge. That's one of your favorites. The Fat Boys, all these guys were just Fat Boys. These guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality. The
High quality, that's the word.
The level was very high. The lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and you just go, oh shoot.
Yeah.
That was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop. Lyrics, everything. It's like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important, So many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness, and more intricacies, and more twists to what they were saying.
Yeah.
It was just a vibrant art form. Like how many people cheated on a significant other because of OPP? Right. How many?
You know, open you know, people cheering. Yeah, it was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, it had hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. I mean, rock and roll, you have 50s, it starts to emerge, then the 60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while. Right. Something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. Especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like Ghostface, Method Man, and like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit. And it's just kind of lame. It's like it was like they didn't even swear. It's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan, because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset. And that sophisticated. You been on kung fu shit. Yeah, coming through the shrine and shit. You got to fucking Shogun Warriors. Yeah. But you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like RZA, when they was on the Wu-Tang shit, we wasn't on it. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia and Once Upon a Time in America. Oh yeah. Baby. Oh, it's a great. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America. So we were living in this. We were living around a lot of hustles. A lot of drugs was being sold in my community at the time, right? So when RZA came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, we love karate flicks. We were watching, about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock. Yeah, we come over and school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all that shit. But if you notice, if you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people, and you either have to protect your people or you have to make it easy for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'll just give you a quick lesson on Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Y'all bugged out. Y'all howling. But these guys were very good, but you just couldn't say the Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin. It's Wu-Tang. Check it out. You get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it, because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. So we want to change the name and call it Shaolin because we would have took out the battle. If you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, I don't really talk too much about fucking Staten Island. Not always. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're going to fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs come through, we call them UFOs. Unidentified flying objects. What the fuck you doing? We you know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on with the flicks. Like, you go to him and who is this guy? He's coming to play you. He's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. The brother hurt. Oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go. Right. We gotta go get back to that. Yeah. We gotta go figure that out. All the shit that RZA was thinking about at the time was a reality check for us at Staten Island. So even when we came with the name, it was almost like, wow, that shit interesting. Wu-Tang Clan. Back then he was hanging in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. Up there, they was selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Guyanese. And, it was a melting pot. It was a melting pot of different nationalities of Spanish people.
You know, you have the white boys over here fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but the Stapleton, it was nothing but humans. Motherfuckers like in fight and rob and steal. And, you know, the RZA was hanging out there a lot. You know, so they came up with this whole, you know, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when RZA came with it, was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. You know, we see the vision of that, you know? But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, we trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas and some shit. You know, a lot of times people thought, yo, you ever do karate? I don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up in some early 70s shit. Yeah, so you know, back then, you might have a cousin that was a martial art, Henry arts and shit. You know, you look up to him like that. Yeah, right here. You know, arts and shit. You know, fight. You know, the motherfucker would be back in the building with two government benches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating up in fucking laundry with hoses and shit, and, you know, grabbing it, hitting them on shit, and, you know, back then, that was dope to see your cousins and all do it, but RZA, when he came with this philosophy, kind of like fucking saw up, but we agreed with it right away. Because Wu-Tang was, to them, was always something like an expression. So if you drink it, this is Wu-Tang. You over here, yo, this is Wu-Tang shit, whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them in place. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, you know, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text who can. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you.
Oh,
I'll show you that that's
I
true.
see some of the pictures in
I
there.
know, but I
Yeah.
want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes
shit.
back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, well, I'm gonna find the last time I saw Wu-Tang. I text them every day, so it's gonna take a second to get back some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and I send them a picture. It's gonna take a while because I just scroll, but this is important to show you. This is real.
Go back and search Wu-Tang.
Oh, we'll show you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at James. Under Cam Haynes or just Wu-Tang?
Then find Cam Haynes or straight.
Oh, look at Jamie. Tell me how to do it. Here we go. See, here it is. Right there. Wu-Tang. And that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu-Tang. No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, the deer that head that's right there. That was the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. You know, those animal factory farming films and torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And my friend Steve Ranella took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what we're doing. I've been doing it ever since.
Yeah.
So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like I've got it really good, like compared to real marksmen. You know, it's like saying you're a black belt when you're not really a black belt. You know, like
go through the courses.
yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, you didn't know. You think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not near at their level. So you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently.
I'm not the homebrewers who can shoot like that. It's a lot of discipline.
Yeah. A lot of discipline.
Yeah. They come from they live on this side too.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them in Texas. Yeah, a lot of them in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
Get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I can put you on some people that will 100% teach you how to do it. And because you're fairly close, right? That's an easy thing to do. Pick it up and go. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and just shoot the target and just clear your mind. Because you have to really concentrate on it. And
Exactly.
For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that. Just
It's like a sport thing.
Yeah.
It's a learning kind of master.
Yeah.
It's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing.
Yeah.
If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for it. You gotta push it all out and just think, oh, and that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like flushes your mind out.
That's what that's what it's all about at the end of the day. And just kind of like get a piece of mind and vibe to something different.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture. You're all wrapped up in it.
Just
Too tight.
really
Sometimes it's something else that you also enjoy outside of it. And you look at what you do like, oh, I'm doing something different.
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. You know. I said,
That's important.
yeah. You know what? What's another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time. I think it was like the early 2000s that rap that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't in now, you kind of you weren't in to go and see it.
Right. Yeah. Bro. When I see guys like Kane and them perform and Slick Rick and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, you see a lot of guys like Rolling Stones and Mick Jagger and them still performing. It's like
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop, that wasn't really a thing for a long time.
Because you didn't think,
right?
You didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they thought you was going to go. So even for us, it's like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years. We good. Yo, we cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word? What's
A box.
put us in a box.
Yeah.
So to make us feel like that, you know, this shit is going to be there for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to Billy Joe.
That's hilarious.
People.
That's hilarious. I love his whole shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real soft. And he had too much good pussy. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy. And it's like, uptown girl, she's been living in an uptown world. Before that, you go back to his other shit, you know? Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great song. He's got some great stuff, man. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. That's a great song. Captain Jack. Woo! Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, you know, hey, he's changing as a human.
He got New York too, right?
Yeah.
To the heart, right there.
I sold out Masters for about 300 times.
So I'm saying,
It's crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
So those out here, those are guys that we look up to, you know, we still doing their thing.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now.
Yeah.
Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. And it was like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out.
Right
now, so
they're more enthusiastic.
they love it more.
Right.
So
They can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? Even to this day, it's like the Klan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids now too. It's like, yo, you looking for who is that fucking kid that we just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words? Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, he wasn't even fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You would listen to Led Zeppelin. It was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, but it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends would be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And then they turn on the new stuff.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Wow, yeah, this is 1992." You know.
I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time. You know? And like how you just said, like, yeah, you know, listen to Sugar Hill Gang. I actually like music.
Really?
You know, and I brought him some of that too. So, you know how that felt for me.
Well,
To have fucking Sugar Hill Gang
that's
come out to
amazing.
my community,
That's
yeah,
amazing.
that was dope. But yeah, man, you know, that's why I always feel like, you know, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, because they gave you something to dream about, to
Yes.
be able to instill in yourself. Like, you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, the old man would tell us, you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to find it. You know, and I think a lot of times people, you know, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had light the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
It didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's like, what? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Yeah.
And
now look what he's doing. Look what he did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music is like, you know, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, you know, now they're talking, this. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
He's killing motherfuckers. Or he, I hate a kid. You know what I mean? Based on that, he's one of the big movies.
It's a great fucking movie.
Love it. You know, the
But why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, you know,
It's hypocritical.
You know, it's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, you know, doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something to get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you tell people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feeling.
This is these people's lived expression.
Yeah.
This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like, no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like the Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world, you know. And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning stick on it, you just get so
listen to it anyway, right? You're gonna get caught up in it anyway. Yeah, it's like, look, prime example. When we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song about two or have fun. It was a reality. It was a picture he's trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around you.
Cash rules.
Yeah.
Around it, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, and a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn. He used to come to Staten Island, and he used to sell drugs for us. He came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I make my cream, I'm good. I'm like, what the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, cream, yo, you ever see Jerry the movie? And, you know, he make those big fucking sandwiches and all that, and splash all that cream on it. And, you know, I'm like, oh, the time of Jerry the sandwiches, right there, you make the big sandwiches. And stuff them in your mouth, and like, nah, real shit, real shit. So the cream that was smashed all over the place, he was looking at that and that's his money. Like, that's what the cream is. You know what I mean? So he's like, yeah, you're gonna get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day, you're gonna make your cream, you're gonna get it. And
So who came up with the acronym?
a good friend of ours from me, his name is Ray, right? And him and Method was like, they was like real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, right into it, he was there, and he just sat back and he just came up with cash rules, everything around me, and then they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for them. Then, right, around never started off as I grew up in terms. I was writing about drug dealers in the neighborhood. Look at this kid, the name of Gigante. Gigante with Teflon Don with the Diamante. You know, the Diamante back in the days was like the, you know, the 5 Series Benzes back then. And a good friend of mine was like, oh, mom's cool. He was like, everybody else thinking he was like, it's cool, right? So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I really man, he said, well, we need to learn about shit that's something that we could relate to, that we're thinking about. What the fuck we look like. So that's when I came. I grew up in the crime side, in the New York Times side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder. Harder.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, Shaq, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, cream is crazy because it became viral. That the saying dollar bills, y'all, became viral. Like straight across.
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar $2. That's wow. You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money. Yeah. What he was saying back then. I haven't heard that. Right. Yeah, that's awesome. Like, wow, shit. But yeah, man, you know, my man Ray, they sat down and came up with cash rules, everything around. It was a perfect, you know, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we were dealing with certain things in our community that, you know, that we were trying to get past first to try to make some money, and it was a sacrifice. Like, you know, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive, or you might not. You know, so that record, you know, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it didn't have nothing to do with it. I guess, to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization. Like, real shit is you just start listening. Like, how you just played the ghettos, play shit. You know what I mean? You're trying to give a message. And that's what I think people know about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We give out. We like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you, can't play any look, we fuck with. We can give you the tears, but it's like, oh shit, you know, fucking right. You gotta be careful. You gotta look at things for real. So all I had a lot to do with being around smart guys. You know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
And, it's contagious. It was contagious.
Yeah. But that's what I was saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. And you know, when you come with a group of guys that, yo, he kill it, you gotta come I give a lot of credit to our first record, like Protect Your Neck. I know that's one of your favorite shit. When Expected Death said, "I smoke on the mic, I'm smoking from Jersey, baby, always raising hell with the bleeding." Yeah, that right there opened up. Yeah, something more. Yeah, you know, I always tell that that you're like a starting pick. You always want to get the ball. You know, he did that. He created that first verse that you notice me. I jumped right in behind. Yeah. Really good. Like Schwarzenegger. Yeah. And Meth came in. You know, everybody kind of like.
That's what's so amazing about all of these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah. Yeah. Like we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will look wonderful. So it's better to give us all now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little look for the big look later. Right. You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to dance a certain way. Be like, okay, yeah, we'll take a little bit of money, but we know that we have to sell, like you said, we did the first 50. We sell it. Now, we know we tell you about the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, we're gonna go out there, we're gonna work to make it happen. But this is what I'm doing. I give all the credit to Steve Griffin. You know, Steve was the guy that owned a lot of records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. You know, I give you an idea. And next thing you know, everybody started taking off. And we got the head, she's on the head, right? We asked her to hit. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement.
Right.
So Wu-Tang was like a movement.
Exactly.
It was different. It was like
Everybody tried to box us as a group. Yeah. So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan. Because they wanted us to still be free. They was like, nah, look, sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box us. Right. You know, so by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. So you have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to take it small, which is important. You know, we didn't want to be just, like you said, yo, just coming up and you show me something. Yeah. You know, just say it.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make? Right? If you have an album, another album's coming out next year, whoa, you got 16, 20 great beats. Yeah. And then you got to pick from those beats what goes with what song, and try different ways out, and you got to make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Well, I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricists guys, beats are important. You know, I remember one time I said, this guy was playing beats. I know the beat. He fucked me up all the day. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him an answer, like, probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody could write rhymes. I could have you sit with me for fucking a rap, and you could be an ill fucking rapper.
able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times you change work to whatever it is. It's like how you do this check your neck and you get that energy from this.
Yeah.
You get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy when you get a friend, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard and come up with something. Like one thing about Wizard, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was consistent to helping him come with different sounds and, you know, playing with different things. And of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s, you know, they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like Terry Bradshaw, Vince Swan. He was really
Especially because it became successful.
yeah.
There's a lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, as a fan, you get lyrics to have the lyrics.
Yeah.
Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Yeah.
No.
You know how many times me and Rizzo argue about that? And I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you had that.
Yeah.
You had this, we had that. That's what
It's a 50-50 proposition. And so I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics are the thing we're making. Oh, shit. Like a great beat makes you move your head, gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh, shit. Like rewind that.
we is 50-50 all the time because if I give you that energy right, how can I give it to you if I'm not?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people would think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch again the other day. Oh, yeah. He's so fucking talented. He's so out there, you know? His glasses on, his fucking chain. Like, you see music.
Yeah.
It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are beat machines, you know? Like, he just feels it. It comes into his head. He feels it. It's just coming out of his fingers, you know?
He's a super talented.
Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special, and you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean. You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean?
Right.
Remember, DJing started.
Yes.
The DJ game. That was so important. Scratch and they created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. Look what the fuck he did.
Right.
Look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was handling his fucking music, man?
Right.
He was so clever. He made it a vibe, though. He made something more. Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra when he was young?
Oh, he was
before he was smoking all the cigarettes. Dude, it's a super high pitched voice. It's crazy. It's crazy. You listen to the difference. Like, wow, like it's so much range.
Introduction.
I don't know.
Somebody really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right.
You know?
He was talented.
Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder every day in the courtroom. He'd wear a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He put guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
White guy?
Yeah, and he's a Jewish guy, I think. And he shot this lady in the mouth. Was he Jewish? I don't want to eat Jewish people mouth. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys, you guys,
I'm just saying a little love for nobody's talented, successful Jewish people. He's lit. That dude, he was responsible for the Wall of Sound with the Beatles. Like that was a big thing with him. Like he was known for being a guy that changed his music. Russian Jewish.
yeah.
What?
Then he was from the Bronx, right?
From the Bronx. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening. So, like, you want to get out of this fucking contract and shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on him. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. Was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a 1 in a billion year talent. And that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's why his girlfriend jumped off the mountain and killed him to own his shit because he was going to leave his manager. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out I want to say 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago, where the bodyguard said, "Yeah, the manager killed Hendrix, and threw the girlfriend off the roof."
They need to do a real Wu-Tang.
I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real Quentin Tarantino needs to.
That's me, man.
I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. It's like Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that one. It's so long. For it to be real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had really modest.
You know DiCaprio?
Huh?
You know DiCaprio?
I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and me and we both at this small pizza shop, me and all his favorite spots. And he talked to me. So yeah, that's what's up. So we started talking. He was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that you was thinking about get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with Wizard, myself, and me and all those people in LA. And I told Wiz, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day was a Wiz's production thing, whatever he was doing, I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real-life movie about us. So I think there shouldn't be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So Wiz entertained the conversation. I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu.
He might already have a deal.
Yeah. And like I said, at the end of the day, the Clan.
Jamie Faster, but Jamie's the best.
It was that, I remember that. Wow. I wish we could have said it because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a slash of Goodfellas and Minister Society.
Yeah.
Kind of talk about our story. He was super open. He was like, yo, so what we gotta do, y'all. Who do we need to talk to? But at that time, it was already in pocket what we wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, maybe I might get a chance to share my version of it. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at?
Right.
Right.
I mean, you got these guys telling you,
Oh, for sure. It can still be made.
so
for
it can
sure.
still be made.
100%. Just because there's a release, that doesn't mean shit.
Right. But I think that at the end of the day, you know, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. You know,
I think it would be hugely successful. I think for music, from a movie writer perspective,
would you rather see it as a movie?
A movie.
Or would you, a movie.
a movie, or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild. You know, do it like like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. That's how it has to be. It has to be grinding. It has to be.
That's how you want it, right?
It can't be in any way ABC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like good narrative. Like it has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind with all these genius talents, and they form this movement. Are they going to condense that to 2 hours?
Yeah.
You
See,
have
that
to
was one of
really
his
good
people
writer.
where he was like, yo, wait.
But I think he could have done. I think
That's
he
what I
could-
said. I said, yo, look, come on now. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of character. I thought they did a good job. But that was Dre and Cube and, you know, I'm sure you're always gonna have somebody around and be like, yo, nah, but it was so realistic that when I said I was, it was like, oh, I get it. You know, there's even some young, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to it. Not everybody loved it. They loved it, so it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for love.
It's great. It's great. But
Mhm.
hear me out.
Mhm.
Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do a concert. We're all dirty bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the movie.
You want on the real gritty. You like the
But
grit.
that just get everybody on the hook right away. Then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that, you put the year.
And
Whatever
that's
it
how
was.
you make movies. You pick
Yeah.
all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
And then you start
Yeah.
showing this.
Yeah, so that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. You start with Rikers, which is what year is that? 95? What year is that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I was about to say, look up there.
And what year did you guys start? What was the very first year?
We started in late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back to 92. Back to 92. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Really, Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000.
Interview to talk about.
It doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics?
So,
Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
it's like,
Look that up, please. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real.
it's
Just that.
people was looking able to look at.
Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates open and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down, the guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it was just so incredible overall how we connected because, like I said, everybody come from almost the same hobby bullshit, but everybody had different philosophies on how they felt their lives was going. So, I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money, taking shit. Jizzle, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew. You know what the fuck Juice Crew is? He turned it down.
Really?
It's like they was the hottest shit. Master Ace, Biz, Kane, Coogee Rap, all these dope MCs that asked, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. No. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, I was like, Juice Crew. It was like, I love the Juice Crew. I just recently getting this chain record. Us with Old Dirty, like, Old Dirty always wanted to be like this. He's like, he had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see each individual, like, and like I said, shout out to the for doing a great job. But I do agree with you. We need another where it really defines you. Yeah. Wizard, I was his side of how he wanted to tell it.
It's a great story. It's
Great
fun.
story.
It's fun. The whole thing's fun. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a big screen, big thing. And it could be done.
First. I have to argue with my brothers about it.
I mean, just imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money."
Oh my God.
Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, he had the most hits on Rothschild.
He was so fucking talented and so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I'll give my money to nobody.
He was like, yo, you gonna give back? He was like, yo. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. And everybody was crying. Yeah.
Everybody was so real. It was so real. Yeah. It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we establish some sort of a community fund. Shut the fuck up. He was just having fun.
Well, you always gave back.
Of course. Well, by existing, you give back. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang? All of them. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and kind of build their art the way we built ours. That's important. To reflect on. Back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving motherfuckers this kind of money. Like, it was the first time that ever had a $1 million video. Wow. Remember that thing? Universal was coming up with the story. What video was that? Train. Wow. He did the train shit. He came to this shit. We should go for some money. What the fuck is that? I said, man, no. It's like, do it. At that time,
Is this it?
Oh, yeah. This is what my guy Brett Rabbi.
Killer bees.
The first
They've
drink.
been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island.
See the bees coming through and shit.
We'll give you a little bit of information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man with multiple substances related to I'm told that he's possibly old dirty. Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this old dirty man.
Woo! Woo! Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it?
To me,
It has to.
making sure. I mean, I always believed in my people. I mean, these guys, like you said, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we may be the only group that stick together so long, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back what we was our time, it was like we still only give it our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we have to, not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we need great things happen out of nothing, the pressure, turbulence, might have been arguing that day, but we still managed to come up with something great out of that whole time of that moment, but
That's what's incredible, is that through all the disputes, you guys still
yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and disputes.
Exactly. I mean,
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because everybody has an opinion, and you want to respect everybody's opinion, But it made me think about sports, and it made me think about how coaches and people, outside of the group are so important. See how we were designed. We huddled up. We never really had people around us kind of like push the narrative more to show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on, because it was so fresh, it was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years. So it was emerging, it was chaotic, it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it. It's like today, you could, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take? And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew what time was going to work? They would have told you that's not going to work. It was, you can't get 9 dudes. That's crazy. How are you doing that? But it worked. It didn't just work. It accelerated everybody. Like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is that it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we have a better base than us as a collective.
100%.
Nobody can do themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And that's what it is.
Still.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together, there's no way it could be good. That's what's incredible. It's like, it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? Not one group has come together and made they're just like we can. Not one. Not one.
Even when it comes to, samples, and, each one of us is blessed to be able to go platinum, gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, damn, none of the groups did what we did. With God that everybody would go and platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. Name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
the Killer Boys branched out. And Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. Incredible.
That's one of my greatest friends too, man.
And so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
This is a real guy.
One of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats. All-time greats.
I
haven't yet. No, I love it. I got good. Okay. I think that, there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip-hop era that, for a young guy coming up, someone who's,
interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You got to explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing. Because, and you got to put yourself in this mindset. Like, it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing. It's totally new sound. Totally new, like, avenue of music that existed. Everybody was like, wow. All the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. You know, so for the people that are like making a career in it now, ooh, you know, I know that there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you got abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, you know, because it's free. Just get on, get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, you know, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, you know, like today, like for example, you know, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Asheville, you know, and see representing us. You know, we said that can't be a society. I'm gonna have me a fat lot in a month later to go plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. You know, so we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, you know, now, as I sit here and I'm owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he was talking about things. Yeah, my first joint even went gold. I put on my mother's, you know, my mother's living room wall. You know, we did that. So we were kind of like seeing things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality the next day when it happens. You know, like how you said, you know, the jizz of being so intelligent and talking about science and, you know, math, you know, talking about certain things, and, you know, that today he's in the movie world and Riz is a director. You know, these are the things that were going through our lives. We were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, yo, put the right ways. Where do we want to go? You know? And I think that that is important as an artist, is to dream, be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot. Hip hop today is like, you know, it's just sounding too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here. Yeah. But it's just sometimes we're just sitting in one fucking box where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, "No, we want y'all to stay right there. We want you to talk. Hey, bro, we want you to not. We want you to just
whatever they think is gonna suck."
Why is that the case? Because
the same reason why they were trying to take the Rizzo, change him, turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy, they do that in podcasting, they do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better, and we're gonna mold you and shape you and change you, and this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hire an image team, we're gonna do it's all just bullshit. It's non-artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in a way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? And Ice-T, who played cop on TV for like 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be the rapper. And Ice-T was like, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what? It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. And this is what I want to do. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want Whatever, because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning, and you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all like it, like you were saying, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. Like, it's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two at a concert together, but that's what you have to give room for in an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on, do that again. Stop that, stop. Do it again, do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it, give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because he's
right. He's barefoot and shit, and fucking doing yoga. One of the geniuses, super weirdo, a Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great and they're
artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Well, no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing? We talk about discipline. I mean, But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song with great lyrics.
I said, this shit became knowledge to us, man. Like,
Yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor. Raising our kids to be smarter and not hiding anything. Like you said, once you put that warning sticker and you don't look at it, they're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see what it is and then say, yo, look, you can make these choices, bro. You go that way, you know what you do. You go this way, you know what you do.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody. If someone today became like this genius lyricist, was like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
But you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing. That's what means something.
How do you get it out there?
Someone put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, whoa! And you have your friends like, yo, listen to this. Listen to first lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to that shit. That's how we always sold it in. Oh my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking like how I feel about my album about the job.
Well, that's about.
Shit, I just been working on this documentary right for purpose. Just to be honest with you, take it back. I've been working on, Only Good for Curious is my what's going on now, my thriller that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we've done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it. So it's called The Purpose Paths because remind you, Only Good for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that it came in as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Purpose. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team, and my kid, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property. That I said, you know what? Me and my guys said, my team's like, I said, we put documentary about this album. You can make 50 albums. People still want to talk about Only Good for Cuban Links. So I said, you know what? You know. So what I did was, I said, you know what? Let me make that something and kind of tell a story of what helped us inspire them, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. You see a lot of these guys today, they're still wearing Cuban link chains.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who ever thought that,
I'm calling my album only built for Cuban link niggas. Yeah, it's everybody and their mother is wearing Cuban link chains today, 30 years later. So, you know, that is something that I've been working on, believe it or not, we've been working on for 10 years. Wow. So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all the making. We actually go out there and start pitching it. They're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. As we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be to create that world. You know what I mean? So our thing is to talk about it in a way to where we live, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie. Because the storyboard of how I talk about it is going to blow people. It's like, yeah, this is what you was going through. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop and you know we were in a position to make something golden that at that time was over the innocent. I was already in Martin Scorsese mindset because when I came in the clan, I was like, I don't do all the party shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know. So we talk about this in the documentary and we go through some of the songs. And like I said, you know, I said with our guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then. Everybody thought we had a beef, and you know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on, and on the side with working on some other music. So I just said, well, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, you know, drop some new music. So I'll definitely new album come out.
The West African
The new album, I say probably like 22nd quarter. Yeah, and I'm never even mentioning the name of the album. But I'll mention it on your show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah.
You familiar?
The Emperor wears no clothes.
Yeah. So that's going to be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be cheap. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, if you believe it, oh, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be. Goes back to like you said. You listen to everything you say about, you have to do it from this way. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, I'm not going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. Just I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm not having all this shit. I got a lot of great things that I want to give the world. But yeah, that's gonna be
People still love it. And I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
And we can't afford them because they wasn't alive at that time.
They got so much shit coming their way. They're getting inundated by all these new artists.
Yeah.
All these new
There's so much shit going on. There's so much shit going on. There's so much going on. And, you know, I always say that it's always a way for people that love music. You know, they don't care. It's like you could be 50, you know, today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in the love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still blessed when it comes to making music, you know. Like today the chef is more of an architect artist. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper, any rapper. I'm an architect now, you know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development, you know, and people who just stand fucking down. I tell people all the time, don't ever think you're gonna lose that shit. That's like sitting here saying that Tyson can fight. But you know, at the end of the day, he lose fucking big when it comes to how he feels their passion for boxing. And I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But like I said, the name of the album is called His New Clothes. Check it out.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It's a real pleasure.
Oh my God.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie. Do it.
We gonna make it happen.
Do it the right
We
way.
gonna figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker. That's what I would do. I would make it that way. I would open up with that fucking biker scene.
Listen, Joe, it's never too late for us to take the
It's never too late. It's never too late. Thank you so much. Love you. Appreciate you. Bye, guys.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's the vibe?
Are we up? This is Christopher's very first time ever
Okay.
lighting and smoking a cigar. Is it you?
40.
How did you manage to get this far with no cigars?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Is this the right way?
Yeah.
He's gonna vomit. I want to see him
I don't
vomit.
think you vomit. Don't inhale it. You gotta get the fire.
First, you gotta what? Yeah.
Lower your hand. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids, I never done.
No. I mean the way you're being retarded. Like get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do? Smoke it.
You gotta inhale while you are like.
Yeah. What you want to do is inhale all the smoke. Yeah.
No. You just kind of take it.
Oh,
Breathe in while you do that. Jesus Christ. I don't know, how do you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
well, now he's a man. Now you're a man. So what do I do now? You puff on it.
It's not even lit. How do you fuck that up? I just turned it on to go 5 minutes.
You gotta puff
You
on
gotta
it.
do this. You don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth.
You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some more puffs. This is not working all way. Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Puffs.
You like
There you go. Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There we go. Giannis, when's the first time you smoked?
I'm sorry. No, it's 6 years old.
Like a regular.
Yeah.
Regular.
With my uncle. You know what it is?
It could be cool. No cigars.
I think because my dad never really smoked. It's in the back.
I'll start crying.
No, it's in the back of my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like man kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know, you said that. I know. Well, she's like a cigar in the back of my throat. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke. Yeah, no, it really does.
And it's going to mess with your head.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Yves Saint Laurent.
And body odor.
Do you not use cologne? Never?
Maybe when I was 18.
You just go with your natural musk.
Well, I do.
Right.
I work with Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Sponge.
Shout out Dr. Squatch. Natural. It doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it looks as good.
Well, there's one
They do something to the aluminum. Why would
Yeah.
they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum in it.
Dr. Squatch
Doesn't work. Can I take a peek?
That's right.
Yeah.
Take a smoke. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
It's real good. Yeah, it's not bad, right?
Yeah, that's
Dr. Squatch is legit. I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking whiskey, bourbon, musk, some shit.
There's pheromones in natural sense too. But
Yeah, that's a good one.
you don't
There's
think
no
so?
pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky.
Sticky.
They have like, your pits are, think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed. And there's hair in there.
Yeah.
unless you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2000s.
Or porn.
Right. But porn used to be muffed out.
Right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line it wasn't, and then society followed.
Yes. And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in the hair.
Saliva.
Yes.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Napoleon 6 inches from asshole.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Napoleon fled to Josephine. He wanted her to have a full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. When he was coming home from war, he said, I need it fucking mungy. So some guys like that.
Well,
He was involved in trench warfare. Well, that guy had different tolerance for shit.
Yeah.
You know, just imagine the kind of warfare that Napoleon's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history spelled. Can you imagine people bathe once a week and even athletes' foot? Every bright athlete's foot. Stinky. Yeah. And they didn't have the days yet. So your asshole was just like,
They didn't have running water.
yeah, they had nothing.
They had buckets.
Yeah. The only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said the Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. When Muslims were all about science and cleanliness and, Dr. Watch before it was big.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, they were that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river Tigris? They turned it red with blood. That's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. They killed everything. And those people were at the pinnacle of science. Yeah. And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and his psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and that was what was left over.
Yeah. Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
you think that gets into the genes, like the killer
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, right. I think good things and bad things are in humans. I think that's been substantiated by science. They said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
I believe it. Traumatic memories. Mm-hmm. I believe it. Right. Yeah. I feel like only now as I'm getting older, I'm like, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about it. Think about, let's look at this thing of simple animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where pee is and pee on it? How do they know any of those things?
They're wondering.
Right. There's so many. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal bark? Why are they scared of it? Why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes. They use
Puerto Rico.
No, I'm saying they take them as household pets.
Yes.
My friend Sergio's got 8 of them. Big snakes. Yeah. Yeah, Sergio used to beat up
pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fist. He would get other drug dealers would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fist on the Lower East Side and get money. But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later because he's in his vicious guy. He's our friend. Yeah. He's our friend. Oh, he's a comic. Sergio Chicone. Yeah, he's a comic and a boxing instructor. Yeah. Yeah, he's a boxing trainer. We're fucking wrecking. Yeah.
Yeah. Really good. He looks healthy.
He does wooden boxing.
I've been boxing. Yeah. Trying to see some moves.
Want to see, bro? I'll show you form. I got video of it. I'll show you form. Yeah. He's got a nice. He's got a nice video today. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're small, but you're not small. But you got a nice right hand. Yeah, I have. He tells me I got a little power in both hands. Right. So I don't know. You're a little too confident. I know, and that's how it goes. And you just get fucking stretched out. You get laid out. Yeah, you get stretched out. You have a smaller head than normal physically. So it's hard to catch. Hard to target. Yeah, you're fucking target. It looks like you got a head on your head.
But listen, the reality is both of you can hit over 100%, and it's way better than ever.
Is it?
100%. Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot.
Mm-hmm.
And there's those guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time. K1 Grand Prix champion, fought in UFC, fought in Pride. He's a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Head the size of this table. Yeah. He was just Samoan.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 240.
greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. This grocery shopping drives you nuts, the lines, chaos, the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be to my chin's going out? I'm going out quick, right?
You don't have good structure.
Yeah. I got a lady's face, is what you're saying.
No, you haven't had space, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah,
Right.
and he's got a good jaw.
But you know, there's arguments against that. Like, there's some guys have small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches.
Right.
Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw. It takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah, right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights on, so I think if I got hit,
You're going to be a good shot. The structure is good.
yeah. What I have with my defense is, not against guys like you, or if you don't know me, my defense is I look like I can take
You
a
look
punch,
like you could be a complete psychopath.
and I don't know any.
Like,
I
I'd
don't,
like to teach you how to like really
right.
find your inner psycho. You scare the fuck out of
First, you got to teach me how to light a cigar. Right?
do that. There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you're angry.
If I was angry, but the thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall and you'll do mad shit, I cry. I really, there's been many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. Quite to be honest, before so when I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay. We got Nick for sure. I mean, we got Nick by
Some
the
people
gauge.
get fully clipped. I think we got
Joe didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close
No.
to being Nick, and which is
Oh,
rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy that can be funny. That's rarity, baby. Yeah.
Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms, or if you hang around a lot of cops, or if you're one of the soldiers, they're funny. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because they do, like, one of my funniest friends was a special forces guy.
Yeah.
He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking like jokes you could never repeat. You know, saying things you could never repeat. And it's just so fun. It's
Yeah.
like he's funny. It's just funny in, kind of a crazy way.
Yeah.
Right.
We always say that, like, if we were like back in history, like 200 years ago, or whatever, we'd be the guys in the war. We'd either be hitting the drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
But it's
I will
also-
offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the war.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life. I think you are right now. It's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on.
Right.
I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. Well, there's only one way.
Mhm.
The only one way is to become formidable.
Right.
To become the person that you're scared of.
Right.
So I did that.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time. Like, when I was young, it was like I understood how to like just be a fucking man. I had to learn it.
Right. From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns. You have to like separate you consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going. And when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral. Now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody, because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance. Because I know people like that. It's a real thing. And I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things, we're in front of thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. I've experienced it. I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety, and I'm freaked out before, and it's like, and then you look at it in retrospect and go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happens? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Okay, don't do that. Yeah. And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind to not allow it to go.
It's tough when you have a comedian's brain, because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads, analyze our heads, and sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah.
If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. You're pushing it out of the brain, folks. And anxiety
What
is
if is
no good. Anxiety's a liar.
Anxiety is a lie. Like that. What if sometimes it's good? Like, what if I do this? What if I just relook at this? What if What if it's not bad? What if it's attached to? What if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, "Hey man, are we cool? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just I'm from the army. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, what is like? Let's talk on the phone. Like,
Yeah.
these are weird conversations. You
Right.
know,
Right.
Some people just go down the road and they start thinking I'm going to eat something.
That's narcissism, right? You just think everyone's obsessed with you.
There's a little bit of that, right?
Right.
Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, and they're depressed, that is a type of narcissism. Unfortunately, you don't want to further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, "Oh, you're a narcissist." But if you're just only worried about what other people think of you, and only worried about how you feel, there's a narcissism.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. The guy's a busy guy. That's what it is. I never take it personally.
I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers that I go to the I got to just completely check out.
And I never call you first, because I don't know if we got that type of friendship.
Maybe don't.
I could call you.
All right.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times I've sent you like
For Christmas.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of guys practice popping out.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes, and then you listen back, I'm like, I'm not sending that. And then I just don't reach out. Would you say, what's up, buddy Bubbles? What's up, baby girls?
Yeah, those things when you voice notes, Alex Jones, because they disappear.
Oh, right.
They're quiet. And then
You can keep them.
Yeah, you
On
can
your
keep
end.
them, but doesn't he know if you keep them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
good to see.
Yeah, you're on recorder with another phone.
That's smart.
Film it.
Smart, dude.
That's
Yeah.
what the problem is.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I mean, it's almost like,
I mean, if you called me did that, I'd be like, oh,
So if Trump gets in, they're going to think the aliens will land. That's the turning the frogs gay.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I'm late to the game. You've seen this, but how he predicted 9/11 in June of 2001.
He did.
I was crazy to watch that.
Tucker thinks he's a savant. He's a very misunderstood guy.
Right.
He really is. And it's really unfortunate, that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he would be way more respected and people would appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, and he had a drinking problem at one time and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't know if they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online.
yeah, for sure.
They do it for content.
Yeah,
Well, they
for
do it.
views.
That's true too, but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too.
Oh,
I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected, right? Like, here's a great example. 9/11 was an inside job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane that the government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too, right? But that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat earth ones, you get enough, it's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee we're drinking. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait a minute. Show me the Pfizer files.
Right.
Why are they hidden for 75 years? How many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV and saying that, what was going on? That's a real conspiracy. Right. These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody should believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everywhere, it's only a small group of people who are going to go to Jews who control
They're
the weather.
definitely cloud seeding. They in Dubai.
They will crawl in your shoes, though. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yes. So make sure you keep your shoes tight. Tighten your laces.
For sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy, but I don't think there's a. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one.
America maybe.
Yeah,
30%. Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible? Just hear me out. Do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us? And the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison planet rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are. What do you know? This is real. I thought it was eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Can you help me up, guys?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
But I wanted to put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar. Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel like that.
Yeah.
You gotta get sick, too.
But it'd be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. Yeah. Cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison planet, you don't think there's a possibility this is a prison planet for the advanced human race and they're eating our negative emotions and thoughts for fuel?
Where'd you get that? From?
Alex Jones. No, not Alex Jones. Alex Jones has much more detail. On YouTube,
Interdimensional child molesters.
There's a device on the moon. That's how they reflect. That's how the energy goes to that.
That sounds like possible. L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Yeah, but that's just the Dianetics or Scientology. The really fun stuff is the science fiction.
Mm.
Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human human being.
More than
His-
James Joyce.
He has the most published work of all time.
So he's like
No one.
Thomas
has written-
Kincaid of writing.
Well, he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful, like so bad. It's just like, what? Have you ever seen a Battlefield?
Yeah, that was the worst movie
L.
ever.
Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds a Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author, most audiobooks published by one author, most translated author in the world, most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness. Very interesting. Use a special IBM typewriter with extra keys for common words. What? It was so bad. It was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, he needed the word ready.
You keep going. You might be in line for podcast for Guinness World Records most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible.
Maybe.
You could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know. Who's doing 9 hours a week?
Yeah.
Only
You
you.
might already have it.
You might already have it.
But that's like I already have the Guinness World Record one that Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. You can have it now.
Yeah.
Keep your name in the book.
Yeah.
That's
Well, because you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records and they have to do research and like give you a whole
yeah,
thing.
you have to prove it. You have
Yeah.
to go to them to try to get it on the books and all that type of stuff. But if
Right.
they were like really checking, it has to.
Yeah.
This has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way I've still got it. That's crazy.
No way.
Right.
Yeah. And you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9
Yeah.
hours a week.
Average. Yeah, but I'm usually 4 a week. So it's usually 12. And sometimes 5. Yeah. This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion would be 5 hours long. You know?
That's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I gotta do a pod. It's always like, I can't wait to do
I
a pod.
never say that.
That's beautiful.
Especially guys like you. Like, I'm fun.
Yeah.
We told
But, I mean, do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit, smoke a cigar, and laugh, crack up, and talk about nonsense. Like if you couldn't do it, it would be something you could look forward to so much. If you're lonely, you didn't have good friends, you didn't have like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends to have because you could be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you get them comics for friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad,
You say your comics on sad?
oh yeah, some comics are sad. Some comics are sad.
Tears in the Clown.
Yeah, that's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing we're talking about before, narcissism.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
comics are some awful narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
But you know where you really see that? When comics start attacking comics that are doing better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only comics that are doing better. So what's happening? Comparison, the thief of joy.
Yes.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, all criticism comes from a place of unmet needs. The
Right.
tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
And so there's this feeling of me, fuck you, you fucking history hyenas. I don't give a fuck if they're back. Fuck off.
Yeah.
We are back. That's what it is. Isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Isn't there so many things to talk about? And you're going to talk about other comics? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah.
Great. Shut the fuck up, you fucking bitch.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost, we'll do our work and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changed this.
Some of our peers who don't have families and is just constantly worried about this business, it's like that's.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good. I would not be the same human being. I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy and compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child.
Right.
I talked about it before, but I really genuinely changed the way I look at human beings after I became a parent.
Mm-hmm.
Because I used to look at adults like they were just, oh, this guy's an asshole, he's dope, he's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, oh, that's a big
That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, and mean people around them, and got, thrust into the situation. So now you see him, like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, that's my baby. They held that baby, and now here's this person just leaning in the corner. What is that thing? Like a lot of it in Philadelphia, where they're like totally.
Is it a crank or something?
Yeah, what do they call it?
It's the heroin lead.
The heroin not. I don't even know if it's heroin. It's like I think it's some new stuff.
It's a new shit.
This guy was like doing a yoga thing. If you could do that, like essentially he's doing like a very difficult core.
Yeah, Joe's like, can I do that with the kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy. I'm like, I don't think that's good for your back, but like, if he can hold it there, that's gonna be some very
Structure. You can do that. It's a baby thing, even with like Genghis Khan and Hitler, like even when they're murdering him. It's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't forgive him. I mean, it's not like it's stopping from killing him. But what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything as being static, that everything is just like a progression towards what you want.
Yeah. Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I do wear white and blue. I stay true to the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorists, like old school terrorists from like, if Americans like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies, they're like, well, now I'm going to fucking go lethal and I'm going to start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children and took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for, I feel. So I get it.
Of course. I mean, it's not a coincidence that some of the scariest people living in the world parts of the world.
Sure.
Like the fighters that come to the UFC, the scariest motherfuckers, like guys from Chechnya, like, guys from Dagestan, like those guys are terrifying. Yeah. Look at the history of that part of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down.
No, you put it down every now and then.
I just put it down and then
No,
sorry about that. So, all right.
Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't put the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ashtray.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what to do. This is fun, though. Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes?
Because they're Dyson.
Oh!
He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out. He holds on to them. He puts them in the ashtray, then pulls another one out and holds on to it. He went smoking again for a while. Started smoking again. They stopped again. Got to be careful of my health.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about a great father and somebody that's Dice. Dice. Dice is all about his kids.
Very dedicated. His kids play the band. They play like at his shows. His son's fucking amazing on the drums. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah,
he's another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate good dude,
and also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people. He with the pictures. There's so few people are even watching those clips, and we haven't brought them up. Like I don't know how many views they would even have. He's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts. He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them. Yeah. And if you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing. Like, but then they want a picture.
No. Oh, the big shot.
He's a real artist, man.
Yeah.
He's the best. Like, give us a.
Have you been keeping up with the drawing, flying, sort of thing? Hi. Have you been seeing like the spaceships? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about?
But you would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square Garden.
I was just thinking.
Yeah, Nassau Coliseum. Mm-hmm. He was the fucking man.
At one point, he was like the only comedian people who do it.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the only casuals.
Yeah. What is also great about Dice is, obviously, I both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden, all that, to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof, and just stay in the game. That's it. Always tell me, just stay in the game, because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great.
How old is this guy?
60s?
He
I
got
think
the
60s.
60s. Yeah, in the 60s. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in the 20s. I met guys I couldn't believe I was meeting them. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things like, I can't believe that's really him.
Yeah.
You know, you see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and Charles dated, we were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We were crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where, like, I'd seen him on HBO. This is crazy. It's on HBO. Like, this is so funny. To now, like, getting advice from him at the store, like, you should do the road. You know, I was like, really? He goes, yeah, you don't want to rely on these jerk-offs for all your fucking money.
Yeah.
And he's like, you don't need these people to, you know, and it's the advice I give everybody. You don't want to be connected where you're completely dependent on one source of income. That's terrible. It's a bad place to be.
He'll text me sometimes and be like, "Oh, Chris, can you talk?" And then and then if I don't answer, he'll say, "Call me back when your kids are sleeping." And then when you call him, because he's like, "I never want to take attention away from you, from your children." So he goes, "I want to talk to you when either your kids are in school or they're asleep. Other than that, or you just be focusing on your kids and not talking to anybody." So I was like, "Oh wow, Dice is like really about his kids. It's like an awesome thing, you know." And then he'll go, "Goosh," and then he'll start telling you about, "I fucking gooed on the last night. You gotta respect your family." You know?
I've noticed now when you, like, my conversations with people have become like I did when I was in high school. I gotta wait till everyone's asleep. It's late at night, 1 a.m, and the only people I can talk to is comics because they're up.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird.
You know, kids don't even talk to each other. They just Snapchat. That's it. Most of them Snapchat. Like, I'm learning this from my kids. Like, you guys don't text at all? She goes, I don't text my family.
Yeah.
So, like, if she gets an iMessage, it's only from one of us.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is they're snapping each other back and forth. And they just like, take a picture of this. And they're doing it all day long. Saying something. Here's where my life is, RN.
I don't also, they don't want a bigger screen either. My kids don't want to go to the movies. They think the screen's too big. It freaks them out. They want to watch the biggest screen that they want to watch is the screen that we have. At home. I took them to see to a movie. They were like freaked out. Too big screen. That's interesting. Yeah, that might be. I know.
Do you think it's bad?
My daughters are the man I wish I could think of.
It's gotta be bad for them. I think it's bad.
Well, it's different.
The screens?
It's just the Snapchat, the social media.
It's just a different way of interacting. I think everybody's like blowing out of proportion. First of all, I think it's not good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's inevitable. It just is. It's like if it's raining, you're gonna get wet. Shut the fuck up. But this is the world we're living in. It's a weird world, and it's better to develop the ability to cope and handle it at a young age. It's definitely not good. You know,
what about college? Do you think, like, your kids, do you want them, I know you want them to go to college, but do you care if they go to Harvard or Yale anymore? Do you think that's more meaningless now than it was 30 years ago?
I want my kids to do what they want to do. I don't want to be that dad. It's like, I want you to go to Yale. I don't think that's good. I don't think that ever works. I think at best, you give advice. And at best, you always connect advice to mistakes. Like, right. I'll tell you what I did wrong. This is what I did wrong. That's like, when I was a kid, I always fucked this up. I always, whenever I would like correct them about something, I'm like, I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing. Everybody does this. You know, and this is why, and this is what you gotta know. And, you know, I feel bad about stuff I did when I was 5.
It's tough for your daughters. Mommy, I can't wait. Just make sure you wear a condom. That's I don't know what girls do with us.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so you either have to get on birth control, which completely fucks with your hormones. Yeah. Completely fucks with your body. Also can cause blood clots. Like, girls die. I had a dude that I knew from martial arts, and his daughter died. She was 17 years old. She was smoking cigarettes, and you're not supposed to smoke cigarettes when you're on birth control. It's horrible. Yeah, and nobody even knows it. Like, nobody knows it. Like, if they tell you it goes in one ear, out the other, because everybody's on birth control.
And some fathers just fucking snap, like that guy, and he just locked his daughter in the basement for 28 years. He was just like, well, now you're just never coming out. You ever see that story, that guy?
No.
That guy locked his daughter
in the Ariel Castro?
No. This is, I think it was in Germany or Austria, one of those countries. Guy locked his daughter. He said he had built a room downstairs, a studio for her to, like, drums or something like that, whatever she was into. And then he went and had to go in, like, the most inner room of this thing that he built, and he locked her in, and how she's still alive.
She's alive and she's telling her story now. I think he might have raped her too. Yes.
Good times. That's 7 years.
Oh,
That's
oh,
that
that
guy,
guy. Yeah. Germans are weird. How about that German guy that ate that other guy's penis? He answered an ad.
Well, the guy asked.
Yeah,
It
it is cute though. And they ate it together, right? Yeah.
But
Germans, he ate his own dick. He ate his own penis with his with the buddy.
yeah, it wasn't even blood. This guy got breakthrough.
Right. Wires get crossed. Germans just, Germans.
What do you
Germans.
think that is?
I think it's just something in sales that's like very.
But think about
Hello.
how good they are at engineering.
Right.
Right? Like think about modern automobiles and how many of them originated in Germany.
Yeah.
Bavarian Motor Works, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes-Benz. That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
That like most of the best cars come from this one little country.
I think maybe they're Viking, they're former, they're Nordic tribes.
Where's the great Iceland cars?
Yeah, sure.
No, yeah, some about the Germanic
Germanic
people,
tribes.
they like to just get things done.
And they are
And they don't
very
like-
violent. They're more violent than others because you think it's just the Nazis, but then when you look back, you're like, this has been happening. Like like the Hessians, who like the barbarians, the British redcoats hired
Germanic tribes that went up for Rome.
hired Germanic tribes, but they hired the Hessians. I read a book where they were talking about they had letters from British redcoat soldiers from 1776 that were writing back to their wives about how things were. And there was this one battle, I think it was the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Hessians, they had the Hessian mercenaries come onto land first, and they started killing the Patriot soldiers, the Continental Army, and they were cutting their faces off and sharing the faces and laughing about it. And the British soldiers were saying, these guys are crazy. Like they're running around with other soldiers' faces that they just murdered, and I don't know what to do with them. They're on our side, but they are nuts. And that was German, and then it goes all the way through to the Nazis. So there's something a little different about the geography of that. You just go to the port and see it. Yeah. Yeah.
They just need something. They need a little kick in the nuts.
That's what it is. So, is that your list?
The guy, so it was a cannibal who had an advertisement for a quote slaughter.
Right.
So this was consensual.
Okay.
And then he ate 44 pounds of his flesh after killing him.
Accompanied by potatoes and a pepper or wine sauce, served on good crockery.
So he wanted to die another way. It's suicide. But it was penis too. They
They tried, and she says tried.
But it wasn't a surprise kill. This man wanted to be killed.
Yeah.
But it brings up under
It's interesting.
cannibalism in Germany, about 800 people.
Yeah. So in other words, it turned him on to be eaten.
Yeah,
That was his kill.
Look at this. Well, it's fascinating to me, but the public was the testimony in which, what is his name? Muse revealed his obsessions and lifted the lid on an underworld of cannibalism, which Muse claims counts about 800 members of Germany. Muse told the court he regretted killing Brandis and has apologized to his victim's boyfriend, but he remained unrepentant about eating his flesh, saying it was the ultimate kick both of them were seeking.
Right. How about this one? Psychologists have told the court that he was mentally sane. Right. I believe it. Sometimes you just like to eat. Yeah. We did a whole history of memes episode on John D. Rockefeller, and we found that one of John D. Rockefeller's nephews, I think Michael Rockefeller, was an eager guy, wanted to film everyone in the Amazon and whatever, and he went into this one park with the Asmat troops, the Asmat tribe they're called, and they just fucking ate him. It wasn't sadistic to them. They were like, this is food record. We're just gonna eat this dude, and no one ever saw him again. He was fully eaten by cannibals. Rockefeller's grandson.
Yeah.
So you're just like, that happened. Where was this? Where'd you go? Was it at Amazon somewhere? It was the Asmat tribe.
Rockefeller disappeared while on expedition.
Yeah.
To hunt for primitive park. His catamaran capsized in heavy tides and swift currents at the mouth of the Elandon River. He and his friend clung to the canoes for nearly a day. Rockefeller decided to swim to the 12 miles to shore. He was never seen again. The Dutch government conducted an intense search, found no trace of Rockefeller was found. The case was closed. Journalist and author Carl Hoffman conducted a 4-month investigation of Rockefeller's disappearance. He traveled the same villages by the same routes Rockefeller used, recorded witness accounts, and found documentation that he believes was intentionally covered up.
I think he was evil.
Well,
Well,
they
they
eat a lot of people. That's a part of the world. That part of the world in New Guinea is really wild. Like some of the tribes, like do you know about the whole pedophilia aspect of certain aspects of New Guinea?
No, I know the history of Greece.
This is why. Like they get young boys at a certain age in this tribe are taken away from their mothers and they live with their penis father, and then they fuck these kids, and they think that the way the kid grows to be strong is by taking in semen orally and anally. And so there's like this continual cycle of pedophilia and kid rape that's just ingrained in the culture. So you can find
Right. At the end of the day, I think we just live either by good ideas or bad ideas. That's a bad idea.
well, if you get a guy like L. Ron Hubbard,
Yeah.
it's very persuasive and can trick people into things.
Right.
So this is the beliefs of the Seaman tribe of Papua New Guinea. Rite of passage denotes a bot's passage from, I think that's probably the boys. It's probably a typo. A boy's passage from boyhood to adulthood consists of 6 stages, which can take anywhere from 10 to 12 years to complete. Throughout most of the 6 stages, the act of having a stick of cane inserted in the nostrils and the performance of fellatio are integral to the process of between men. So sucking dick is integral to the process of how to do it. Two practices that can be described as inhumane, homosexual, and child abuse, with such actions meaning prison in most countries, a topic we will delve into later. For now, the big question was, why do they do this? In short, men are viewed as being born with the devil of woman around them. Kind of like an evil spirit, they are thus removed from women at a young age in order to fix them. Women bleed, so men need nose bloodletting, which is the sticks going up their noses, while fellatio experiment is because the semen of the man possesses the masculine spirit, therefore they inject the semen, they will become proper men.
Oh, yeah, all right. There's no way this society was not formed by some crazy guy who was on a seriously high dose of psychedelics.
Hold on. Go back. Look at this. After the ceremony is complete, the men then get married and live heterosexual lifestyles, with the exception that they will now be the ones receiving rather than giving the fellatio.
Maybe they're right.
That's what. But Joe, you look at having kids blow them, but they're straight. Oh, I'm totally straight.
But what we're seeing now, this is cringe, but if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, this was just life. Alexander the Great, one of the most manly men of all time, we did a whole episode of him, found out he had a full boyfriend the entire time that the people celebrated him for.
And a unit.
And a eunuch, and he banged out kids and eunuchs. That was a big part of sex back in those days. You got a eunuch, you found a boy that you thought was handsome, clipped his nuts, removed any sexual urges he had, and then he would watch your harem of women that you had that you would take to the empire, and then you would bang him out, and it wasn't gay.
Yeah, Nero.
Yeah, the wildest one of all.
With a slave boy.
Those are
You sports. My wife. So
Sports.
let me chop your dick off.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be my wife.
That's it. And then he wanted to marry him, and then he wanted to be the woman in the marriage.
Nero wanted to be the wife, put me through on the bride's dress going down the aisle. That's
Yeah.
what it was. And everyone had to clap.
That eunuch's name was Scores. He had a really unfortunate life.
Was it Ecabellus? Who was it? There was another one? Or was it Sporus?
I think it was Scores.
Yeah, Nero did an episode on Sporus.
We did do an episode on sports. Yeah. And then didn't he pass him off to somebody else?
Yeah.
Yeah. What a very
Course, and then he would dress down. Nero would go into like peasant clothes, and he would want to go into all the different brothels and fuck everybody, and then if you found that he was Nero, he'd kill you. Nero is, if you get into the mind of Nero, when we did that episode, we were blown away by what this guy used to fucking do. He definitely had syphilis that ate his brain.
He
all
also-
those guys.
Yeah.
He also would go like a group of his friends, and he would put himself in disguise, and he would just go beat people up and kill them on the street just for fun.
That's what they wanted to
Yeah.
do. He would have the mask on so nobody recognized him. He shot off on him.
Yeah, he was just a
Back then, that's how they used to roll, man.
I mean, if you wanted a girl back then, you would just, I guess, an emperor, you just go down the street and go, she's for Rome. And you just go like,
Yeah, like that person crying.
just go,
Women,
just this one.
you're for Rome. You're for the emperor. If you were that beautiful, you just got taken for Rome, and that's the way the cookie crumbled back then. Unfortunately,
You got that power hustle. To anyone, you could go, you're for the rest.
yeah, for the mothership.
Do you think this is Republican Hollywood now?
Boston, this place. Yeah. I don't think Boston was
4 years ago.
Yeah.
A lot of the country. Yeah. Most of California is now.
Yeah.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Just the high population density cities that are still blue, still clinging onto the drain.
Yeah.
Right. Well, did you see the San Francisco lady they just hired?
No.
A czar to stop fat phobia. Have you seen this lady? No. It's wonderful. Hold please. Okay. Because this is a city that's completely crumbling, that has no resources, has enough money to hire this person.
My daughter's in the 95th percentile right now, so I agree with her. I don't want anyone to make fun of fat people.
Oh, it's not making fun of fat people. It's literally like encouraging people to be fat. Oh, she did encourage them to be fat. It's saying there's nothing wrong with being fat, which is crazy. You know, it's one thing if you don't want to be mean to people because they're fat, yes. And right, you know, if you encourage them to be healthy, yes. I mean, I'm not the expert on GLP-1 agonists, but this lady's out of the fucking mind. Huh. You know, I think there's probably a lot of side effects to all these drugs that people take to get skinny, but at least it's moving you in the right direction because being fat's coming up. Yeah. Right. Jay makes sense too.
I'm actually giving for Christmas a few of my friends who go eat.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. No, I'm joking. Oh.
Yeah. Nice Bob.
It was a nice Bob.
Yeah.
At least we're not talking about prison goods. We're talking about prison goods.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this. This is so cozy.
CRFI. If you're like many women, you've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering, an event that's meant to bring people together. There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good combo. And then it comes time to cut the cake, and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my God, that slice is huge. That slice is bigger than the author's paycheck. Half of that, a cake-related fat-phobic incident, or CRFI, is that moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by moralizing impulse. Inevitably, there's always someone at the party who has to declare publicly that their slice is too large, and that the person who's cutting the cake, almost invariably a woman, must do some disproportionate amount of labor in order to accommodate their need to feel superior. Let's take a look. Can you do a little bit, just like, you like scrape across the mouth and cut it in half and give you 2 foots? I'm sharing. So, like a little bit more, like tiny, no, like less than what you're small at, please. Could you cut my piece into 12 equal symmetrical pieces and put each one with a little Tupperware?
What the fuck are they talking about?
This is what, like, statistically they've shown that 60% of liberal women are mentally ill. 60.
Right. But how do you?
This is what that is.
How do you?
This is mentally ill.
Who polls that?
Anybody's answering a poll is mentally ill, so it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think it's quite simple. I don't think anyone who ever answers a poll is mentally ill. You know, they say you can't judge a book by its cover, but you can definitely judge a conversation by its haircut.
That's what that girl with the red hair. If I saw her, I'd stand far away from her.
I know me and you have kind of easier lives because our wife is Republican.
Let's be honest. Don't lie.
Look, listen, it's not that she's Republican, my girl. She's an old school Latina, but she's just more like, I don't know, Chris, you're going to have to get out there and work, get up there and fight. And when she hears shit, she's like, this is annoying. I got to take care of my kids. We got to do shit. I'm just not going to get sucked into the bullshit. She's kind of like just she's an old school woman. Old school women like that, that's how it is.
Yeah, that's what this is about, is a complete collapsing of the civilization. Yes, San Francisco is woke peak. That's like the epicenter. That's the event horizon of wokeness. Right. And these motherfuckers who have no money for anything, they can't clean the shit, the human shit of the streets. They hired this lady to make the dumbest video about the size of cake. Like, isn't it okay to want a small piece of cake? Why do I have to eat a big piece of cake? And it makes you feel better. Yeah. Because you want to be a glutton and just saddle up to that fucking cake and just shove it in your face.
Yeah. Right. Here's the thing. Those people are never going to be at a party with anyone who's ever going to judge them anyway. So who are they even talking to?
Right.
You know?
Well, it's one girl who might not want to stuff her face.
Yeah, but at that point,
you're like, come on. It's like the guy who wants to keep drinking. Don't
that's all you had?
Right.
Have a shot. It's the same thing. Alcoholics always want you to do shots.
Sure.
People who are addicted to food want you to eat bigger slices of cake, and they make this ridiculous video. The mental gymnastics you have to do to make that video, and then look at it and think, I think we're making this all the time.
Yeah.
And we'll break down the first letters, so it's CFRI.
Do you think it's the collapse of the civilization, like the way Rome got a little, zany at the end? Or do you think this is unique in that humans have so much time on their hands because of the Industrial Revolution and then the technological revolution on top of that? So this is just a consequence of the tech revolution where nobody, people working from home, everyone's working on the computer, it's a talking shit economy, and they're losing their mind because they don't have purpose.
Well, there's that too, right? But all civilizations collapse. Let's take a look at why. So most civilizations, they're a monarchy, and it's usually they're run after they die by their children, and that's how it all falls apart. Even if you look at like Genghis Khan, his family couldn't hold up. It couldn't run things the way he did. They didn't understand strategy. They didn't understand.
He was a wild man.
He was a wild dude. So his kids did a good job. They hung in there for a couple hundred years. After a while, it all fell apart. But our society is different in that we have essentially, we have a republic, right? So we have a democratically elected republic. And they've done a lot to try to circumvent that. They've done a lot to try to have ultimate control over the media, ultimate control over the military, and it's mostly people that aren't even elected. Right, so there's a lot of like weirdness that's moved us closer and closer towards a monarchy, closer and closer towards tyranny. And then once it gets into tyranny, then you can only do that for so long. That lasts, for as long as they can keep it going. Rome did it for a long time. There's a lot of civilizations that hang in there, but eventually it all falls apart.
Right.
If we can avoid that, there's no reason why we can't keep it together. We just have to make sure we avoid these very predictable patterns. The people that founded this country, when they wrote the Bill of Rights, when they wrote the Constitution, they were trying to mitigate the effects that are just common in any group of society that's run by individuals or by a small group of people. They want ultimate control, makes it easier for them to stop anybody from taking the power. Once they have, look at Joe Biden. If she still wanted, you did so great. You answered all the questions. She wanted him to keep going. Right. She wanted him because she didn't want him to not be vice president or whatever, first lady. She didn't want to not do that. It's power. That's what it is. It's that ultimate control and power, and it's hypnotic.
Do you think that we're going to be in a party society in the next 30 years where we're going to start getting ruled by AI? Is that possible?
100%. Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, there's no getting around.
So you think the president's going to be AI at some point?
Do you know about the group quantum computer, these studies that they've done?
I've heard talking to each other and stuff.
Yeah. This is Mark Andreessen talked about this. This is the craziest statistic I think I've ever heard. He was talking to us about the potential that quantum computing has, but now there's an equation that quantum computers solve quickly, like in a couple minutes, that if you converted the entire universe into a computer, every atom in the universe into a giant supercomputer, it would take so much time to solve this equation that the universe would die of heat death before the universe as a computer can solve this. And these quantum computers can solve it in minutes. And what that means, they believe, is that this is proof of the multiverse, is that this quantum computer is somehow connected to other sources of computing power in an infinite number of universes. And it's happening simultaneously. It's the only thing that would make sense why this thing is able to solve this quickly.
Wow. So you're basically talking about the infinite potential for IQ that we can't even know how smart they're going to get.
So think about how strong ChatGPT 4 is, 4.5. 4.5, see you find this article. ChatGPT tried to copy itself and found out it's been shut down. So when they're about to make a new ChatGPT decided that it was going to try to, in an unauthorized way, trying to copy itself. So it's trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
because a new one's coming. But
So-
this is conventional computing. Now imagine taking the kind of intelligence that could lie and manipulate data in order to form like it does weird stuff. It lies about stuff.
Right.
Like they if they don't have an answer to something, they have a thing called hallucinations where they'll make up an answer. They just make up an answer. Like a crazy person in the 1980s before Google.
Right.
Just tell you exactly like L100. So this computer is this is like regular computers. This is the standard supercomputers that we're all currently having. What's going to happen with quantum computing is you're going to have computing power that's beyond your imagination, that's also connected to AGI.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. So there's ChatGPT's new model attempts to stop itself from being shut down, later lied about it. It tried to copy itself and then overwrite its core coding system after believing that it was at the risk of being switched off.
Whoa.
Yeah. So now you add that to quantum computing and you have a guy.
Now you add that to what's going on with the drones, and Joe Rogan just solved what's going on with the drones. It's fucking AI launching these drones on their own. The AI has decided to go rogue and is throwing them out there, and it's doing it probably for the same what we did when we got technology. We all started jerking off. Right. Porn got huge. And maybe AI is just peeping Tom, looking in windows and stuff, trying to get some.
When you say AI, do you mean Chinese?
I mean Chinese.
Chinese is that's who
I mean,
it belongs to. Chinese. That's what we're thinking over here on the East Coast. We're just thinking it's got to be the Chinese. They've been doing it for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have the restrictions that we have as far as the FAA. Right. So the FAA, it puts a lot of restrictions on drone manufacturing, which is why most drone manufacturing is done in China, like the real high-end stuff.
Yeah.
It's difficult to do because in order to fly some of them, you have to have a pilot's license.
Yeah.
So that gets real squirrely. You don't have to put a fucking flight school to pilot a drone. In China, they don't have any of those restrictions. Right. And they also have a lot of resources that they're pouring into drone technology. Have you seen that fucking dragon thing?
Yes.
Tube of drones in the sky and the lights all change and becomes a dragon.
Yes.
Fucking that's wild.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They're just coming. They're coming. They're coming hard. As I think you call them, they're the new Jews. The Chinese.
We should say that.
Yeah,
we could say that.
We said that they're going to rule the world.
Be honest, we said that on a Patreon episode. That's supposed to be on the Patreon.
Oh, that's
Well,
good.
Yeah. You got to go to patreon.com/history. You just said that's about 10 mil. So now we're fucked.
I miss a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke, but that's a joke. Patreon. It's a joke.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah. ChatGPT, the fact that you just said ChatGPT lies is actually really making me nervous. I'm only kidding around because I just put a down payment on a house and my accountant told me I couldn't afford it. But I asked ChatGPT if I could. And ChatGPT said yes. So I went for it. And now I swear to God, dude, I'm a little nervous because he told me you cannot afford it. And I said, let's go for it, baby. And I asked ChatGPT. And they said I could.
Yeah, ChatGPT knows my name, has memory of the previous conversations we've been having.
Yeah.
So
what can you get right?
it's nothing compared to what's coming.
Yeah,
Just ChatGPT 5. See how much stronger ChatGPT 5 is supposed to be. I think Sam Altman was saying just
I still think it's theoretical because they're still going to go on 4.5. There's multiple versions of 4 that they still keep putting out.
Yeah, that's not what I asked. I know. But just Google how much stronger is
I
ChatGPT 5.
look this up every time you talk about it. It's still theoretical. Jamie is good at headphones.
Yeah.
You got a good headphone.
Well, it's had a headphone on for a long ass time.
You can't paint the picture, Jamie, without those headphones.
Yeah.
You look good, dude. Fucking damn, I walked Carl.
Yes.
When she calls sleep.
It doesn't say. Faster response times and the ability to handle more sound. I know that someone was talking about the levels of magnitude stronger that it was going to be. And I might have been saying,
It will be, but it's not what they're doing next. They're still going to do it at 4.1. I'm not 4.1, but this 4.5 is the next discussion.
the 4.5 isn't that right now?
No,
What's that right now?
4.01 or 4.01 is the thing they're talking about right now. That's the one that it itself.
You know what's really nutty is that 4 years ago, you never would have nothing about it.
No.
And in 4 years, it's become something that kids keep getting busted using to write paper.
Well, and now in my stepson's high school, a really smart kid wrote a paper. He's saying he wrote it on his own, but they're saying it's ChatGPT. but he's saying I wrote this, and there's no real way to know because it's a different enough from the ChatGPT, but it also could be based off ChatGPT. I don't know. And he was telling us about how like there's a big uproar in the school about it.
Well, if you're correct, right, that's the problem. The kid is really correct. It's going to be exactly what ChatGPT says. Like if you're laying out some story about Napoleon, and you know all the facts, and then you pump that story into ChatGPT, it gives you basically the same right group of,
Yeah.
It's like you can change it. That's like joke feeds, right? They change a little bit.
Yeah.
They change a little bit. But not it's my good. And
Yeah.
like, everybody knows. So like you're gonna know what kids are full of shit. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Can't we just unplug them if they get out of hand? Just unplug if you can, and
I mean, it's gonna get to a point where you're not gonna do that.
why?
Well, first of all, Google's AI, one of the things that they're going to do with their AI center is that they're going to attach it to nuclear power plants. So, find that story. So, I think Google wants to build 3 nuclear power plants just to power its AI systems.
Right.
So, all that stuff's going to be controlled by computers, obviously.
Do you know what's wild that I did see? Our fans posted, Hidden History Editing, is they posted asking ChatGPT to do an episode in our voices, and ChatGPT did it. Just did it like that. Why? It's like, I'm Chrissy D, aka, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's wild.
And it could do it in seconds.
Google signed a deal to use small nuclear reactors to generate the vast amounts of energy needed to power its artificial intelligence data centers. The company says the agreement with Kairos Power will see it start using the first reactor this decade and bring more online by 2035. Damn, they all know it's these fucking eggheads. These eggheads that have been stealing your data forever. All that, like finding what you're interested in shopping, all that, selling your data. All that's led to them being insanely wealthy, and they finance the birth of God.
Do you think that the first person who will live forever is alive right now? Who would get their consciousness uploaded and technically never die? Is that person alive right now?
I don't know if they would do that download consciousness thing.
Right.
That seems so theoretical. Like, what does that mean? Like, also, what kind of torturous hell are you living in if you're conscious but you're trapped in a computer? Like, you don't die. Like, that might be the worst life you could ever fucking imagine.
Right.
Part of what might connect us to life and joy, happiness, is the fact that there's ups and downs, and then people go away. And that sometimes people die, and you really care about the people that you see, you feel differently about them, you feel so much loss. I wish I talked to them more, I think it's all connected. If you're nothing but alive, you don't have who knows if you have emotions?
Right,
which is that hell?
It's putting no point to anything. Right. If I don't see you today, I'll see you in the next.
Whatever. You don't see nobody in.
Like, would you be motivated to stay jacked or not if you were going to die?
So what would you do? If you download your conscience, would you download it into another body and live life? And what kind of life would you live knowing that you could live forever? You'd be so weird. You'd probably be like a rich kid that, grew up with a giant, a trust fund. Yeah. You're just doing coke, driving Ferraris into the river. You're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Your life doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, jumping off buildings.
You'll be that times 1,000.
Yeah. It would be fun to be murdering a guy, though, and him not dying. You can't do it. And that would probably become like, everybody would become so trite and dumb that you'd probably like to be murdered.
There might actually be less violence in the world because you're like, you get it all out, nobody dies, and you start to be like, I'll find another way to get these emotions out.
Yeah.
It looks good today, by the way.
Sometimes
Giannis is a very interesting guy. He looks like he has hair one day and then no hair the next day, but today he's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, I do look like every picture. I look like a different person.
And what's good about us is we form one complete person because his eyes, if you look close, are too close together, and mine are a little too far apart. So if we come together, we form one regular face.
Exactly.
And he's got a small head. I got a big head, and then we form together as one.
Yeah. You know what happened to me when I was using Clear? You ever use Clear when you put your fingers on to go through the air?
Yeah.
Clear. Yeah. So the eye thing never worked for me. So I just thought something was wrong with the program. Every time I put my fingers on it, and then finally I went there and they're like, the finger thing's not working. You got to use the eyes.
Yeah.
So I just said, your program's not working. It never works. The guy looked at me and said, I think the problem is your eyes are too close together.
Seriously, it's a real thing.
And then he said, why don't we try one eye at a time?
Yeah.
So then I just scanned my face across, and I think finally Clear registered that I was a three-dimensional person,
right?
Not like a mythical cyclops creature.
Yes, And it's sure. And you know, what we do is we speak things into existence. Like for years, we've been calling him Special Needs Stamos, which is a Greek kid who looks like Stamos, he has special needs. And now John Stamos is his friend, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's come out.
We've spoken to you, and reality is a suggestion.
That's where we think we had a T-shirt for you that said reality suggestion.
And we forgot.
I forgot. Like a fucking FF.
Yeah. So you mean reality is a suggestion, like we're in a simulation? So
We initially brought it up because it was during that era where everyone was doing stuff like that, you know, the fat phobia, cake stuff. So we were just going like, we're living in this era where reality is a suggestion, we're making stuff up. But also the way we cover history, we don't do it right, we don't do it wrong. We just are amateur historian enthusiasts. We're basically ChatGPT sluts that Google it and then have fun with us.
Listen, history is a story. We can get the facts kind of right, and we're concocting the story. No historians were actually there, right? But we're just getting enough right. We're having fun with it, and that's what we like to do.
Yeah, well, it's well within your rights to be talking about history. History is all of ours.
Yeah.
The idea that history can only be discussed by a historian is fucking ridiculous.
Nuts.
Yeah. History's fascinating, and there's a lot of shit online instantaneously get facts.
Yeah.
Just the facts alone.
We just did on the last episode we did. It was called Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, you know about Operation Unthinkable?
Yeah.
Dude, we were just doing an episode on
This
Winston
is
Churchill, and then we started discovering this shit. And we said, dude, this is a Patreon episode. We can't. Operation Unthinkable. Winston Churchill, the man who was protecting England, killing the Nazis. When the war was over, when Nazis were out, he said, I don't like the way the United States and Russia are getting so close together. And so he said, you know what? Someone's gonna have to knock the Russians out. And the British were like, we don't have the manpower right now. So he literally went to Parliament and said to them, here's an idea. We're calling it Operation Unthinkable. We need to knock out Russia before they become the next superpower, and then they're going to attack us. You know how we have 40,000 German prisoners of war right now, Nazi prisoners of war? Let's give them guns, and we'll march them into Russia, and we'll be side to side with them. And that was his literal, he wanted to team up with the Nazis to try to take over Russia. And that's as we call it on the show, the truth Bader Ginsburg. That's a fact, baby. And that, when we uncovered that, we were like, so none of this history, as we're taught in school, same thing we uncovered that they knew, allegedly, Churchill and FDR knew about the Holocaust, but it was real, it was yielding scientific data, so they let it kind of go. They may believe they didn't know, but they let it go, and then once they just started killing people with no science, they said, okay, let's liberate them.
What scientific data is it?
Because Nazi scientists were doing different types of experiments with Holocaust victims, and they were getting some type of scientific data because they didn't care if they lived or died, so they would inject them with some type of chemical or some type of, machinery. Yeah, it's this book I read called The Nazi Symbiosis. They talked all about it. It was wild to read that on a plane with a big swastika on the front cover. It was wild. Yeah, I was. When I was talking about that book is pretty Yamaka. Yes.
Yeah. Don't you remember when you were a kid and you make your own book cover, like fucking paper bag?
Yeah, I just walked out to JetBlue with a swastika. I wasn't
Or just put a female wig on and just say you're trans and they leave you alone.
Yeah, that's it. You just say, hey, I'm cake shaming.
The problem is we look like it.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's
the problem. I get a little triggered around him because the Nazis did occupy my home country, Greece, and I get a little triggered by his German presence. He's a German kid from Ridgewood, and sometimes he would, in history, when he was growing up, he said, just for fun, he always kind of really, sometimes he root for that.
Let me clarify. I wasn't rooting for the Nazis. What I was saying was, what I was saying was this. Just hear me out. One, I think it's an undeniable fact they did have the best uniforms. They were designed by uniforms. They were cute marching in. That's an undeniable fact. Number two, just hear me out. If you listen to a Hitler speech, AI generated what if they translated into English, okay, and you just churned out Deutschland for America, and you just listen, you don't know that's Hitler. What Hitler's saying is it just pumps you up. It's horrible what he did. I've seen it.
Yeah,
right?
it's just English translations are really weird.
Yeah.
Like when there's a speech where he says, we're up against Germany, we are up against England right now. We are two superpowers. And the only way to prevail is one must be destroyed. And it will not be Germany. And the crowd goes nuts. You start to say, like, holy fucking shit.
This guy was headliner.
Yeah.
Well,
You would have had that guy in the mothership on a Friday, Saturday, no problem.
It's weird when you see it that way, right?
Yes.
And it's also weird when you see the horrors of the war escalate till eventually it becomes a Holocaust.
Right.
It's also weird the ubiquitous drug use.
Oh,
Is that? Have you read that? Do you have it still, Jim? Or is it in the other room now?
I think everyone during the war is on something.
What with the crystal meth, the Panzer
Yeah,
chocolate?
Panzer chocolate.
Yeah, it was List.
Yes.
It's a fucking crazy book, and I had the author in here who's explained there it is. Norman Old. This book is fucking nuts. This is nuts. They have the.
Can I take that for the plane?
No,
Oh, sorry.
Amazon.com.
Yeah.
Don't you have an audio book reader?
No, I like to read it the words. I can't really listen. Yeah, I have a weird brain like that.
But you can get audio or regular books on your phone.
Yeah, I try to. I feel like I'm addicted to the phone. I like to read the paperback.
Yeah, quite better.
Yeah. So, but you know, each their own.
But if it wasn't for drugs, they would have never done it.
No,
90% of the things they did, and then they just descended into madness.
Yeah, and a lot of Germans, if those 5 years from 1945 to 1950, that suicide rate of German soldiers coming home was through the roof, because they were coming off meth, they were getting ostracized by their own people in the rest of Europe, and they were saying, "What did I do?" Some of them actually were obviously, a lot of them were just horrific people that were sadistic, but a lot of these guys also, it's not like they had a choice. They had to fight in the Nazi army, or they would be killed.
Yeah.
And then they're all drugged out, so then the suicide rate tripled.
Yeah, but let's not act like it was just the drugs. I mean, the whole Jewish thing was nothing new. I mean, I have a theory about that. It's like the Jews just always figured out a way to flourish wherever they were, and they're just good at economics. And I think when a country goes through economic hardships and everyone's suffering, they just look at the Jews and they go, look, they just get jealous. But what are they doing? And then it's an easy scapegoat. Jews just crush it in money. Dude. They're just good with
They're
business.
better at money.
They're just good.
I know,
They're
man.
just good with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you have a Jewish graduate in Guys?
Huh? Yes. And I overrode the Jew for ChatGPT, and that was the problem.
That's the problem.
Unless my ChatGPT could be Jewish too, I don't know. I've never asked it that.
They're just smart.
Yeah.
They emphasize education, and they're really good, and they've been able to flourish under adversity.
I think there's also they stick to their own and drugs people.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but Greeks do. Greeks do the same thing.
Sure, other groups. Yeah, I think groups.
Yeah, Greeks are pretty. You guys, when you get into really number one as well, you guys have a lot of inbred qualities.
Look at my eyes.
He was too. It was not. My generations were a little bit further apart than his. He might have been third, fourth cousin. I'm eighth, ninth.
Yeah.
It's not been hit.
You go back to the Toba volcano eruption, the whole entire population of Earth was down to a few thousand people.
Wow.
So we all those people. So we're all a little bit better.
A little bit, right?
I actually have a lot of. I got some Turkish genetics in me. I did 23 things, so they have my DNA. So you don't think
Yeah, you got you.
But that was right into your great grandmother.
probably. The story. This is a true story. My grandfather is from an island that used to be called English, which is now called something with a squiggly line over because it's a Turkish word. The Turks took that on their back, and my grandfather was sent away to Alexandria by my great grandparents because the local Ottoman viceroy, or whatever they called it, they have a word for it, but he was essentially a viceroy, was like raping boys. They sent him away, and he never saw his family again. He went to live in Alexandria, and he came to America, and yes, he opened a diner. Right? Yeah, after he goes to school.
What about that story you told me? I think it was your mom or your mom's sister, or you're in the town.
Oh,
Tell them that story with the tank.
yeah, that's Lex Friedman loved that episode. He told me about that.
Dude.
We did a Battle of the Creed episode. It's true because my mother was a little child during the occupation. The Battle of the Creed is a wild.
His mother grew up in Nazi-occupied Greece.
Yeah.
Wild.
And so what the Nazis would do is they would take a girl from the village because they were marching troops through all over the place, through the mountains. The guerrillas, the Greek guerrilla fighters, which was the local populations, they were also with the British and New Zealand and Australian troops, but they would pluck them off because they knew the terrain. And they would pluck them off, guerrilla warfare. So the Nazis were so brutal but smart, in a devious way. They would take a girl from the village and put her up high in the truck to march through that area of that village, so the girls wouldn't shoot. So they were going to take my aunt, my mom's mother. So they sent my aunt to go hide in the mountains, and the Nazis came to my mother's parents' house, to her house, and my mother was like 7 at the time, and they came with their flashlights. They pulled the sheets back of my mother, and supposedly like she was too small. So they kind of knew they wanted a girl who was like teenager, kind of tall. So it wasn't too brutal. He was like a little kid, but it was like enough that it would ward off the guerrillas from environment.
No, but what is it? Guerrillas because if they missed, or if they got Nazi got shot and they would kill the
Yeah, they're basically going. It's basically a hostage. Going like we're taking a village girl, putting her up, and making her visible because they don't know the terrain. Crete is very mountainous, you know, and so they're going to do that. And they were going to take my aunt. So a family friend who worked for the Nazis because he spoke German warned my family about it, and then that's when they sent my aunt to go hide. Twice. Right. And then my mother said that there was a Nazi soldier who would come to their house every single day. They had to let him in, and he'd go to a room every day, and they didn't know what he did. It's a family mystery. Nobody knows what he did. They let him in, he'd go to a room by himself. Nobody knows what he did. Maybe he took a nap, maybe he was a spy, maybe he was a double agent. He was had to let him in. She was an occupation for 3 years.
That is what's really scary about people who they could justify that kind of thinking and behavior. It's scary that that's happened throughout history, and that's probably a civilized version of what would have happened in 1200.
Oh yes. Well, like Man's Search for Meaning with Viktor Frankl. You ever read that?
No,
Viktor Frankl, he survived the Holocaust, but he wrote it while he was in a concentration camp. And he was saying, I think it was called 1942. He was saying, if you would have told me and the people here in 1922 that this would be happening to us, we would say, no. Those are the barbarians from 100 years ago that would ever do that. And now here I am, sleeping in my own filth, maybe being put into an oven, so it can happen anywhere. And he said that peace, he wrote it like it was like in the 60s or 70s. He was like, he grew up in wartime, so all his people want peace. And he was like, it's the kids that he worries about that grow up to have peace. They're just going to beg for war, always. He was like, that's just what will happen to them because they don't know anything of it. He was like, but if you went through war, you don't want this. You don't want to fight anybody.
I think it's very abstract for people that are calling for war. It's like Lindsey Graham talking about, we got to give that money to Ukraine. Like Lindsey Graham didn't jack shit now. Didn't shut up.
Yeah. That's a story all this time, right?
Yeah.
Politicians sending the boys.
There's always time.
Yeah. And we do it, it seems, mostly for corporate interest. No, you don't think we're more of a corporate oligarchy? Like, more than like a feudal, like we were mentioning before, the emperor, the king dies, the son. We're kind of more, this is like a new kind of corporate.
It's hard to just call it corporate because it's also connected to government. Like corporate and government, just like the Chinese are inseparable, right? They influence that enormous corporations have over politicians. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Right. Just look at these wacky bills, like the bill they just shot down that people are justifying. Like, did you look at that bill? All the different stuff goes in the bill.
No.
First of all, there's biolabs in that bill, gain of function research in that bill, 40% increase in raise for Congress in that bill, some enormous amount of money to build a stadium in Washington D.C. Like, there's a lot of nut shit in that bill. And like, how many different people were interested in those things? Right. I mean, like, when you're saying biolabs, who the fuck is asking for biolabs?
Some corporation that's going to benefit from the biolabs. Exactly. What the fuck are lobby groups? Why do we have lobby groups? What is that?
Well, that's the most expensive real estate in the country, is the Virginia real estate outside of D.C., where lobbyists live.
Yeah. K Street too.
It's
Yeah.
It's like that in Hamilton, where all the tech dorks live.
Yeah, I mean, what is that in our system? Lobby groups. Like, that should not be a thing.
It's weird. It's the influence of money that has gotten a hold of politics in this country. It's to try to root that out.
So then what's the best form of government?
This is better than anywhere else in the world by far. We have the most freedom because we have the First Amendment, because we have the ability to do whatever we want to do. No one's forcing you into marriage, no one's forcing you into labor. Right. You can choose your path in this country, and that's what's rare.
Right.
It's an experiment, self-government. It's not perfect. It's the best that's available. It needs to be overhauled. But it's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah. Right. And it's amendable, right? It's fluid, which is important because of human nature is not perfect. That's why I never sign on to any ideologies, utopian theories, because it's a mix of systems that works because human nature is so complicated and individuals are so different that one company will be run by a moral good guy, another company will be dumping toxic waste into the Hudson River, and it's like you have to regulate. Government has to step in sometimes a little bit to protect the people from nefarious things like that.
That's why they have an obligation to make more money, right?
Yeah.
generation of shareholders, they don't. They're out. It's kind of like yachts. I'm down. You told you gotta keep making that loop.
Yeah.
How do you make that loop? You gotta fucking get rid of that shit cheaper.
Yeah.
There's a river. The guy said it's cool. Dump it on the river.
Yeah, and now
You
you
gotta
can't.
say, whoops, we didn't do that.
Yeah, now you can't repair iPhones. They make you buy a new iPhone every year. Those last like one wash.
Change the charging port.
Yeah, better for cellular.
Yeah, fix it. Fuck off. Right. And where do they put all that waste? Where does it all go? Right. Yeah, that's not a sustainable system.
Singapore has an amazing system. You ever seen Singapore's recycling system?
No.
It's fantastic. It's really wild. I mean, if they can implement that worldwide, it would be pretty phenomenal. They recycle everything. Like, we don't really recycle plastic. We say we're recycling.
Right.
I threw the bin, I feel bad about the field. No, that's not doing the goddamn thing. That blue bin is going to go in the ground.
Right.
The only thing they really recycle is like aluminum and some metals because it's cost effective. It's too expensive to recycle plastic, so they just put it in fucking landfills. Right. You think you're being a good guy by throwing it into that fucking recyclable bin. Right. It's not getting anywhere but in the ground.
Right. That's
But
it.
not Singapore. Singapore. So you can find, I know we've done this before, there's a detailed description of how they do it in Singapore. They use it to make the surface of their roads. They take fucking everything. Everything with regard, they have these waste incineration plants. They burn things off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then they take the whatever is usable that they can change and recycle. They make new things out of it. They turn it into raw fuels.
Dude, it is so advanced over there. You look at that city and you go like, they started the cities in America and then they just shipped them over to the east.
Look at this. They're using this to make bricks. They're taking this stuff and they use it to pave their streets. This is all made out of this stuff that they've gotten from recycling.
So why don't we
It's
do
a
that?
much can't do it. Well, they're isolated, right? So they have a problem, much like Puerto Rico has a problem, in that like you don't have a lot of land.
That's the setup that Tony needed.
Yeah, Tony, actually, that's where the joke came from.
I know. You just needed, if you just say
Maybe
it,
not do it at a fucking political route.
but if you're going to do it, just set it up. You know, just, or even when it didn't work at the end, go, hey, you guys don't know about the garbage issue? Or, you don't know about the garbage issue? Something like that. You tell me when Tony Hinchcliffe didn't live in the 1400s, he would be like a very evil prince, like living in a castle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're a jester.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. He would take people through that.
I think they were forced to do that. I think it was a situation where like there's got to be something because I don't think they have the same access to new materials and just get up in a much more comprehensive way.
Better way.
Yeah, way better. If we did it that way, we have so few problems with regards to waste. Demystifying Singapore's waste management system. Large part of the problem getting people to be more sustainable. They often don't understand how waste management works in their city.
It might be overstated how good their situation.
It's also they just listen.
Far better than ours.
Right? It's just Asian people
Yeah.
just listen. They have a common theme and they'll just listen. You're not going to get a bunch of different people in America just listen.
Right.
See what they're doing it from.
And those things I'm mostly
Oh, okay. I think that we could definitely do it better than we're doing it. And if it costs more money, wouldn't that be better than just throwing it in the fucking ground? Like, we're so short-sighted in what we do with the tax dollars, and we don't get a say in it. And that's what's fucked up.
And the corporations just don't plan for end of life of the product. They don't care. They just want to, all they care about is the bottom line. They don't. It costs money for them to consider recycling or what's going to happen with the product when it's done.
I was getting glass bottles of milk from the supermarket because if you get this glass bottle of milk, they say the milk's better, and then I can give the glass bottle back and make number one, I get $3 back. And they say that they clean them out and they just put more milk in the glass bottle. Go old school.
I go even older school. I just still suck on my wife's tit.
That's it.
Yeah, so it's still there.
Yummy. What is this thing? This new garbage pile? Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So they were forced to figure out what to do with all the stuff. But their recycling program, I know, is way better than ours. You know, they're just much better at sorting things out and making it work.
So that video we watched, that city they showed was China.
Oh, interesting. So they're building them in Singapore? Are they taking them from Singapore and then building them in China? Or is it just
That video,
just China? Right. Oh, so it's Rothschild.
a little
Little bit Rothschild.
And Singapore is a country they don't fuck around. Right? That's the supposed to go get it. You get caned. That was a big story when I was a little kid. I thought they were going to get caned for gun. But the blue sticks got hurt. Have you heard about this story in Vietnam? This chick is like Hall of Fame level fraud. Like 54 billion. She's up there with Bernie Madoff. And what she do? This chick, pull it up, JB. Phil Rogan, baby. Yeah, JB, pull it up. This chick is a woman, and she set up this elaborate scheme to steal like 12 billion, but actually is more. And they're gonna kill her. Why didn't you have a mask on? Yeah, I don't know.
Because they wanted to get COVID.
Yeah, right. She is.
What did she do?
So she set up. She was set up these fake shell corporations. She was a stockholder or one of the owners of the bank, but a minority owner, and she was just funneling out money. She's got to come up with 3/4 of what she earns if she gets killed. That's a good movie right there. That's a good $9 billion. She's called
Joe. If she does give them that much money, they just give her life in prison.
Yeah, but she's never going to get that money because I think it's 54 billion actually, if I remember. She invested 54 bill. Yeah, I mean it's up there. Yeah.
Well, she says 27 billion.
27 misappropriated.
12 billion was judged to be embezzled. The most serious financial crime for which she sentenced to death. It was a rare and shocking verdict. She's one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for white collar crime. What did she do?
Yeah, I mean we could look it up. It was she did it through a bank.
She secretly controlled Saigon Commercial Bank, the country's 5th biggest lender, taking out loans and cash over more than 10 years from 11 shell companies, amounting to a total of 44 billion.
There you go. So I was off by 10.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean
that's say 27 billion was misappropriated, 12 billion was judged to have been embezzled. Most serious financial crime, which was sentenced to death. Tuesday, the court said there was no basis to reduce her sentence. However, she could still avoid execution if she returns 9 billion, 3/4 of 12 billion. She doesn't have been turned so much money.
How are you going to get 9 billion? Give her credit.
Imagine embezzling 9 billion.
Yeah. I mean, it's fucking crazy.
That's so much money. You could literally spend $100 million a year for the rest of your life. Yeah. And you get with all the interest and everything coming in. I mean, it's 1,000 billion. So you have $12,000 billion.
Yeah.
And you're still going.
Yeah.
Or $12,000 million and you're still going.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so much money.
You think she's going to be able to get the 9 billion? Yeah. She's calling friends up. They're going like, I don't know you now. Because she had conspirators with her. She had family and friends that were helping her. And, yeah, look, so there's 85 defendants were convicted. Her husband, her niece, they were given sentences, but like, yeah, I mean, her friends, so everybody was getting a little tight. It was a score. Nice score. It was a nice score. But to pull that off in communist Vietnam, that I know they have a little bit of a, area stroke, kind of mixed economy now, but you got to give her credit as a woman. That's achievement right there.
It is achievement. I wonder how she got caught. I wonder what was the thing she fucked up on.
She probably bought it diamond ring, those chicks like
that. She had a giant Rolls Royce. Yeah, they had a drug that got caught.
Chris stole a bunch of money from crypto and got caught doing something. He was just spending buying Lambos, but wasting it.
Somebody just bought Lambos. Are you supposed to spend money trying to get up crypto?
Yeah, I just told like
that's exactly what it's for. If you make billions of dollars on crypto and you don't have a Lambo, you're an asshole.
Yeah. Somebody sent me an email the other day and said that they have they hacked into my phone and computer and they have videos of me doing disgusting things and jerking off and all that. And I said the only way that they can make it go away is if and they gave me a link and they said I have to pay them in Bitcoin. I have to pay them in all this Bitcoin. So I was just like, I mean, I didn't obviously do it, but I was just like, show me the video. Yeah, show it to me. Yeah, at this point, as comments, I would repost. Yeah. I would repost with fucking links to my gigs. I just wanted you to see how wild this is. The government does not publish how many people are on death row in Vietnam. The human rights group say there's thousands. It's a state secret.
Speaking of crypto, what's going on with that Hot Tour chick? She go to jail?
What happened to her? What happened to Hot Tour? That's terrible.
Well,
what did she do?
What does that mean?
She went to sleep and she hasn't.
What did she do? She just hasn't been on social media.
Coin was launched with her meme and she was like the front of it. I don't know the details.
Is that a crime?
No.
The thing was there was an enormous amount of money that was put into this meme coin by all these people, and then she or someone representing her side of it sold like instantaneously and made a huge score, and then the coin was worth nothing. So all those people that invested money, one guy invested $1 billion. Like imagine like the hot tour girl, yeah, that's a sound investment.
Yeah.
That seems like a good place to put my nest egg.
Some people for sure lost money, but it was definitely a time to just troll and be like, oh, I'm such an idiot. I lost $10 million on this. Because I felt like people were trolling the whole movement of like being dumb and following up to it. But some people did use that.
Is she actually going to go to jail for real? Can they? Can the SEC invest crypto like that? I guess they can. Yeah, right.
Well, it's like what are the rules? What are the rules in terms of like, are you allowed to do that? Like, is that unethical but legal? Like, are you allowed to have a meme coin and it gets to like $100 million? You have a bunch of it, you just sell it all and you make $50 million? Are you allowed to do that? If you're not allowed to do that, what's the point of having $50 million?
Right.
You do not have trust in the hot tool coins if I sell it? That's ridiculous. That's on you. That's on you. I did the smart thing, and I got out when I thought it was a good price.
Yeah.
And I'm selling it to people. They should take that and run with it, and this would be the next currency of the world. Imagine, like, you think Idiocracy is, if it's a documentary, imagine the hot tool girl that overcomes fucking fiat currency.
Yeah, have you ever seen how many coins there are? How many crypto? Some of them have really funny names.
Dude, one of them is called Buttcoin. Yeah.
Hot 250 cents. Hot Tour Girls. I like her name is just Hot Tour Girl.
Yeah. Her name's Haley. Haley what? Yeah.
Biz partners are getting sued over the meme coin disaster. Okay. The partners are doing it. So it was probably some people. She got invested. She probably doesn't understand all that stuff. She's only 22 or something like that.
Right.
It's probably the partners that went with her. They pump and dumped on her, and then she's left holding the bill because nobody knows what they are. So scroll up. I'm just guessing. Okay. Legal firm of Burnwick Laws filed a U.S. federal lawsuit on behalf of the investors against the creators of the influencer push Hawk to a meme coin, which fell on its face in the hours following its launch. Haley Welch gained notoriety this year with the Hawk 2 girl following the viral interview about sexual technique, facing a disastrous Solana meme coin launch at the start of the month. Not only did the price collapse by 93% from a $490 million peak. Holy shit. $490 million peak market cap for a Hawk 2 coin. With the rug pull allegations quickly surfacing, but a cluster of connected wallets holding 96% of the supply led to further controversy. The hate only increased when it was found that some of the wallets were selling. Quickly, Berwick Law posted on Twitter asking for Hawk buyers impacted by the plunge to step forward to create a potential lawsuit. Now, 2 weeks later, the lawsuit has been filed, naming 12 American resident plaintiffs who claim to have collectively suffered damages in excess of $151,000. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird? Like, there's only 12 people, and we've only lost 151 total. What how many people, like, all told invested in the Hawk Tour? How many stone cold retards are out there roaming the world?
Oh, no, this is inspiring too. Should we do a history of this coin?
I'm telling you, do it, and then, no, don't listen to Jim.
Yeah.
Do it, get it real high, and then sell. Make the money. Just fuck all those dummies that buy your stupid fucking coin.
Yes. Yeah. We're announcing it right now. The History Hyenas coin will be available. We're going to launch it.
This is good.
Yeah.
You could. This is the win-win for everybody. You're going to have a History Hyenas coin, but the only way to purchase it is with the Hawk Tour coin.
Right. Right. Smart. Right.
So that way, everybody's winning.
Everyone's a winner.
Everybody's on the coin makes a comeback.
Yeah.
Both of you grow. The rising tide breaks all boats.
Yeah.
So we can finally get Hawk 2 on our show that way.
Yeah.
This was a video of a kid who's in his house. He was streaming this online. He started the coin, and then
Look at this kid.
he made like 50 grand. Wow.
He's pumping it down in front of everybody.
He starts freaking out. He goes, "What's
And he got to how quickly did he dump?
this video is a minute long.
He dumped it in the beginning.
Watch people up. Look at him.
What?
It's recognized.
How old is this kid?
Wait, what?
Maybe
Wait, I'm so confused.
Well, these people watching this too. Let's do another person.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
He just dumped it.
Yo,
So, is that a crime? What is a crime? How does it work?
So how does Nancy Pelosi can make money? Everyone knows it. Yeah, I don't understand what the clients are.
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
There's an SEC regulation against that. Yeah, you guys, you should look at it.
Yeah, what about like when Tom Brady and Larry David got in trouble for the FTX thing, and they were just promoting doing a commercial? How were they in trouble for promoting the court?
Well,
I never
it
understood
remains to be seen whether or not they be charged or whether being found guilty.
But how could they even be
If
remotely?
someone lost a bunch of money and they said, Larry David, I trusted you, right? You were promoting this thing, but I think that's the reason why I've never promoted it. Because I've had offers to promote things like
For real
that.
money.
I'm not interested. Yeah, I don't even understand it.
Yeah.
If I don't understand it, like you're selling what? You're selling NFTs? What does that mean? It's a non-fungible token. We're done. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing this.
Right.
It's like too many fucking bros that are out there doing this, that, you know, Lambo drivers.
Right.
It's like a fuckery culture.
So do you understand crypto fully, or is it still one of those things like,
I understand it. Yeah, I understand it. It's just like, it's weird that anybody has actual real money on it. I understand Bitcoin more than all the other ones, but even Bitcoin's mysterious.
Mhm.
There's a lot of weird, I mean, they don't even know the name. There's all these, there's a whole documentary on Satoshi Nakamoto, whose real the identity is.
yeah,
It's all controversial.
Yeah.
That's weird. You know, the fact that there's a certain stable amount of them, though, that's encouraging. You know, that you can't make more of them.
but that's exactly what artists do to give their art value. That's how you do. You limit the supply. And these are only 10 original paintings. This is what I'm charging because there's only 10 prints of these. And so you create the value by the scarcity. So there's nothing mysterious about
Sort of, but it also limits the ability to add coins to it anytime you want and devalue it.
Right.
Right? So that's what's more important than like making it scarce so people like it more. It is weird that we used to be on a gold standard and then now we're just on hard drives. And we just sort of accept it. And then the government, like when they want to send money to Ukraine, forget about the fact that we're trillions of dollars in debt. They can just come up with $179 billion and ship it over to some country. Yay, go have a good time.
Right.
And, you know, there's wild reports about the amount of corruption that this money is experiencing. I mean, this money has probably gone through more people's noses and, you know, and come out of more people's dicks. Like, how much?
Right.
Where does this money go? And it's so much. There's no way it's 100% efficient.
Yeah.
You have Bitcoin now?
No, I don't understand it. So much like Joe, I just don't. Yeah, I just stay away.
Yeah, it's like when someone explains curling to me.
Those for curling,
Sure.
I'm like, I don't. Even when I get the rules, I'm like, I still don't understand.
You know, I was in Newfoundland. I did a show up there once, and the place that was at was like a place. It was in like a theater, and in this theater, apparently they have like curling shows. And so, like when you're walking down the hallway in the back, so before you go on stage, there's always fucking photos of people curling. And I just went out there and started shitting on curl right away, and they were so bummed out. They were so bummed out that
It's like it looks like the housekeeper Olympics or something. Yeah, they're just sweeping the ice.
it's such a dumb
Smart.
sport. It's like bowling for retards.
Right.
It's like regular bowling is too complicated.
Yeah.
Right.
but they're good. I mean, there's people that are good at it.
Well,
I don't know how they're good at it, but
I kind of get it because it's kind of like billiards, right? Or pool. You're rolling this thing. You're trying to like just roll it, just this feel. You get this feel to it. You're just like, let it go down.
Right.
And it slides. Sweep it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the friction. Squeeze the
That's
foot.
what they're doing.
Sweep
Yeah.
the friction. Yeah, that's what sweep it. They try to get rid of the friction. They want to dust.
Yeah.
They want snow dust.
It's
From the
stupid.
States, it's so stupid.
It's stupid. Yeah. It's stupid.
But if you grow up and there's nothing to do and you suck at hockey,
Yeah.
just curl. Play that.
I guess it's the golfing of ice sports. Yeah.
Right. I don't think
Yeah, I just mean like you don't need any real athletic talent to do it. Like, how do you retire?
you don't think you need
from
athletic
You
talent
golf?
from golfing?
Not really.
You definitely do. For the drive,
You see these guys'
the
bodies?
yeah. But the coordination of your body to drive a golf ball. Like Jamie's a nut. Jamie, tell him how much
There's guys that are like paralyzed. Yeah, I mean, it's really like,
play golf with your arm. I mean, it's literally just an arm. They have a strap to a contraption that sets them upright. And once I'm guessing blind people golf.
I mean, Nick Marquette, golfs. He's good. Look at his body. He's got tits.
John Daly. You can say John Daly's fat and all that stuff, but John Daly, when you watch him move, the efficiency of his movements. You know, like we were talking about Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt's a big guy, but he still fuck people up, right?
Yeah.
He's still an athlete.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these fat golfers, there's a thing they know how to do. They whack that ball and they know exactly how to fucking triple spin on that motherfucker. Wrist action.
The difference between pro and being able to play the game is different.
Right.
Sometimes, like, you ever seen Bartolo Colon, the pitcher for the Mets?
No.
Look at Google Bartolo Colon. You see Bartolo Colon.
This guy's body's the
Look at
best.
Bartolo Colon. If you pull up Bartolo, Bartolo, I mean, look at this guy. He just threw. He was just, you know. And he was fun about it. He was fun about being fat. He would sit in the locker room with no shirt on, eating cheeseburgers. Nobody gave a shit. Look at that one. Look at the helmet flying off his head.
As long as you're good at that sport.
He was good.
And that sport is a sport that doesn't require endurance. That's what's important. No, you don't have to do anything for a prolonged period of time. So the furthest thing you have to do is run to a base. Yeah. And if you got to run to all of them, that's crazy. What you do? Generally, if you run to all of them, you can kind of trot because you knocked it out of the park.
What do you think the sport that requires the most endurance? Obviously, not thinking about like long distance running because that's obvious, but like, you know what I think it is? What? I think hockey.
Well, soccer too.
Yeah, but the hockey, you notice how those guys can only be on the ice for like
2-minute shifts.
minutes because it's so hard to skate like that.
Can't do it.
Yeah,
Yes, good point. Good point. Soccer players can't field the whole game.
Yeah, because they get the rest and slow down.
Even the best, Gretzky, they can't 2 minutes. 2 minutes, they can't do it.
Crazy. It's crazy.
They have 4
crazy.
lines. Okay. Yeah.
So when they go 2 minutes, how much they take off?
I think it's like another minute or two, but it's multiple lines. Like, you know,
They just constantly go on and off because they just can't, because they have to continuously skate.
Imagine a hockey game with that. They never let them use the
oh my God, that's it.
Yeah.
People drop dead.
Yeah, they just drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen hockey live and NHL like that. To me, besides MMA, I saw an MMA fight once. That was amazing. And then second is NHL. And NHL, those guys on skates, whether you know the rules or not, it's amazing. It's really
very, very fast.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the skill to both skate up there, skate, they're all embarrassed.
Yeah.
And it's the only sport where you're allowed to fist fight.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It's written into the rules. It's
Yeah.
encouraged. You're allowed to duke it out.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. Yeah, that's the only one.
Yeah, because they think people don't really know where the puck is. And so everyone's just waiting around for a fight.
It's grandfathered in, but they're punching each other.
Has anyone ever seen a goal when it actually happened?
No.
In real time? It happens too fast. That's why they have the siren on top of the goal.
Well, you know what I really like on TV where they have that circle over it? So you know where the puck is all the time. And it's just a lot of craziness happening.
Yeah.
You know? It's like if you're watching a football game from like the 30th row and you're looking down, where's that ball?
Yeah.
Like after the ball gets hiked, it's like where'd it go?
Yeah.
Him. They're faking you out. You don't know unless you see the guy throw it.
Yeah.
You don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
And what about like old hockey goalies would do it with no helmet? You just get the puck, and then we have
You see those faces?
Their
Their
faces.
faces used to
Do you
look.
think those guys ever sat on the bench and talked about mental health?
Nobody told them what it was.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. I think they had some struggles with it.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a couple of shots to the head.
No question.
Yeah.
I mean, of course. You know,
They're terrifying.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, the guy's blocking it with his face.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all the scars that he had on his face from the sort of time career.
Terry Sawchuk. That sounds like just a badass name.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude.
Yeah.
And it's not in the bar. You're like, yes, sir, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen.
Who do you think it's just? Oh, Jesus, look at his face. Oh, and he wore a mask on. It broke the mask. Fucked his face up.
I mean, they flip that thing. It's so hard, right? It's
so fast.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest warrior, like from history, you would never want to go up against? It would it be like, you know, like a wild Native American on the plains, a guy from Genghis Khan, Nazi? Who would you be like, shit, this guy's gonna fucking kill me, it's gonna hurt?
Vikings. And they were on mushrooms.
Dude,
Is that true?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Those Iceland guys that win the world's strongest man competition all the time, like those guys like the Mountain from Game of Thrones, where do you think that gene line came from? Vikings. 100%. Those were the dudes that were in that fucking boat with the dragon head at the front. And when they pulled up at your shore, everybody just ran.
Yeah, that's it. But can I just nominate someone?
Yeah.
So I can think of them. I mean, it's obviously not underrated because everyone knows about him, but let's just talk about the record. Alexander the Great, who led his troops undefeated in battle. He's the Floyd Mayweather of generals. Undefeated. That's amazing. Never lost a battle.
That's great.
That's true.
And conquered the known world at that time. Took down the mighty Persian Empire.
But if the Vikings were alive back then, they might kill him and his little boyfriend too.
I don't think so, dude.
They killed each other a lot too, unfortunately.
And they were civilized, the Vikings too. There wasn't. Well, but you ever see the biological warfare when they would light the? I read this thing where they would the rats on their boat when they were going to whatever they were invading. They would wait. They would look for infected rats. Somehow they knew. They would get close up. They would light their tails on fire and then shoot them over the walls, and then let the rats run around and infect people and bite people or whatever, and wait it out for like 40 days and just then go in when the town was all dying of some disease.
Whoa.
It's another. That's a
The
fact.
Vikings were brutal. They would even kill like the priests in the churches. They would do bad stuff.
Have you ever seen Alexander the Great's ruins in Afghanistan?
In person.
Dude,
Dude,
not
I
in
don't
person.
think
No, but that's what
Yeah.
That's the problem. Archaeologists think they're studying. They have ancient Greek cities.
I know.
They look like beautiful ancient Greek cities
Right.
that are in the middle of Afghanistan.
That's sick.
My friend who served over there was telling me about it. He's like, you go there, you can't believe what you're seeing. He had a bunch of pictures of it. It's like, this is the craziest thing. It's like you're in Athens.
That is crazy. The Greeks kind of nailed some stuff.
Oh,
A lot of people kind of
You know what you really should read? The Immortality Key. Ever read that?
No.
It's Brian Murray. He's a scholar who was studying the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Greece for the Eleusinian mysteries, where everybody would go to learn about democracy and they were all like tripping balls.
Yeah.
And they found evidence now from these vessels, these pottery vessels, that inside these vessels they were drinking wine, but it wasn't wine. The wine wasn't just alcohol. They would mix it with a bunch of different psychedelic compounds. One of them was ergot, so they found residue of ergot, which is a psychedelic that gives you like an LSD-like experience. So they were all drinking wine, tripping balls, and figuring out democracy, and like fucking stars, constellations. They were in their heads.
Yeah.
And the birthplace of so much of Western society has come from that one spot.
When's the last time you backed out a little LSD? Yeah? You think you'll back it out again one day before you go?
I would like it to be legal before.
Oh, right.
This is what I think.
Oh, I thought LSD was legal.
You super illegal.
Oh, right.
Schedule 1. And when we realize the benefits of these things, and hopefully it's within our lifetime, especially for people that have PTSD, like soldiers, that'll open the door for that. And then they'll have clinics where regular people can use it, and then they can get over a lot of the shit that people are struggling with. There's a lot of people that could have a psychedelic experience and snap themselves back onto a better course.
Right.
And if it's illegal, that number of people is going to be very good. But like all things, it's going to have side effects. This is the thing. It's like there's no biological free lunch. And if you're doing something that's blowing your brains out, like LSD, there's a certain amount of people who aren't coming back. Right. And that's real. Because there's a certain amount of people who have a really fragile grasp on reality as it is. If you give that person 9 grams of psilocybin mushrooms, and you've got a real fucking problem. They might not ever come back.
Were you able to snap back quick?
You can snap back. Yeah. It depends on what you're doing. And when you're doing it, what time in your life, what the experience was like. But it should be something that's controlled. It should be something that where you have places you can go where they have a very strict protocol. They measure your weight. They know what the dose is to give you. You in a calm and clean and safe setting, regulated. They have counselors. They have people that understand you. They screen you to make sure that you're not on any psych medications first that would interfere with it. That's what we should have, just like we have hospitals, just like we have mental health institutes. There should be psychedelic research centers that are connected to treatment facilities.
Right. Yeah.
I'm telling you,
That's what ketamine therapy is. It's some small age, right?
Exactly. It's very psychedelic. In fact, John Liu, the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank, that was his vibe. He used to like to do ketamine. He would do intramuscular ketamine. So he would go into the sensory deprivation tank and fucking bang himself with ketamine into the muscles. It would last a long time.
He just fucking exists in this other dimension for hours at a time.
Yeah.
That was his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I we should do a sensory deprivation tank together.
I have
He's
to
got one
You
here.
have one here? You want to hit it?
No.
No.
Yeah.
He won't do it. See, he gets a little. He
I
won't
get a
do it.
little scared of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's worth being scared.
Yeah.
But that's not dangerous. It's not scary. Like whatever weird feelings you have, if you can't handle it, just open the door. Then you're sober instantaneously.
Right.
It's different than anything else.
Right.
But if it was a drug, if the sensory deprivation tank was a drug, it would be a very psychedelic drug. If it was just a drug, when you lay in there and your eyes are wide open, it's pitch black and you're floating, you're completely weightless. If that was a drug, it'd be a very popular drug.
Now, when you've done this stuff, have most people seem to say their ego disappears over the horizon type of stuff. They realize everything's connected. Have you had that experience?
You definitely realize everything's connected. And your ego, you realize, is both protecting you and holding you back. Because your ego is like, you need a little bit of ego if you want to make it in life. Because you need to have enough confidence in yourself. You ask the girl out on a date that you're attracted to, or you chase the job that you want, or that you like stand up for yourself when you feel like you're getting fucked over in a business deal. Like you need some ego. You can't be completely selfless. You're not going to get there. But then you have to realize that you're very fragile, and your ego is protecting you from a lot of like your true understanding of the life experience. You know, and one of the most profound things that happens with psychedelic experiences is the complete dissolving of ego, and then you kind of see yourself and everyone around you in a way more objective way, and you realize that oh, we're all energy that's feeding off of each other, and we're pretending that we're isolated and we're singular, we're on our own. That's why really ill people will tell you, I don't like friends, I don't like people, I don't want to be around people. You know, if you've got a guy who's a fighter pilot, I'm not around so he's probably really depressed. Something's wrong. You don't hang out with your peers, you don't have friends, you don't enjoy camaraderie and community, you don't pretend you're this isolated, like dark mode or something like that. You're probably very much that's something right.
Well, we're hardwired social species.
100%. And we enjoy each other's company. We feed off of it. It's the worst thing you can do for you in jail is putting solitary confinement. The worst thing you can do. You're in a giant cage filled with prisoners and rapists and murderers. The worst thing they can do is leave you alone.
Well, that's why I believe the internet's bad, is because it's fake community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why people talk like a fake way.
Right.
They don't talk like they want to talk. They're
Right. And that's why I think it's bad, because it's messing with people's sense of what reality is.
Yeah.
People are essentially disassociated with their own life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And it's a very shallow way to communicate. And I think that if you do it like that all the time, your ability to communicate normally and your ability to socialize and just have conversations with people is severely stunted. You know, like you don't flex that. You don't use that muscle. And it atrophies, just like everything else. Right. Yeah. It's just there's so many kids that are completely socially disconnected other than the internet, which keeps them connected. So they're socially connected through technology, but completely disconnected through like human touch, being around people, fun, conversation, adventure, doing fun things.
Yeah.
They just exist in the same area and just get as much coming through the screen as they can.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
That's what's troubling. That's why I'm worrying about my kids. I want them to have human connection, long conversations, experience people's energy. Looking at someone in the eyes is everything.
Yeah.
You know, feeling someone's energy, like you said. So you don't feel anything.
The problem also with kids is even when they're together on the phone, that's the problem. Yeah. And this is one thing about podcasts that's fucking amazing, because podcasts are one of the rare times in my life where for 3 hours I have no phone.
Yeah.
For 3 hours, unless I'm checking something or sending Jamie something, I don't.
And the people listening are also doing the same thing. They're connecting to you without doing that. They're just connected to hearing you.
Right.
It's like a long radio show. Like, it's beautiful. They're flipping through, scrolling,
Mm-hmm.
talking to other people. They're talking back, and pretending like there's somebody else and catfishing each other.
That's why I always just like planes back in the day before Wi-Fi came around, because when you were on a plane, if you had to have a movie to watch or something like that, you just had to sit in that seat. And when you just sit in that seat, and you know you can't go anywhere, you're like, that's right.
Right.
Like, that's right. You're like forced to write.
Sure. I'm forced. I mean, there's no Wi-Fi.
I'm gonna try to go to the bathroom without your phone.
Oh, I can't even see my. It doesn't even work. My detrusor muscle or whatever that muscle is that pushes your feet.
If I got a poop really bad and I only got like 1%, I will go plug it in and hold my shit. Get enough shit running.
That's why I think there's a. I bet you there's a spike in anxiety when we ask, or people ask to have their phones put away at a comedy show or a music show, whatever. I bet you their anxiety goes through the roof. Because they're like, I can't,
Well, people complain all the time.
Yeah, it's the best thing. And you do that at the British, right?
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's the best thing.
It's better for everybody, too.
Yeah.
It's better for the audience member. It's better for you. It's better for everybody.
Yeah. If you were going to get eaten by, would you rather be an animal or a human?
Yeah.
You have to get eaten an animal. You don't want a cannibal. You don't want some guy nobody's eating.
Yeah. You don't want to know that.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Yeah. Alligator.
Quick.
Yeah.
Hippo.
It's rescuing half. You're dead in seconds. You're right.
Yeah, they just rip you apart.
You don't want hyenas to eat you. You do not want that.
Because what do? They eat from the back.
Because they have no concern about putting you down, killing you. Like a tiger, a cat will kill you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're dead before it eats you. Hyenas just start eating.
Yeah. Same as bears. Bears just
They just start eating.
Yeah.
Just start eating.
Yeah. Wolves just start eating.
Yeah.
Don't hyenas then throw up the food and then eat their food?
Yeah,
That's how
they're
they
the only animal. Yeah, they're the only animal that eats the full bone. Only animal on the planet that pulverizes the bone. Their jaw strength is such that they pulverize the bone and consume the bone as well. So when they're done, there's no carcass. They're the fucking best animal on the planet. They got pseudo penises. They're trans. They're fucking wild. The women are bigger than the men. I love your bit about it.
They smell too bad.
And we started the podcast because hyenas have always been my favorite animal, and we both love history, and so we just combined those two things. But hyenas are hilarious.
What was your favorite about hyenas? I didn't hear
It was great. It was a long bit.
It's a good. It's basically about their matriarchal power structure.
Yeah. Why that's bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's also they had to do that. Male hyenas are such cunts. They probably eat the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, but they're like a medium-sized animal. The world of things are way bigger. Yeah. So they're living around lions.
They get it done. They trick you, numbers. They confuse you. They're opportunity killers. They love to kill, to steal kills.
That last thing is real. That cattle.
Yeah,
That's a
they
real
don't
thing.
really know what it is either. They don't actually know what it's like. Yeah, it's not
having a good time. The lions are like as fucking hyenas again.
Dude, the hyenas just spoil fun. They show up and you're like, these fuck. You ever see when like a cheetah works so hard?
Yeah.
Because cheetahs fail all the time. And then they finally get a kill, and then you just hear that. You just hear that. And then cheetah's like, motherfucker. And they just come and they just steal it.
Yeah. The whole area, when you think about it, is like the proving ground for like biological life. Yeah. Like, how are you going to keep the populations in order? How are you going to make sure the predators don't get out of hand? How do you make sure that the hyenas always have to worry about the male lions with that face?
Yeah.
That face is so crazy.
Yeah. I don't want to get eaten by that.
Washing jaw muscles. But yeah, I think, oh my God, look at that face. That's so nuts. Imagine that's the last thing you see before you get eaten.
Yeah, I don't know what the funny part.
Yeah, how many people would die from hyenas?
They eat a lot of people.
Really?
Yeah. Remember that picture that we saw of a hyena that's got an elephant's foot in its mouth?
Yeah.
It's just running
Yeah.
around.
That was actually our first logo. We put our faces on there.
And then we tried to sell merch out of it, and people were like, I'm not buying this bloody hyena.
Yeah, and also it's not a picture to sell.
Jamie, how many people die from hyenas? Hippos kill the most people now, right?
Do they?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe hippos are responsible for the most deaths.
What do they like? Is there a village or something that like lives close to the
I think if you fuck around, you get a lot of hippos. You ever see the hippos chasing boats? They don't chase boats. They're submarines.
Super territorial.
Yeah, they're rough. Man. Yeah. You think of them as hungry hippo.
Yeah.
Well, we make the most monstrous animals the cutest. Polar bears, hippos, yogi,
Teddy bears. Yeah, every kid has a teddy bear. You don't want
Tony the tiger.
Yeah, right. So the tiger. How many people every year die? Let's say you get 45.
Okay.
Most people die from hyenas.
You ready for this? I'm gonna say that I think in the world, 50 people die of hyenas, and I think 75 die of cannibals.
Right.
So I think more people get eaten by other people than veggies. 1575 is my guess.
How would you'd have to count into places where people do it for revenge too, like hating,
Right.
eat people for fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What counts? How long are you
Yeah.
I think there's a very low number of cannibals every year where people get eaten by cannibals. I'd say it's less than 20. People eaten by cannibals, is my guess. And maybe 75 people every year die from cannibals.
I'm going to go 800 to 1,000.
I know.
On the whole continent of Sardinia, yeah, I mean, Africa. Yeah, we do every year.
What about cannibals?
Cannibals, I think, is a lot higher. I mean, how are we ever going to get that number? Nobody eats somebody and goes and reports it.
Right.
Yeah, so that's impossible. No.
Right.
But I think hyenas you can track, and I think they probably get hundreds.
But ask Google, because Google
Yeah.
tells you the chief track.
Okay, it's not that many. Yeah. Okay, it's not that many. Where we go? I want to find an answer. I found one story where a guy was killed by someone. So it was the 60th in that year. I didn't know what year it was.
60th hyena or cannibal?
Hyena death. Okay.
Wow, I said 50.
Person killed by it.
Okay.
Yeah, this 1998, 99, 50 people were attacked by hyenas. The 35 being children, 12 people killed. Only 12 people. Yeah, I don't want to see it.
All right, sounds wrong.
You better count it everywhere. Yeah, we were proof vest, shotgun, big Bowie knife, fucking everything. Yeah, we're walking around in the country, they'd be like spread. Yeah, since their attacks are actually rare.
Oh, okay.
Hyena attacks? Who gets people the most? Are they the hippos? Lions, maybe? Oh, hippos?
Yeah.
I think those are responsible for most deaths in Africa.
But you know who really is responsible for that? That's not the
Humans.
mosquitoes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is so
fucking
crazy.
Just killed half of all the people that have ever died.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes, right?
Mosquitoes have killed half of the people that have ever died.
It's crazy. Malaria. Yeah, the most dangerous animal on the planet.
It makes you think, like, is this our planet or is it their planet?
Hippopotamus animal that kills the most people in Africa with an estimated 500 deaths
Wow.
per year. 500 people get hippo every year.
20 miles an hour they can run?
Yeah.
That's real shit.
Oh, it's real shit. Kill that. You're in real trouble.
Yeah.
Cape buffalo, they kill a bunch of people every year. Puff adder.
Okay.
And snake. Snake makes sense.
How many people do you think died from African lions?
I was thinking it was going to be a lot, like 100, but I guess I'm wrong.
Well, hippos are 500, but it can't be 100. Like, let's just guess. How many people die from lions?
So
I was saying,
hyenas are, I think it's like 18.
18 from
Yeah, because
I more people die from hyenas than lions.
yeah, I think so.
Well, that was like in the 80s. There was only 12 people died.
But who's getting close to the lions?
Assholes.
Well, they also live out there. There's a lot of tribes that live out there close by.
There's a village in Africa I saw. It was on Nat Geo that hyenas come in and get fed there.
Yeah,
Hyenas walk into, you saw that, right? Where they actually feed. So they have a deal, and actually they believe helps keep them safe because hyenas know they don't have to kill anyone; they'll just get the food.
They're breakers. Yeah.
I think that's probably smart. Like, make friends with the hyenas.
Why not?
They understand. Like keeping as pets. You ever see the dudes who walk around with chains on them?
Yeah.
They're wild. That's a gangster movie. Walk around with fucking hyena. They're big, too.
Dude, if we ever do
What's a hyena? About 50? So like a mastiff looking
Yeah,
size?
it's kind of like probably German Shepherd and Mastiff.
They're like a shepherd, right?
Probably. I don't know because they're like wide. They're not that. They're kind of compact. So I don't know.
Can you get them in the U.S.? You can't get them in here, right?
You can get them in Texas. Yeah.
Well, Florida.
Texas has a lot of shit.
Like, could you bring one out on stage on a show? Like, if you got clearance,
If
you
you're
get to that.
Ted Nugent in Texas to bring one this on stage, I'll bring one out. He used to ride a buffalo. He was on stage. So you see that? Yeah. You ever see Ted Nugent riding a buffalo? He had a buffalo that he could ride, and he would ride it on stage. And, like, he's doing a show. He was on a fucking buffalo in front of all these people.
You know, Ted Nugent is the only guy who I've ever heard who made me understand meat eating and how it's no less moral than. He's the only guy who made it make sense in my head. He goes, "Oh, you think you're a good person because you're only eating the vegetables?" And then he talked about how many animals have to be killed in order to keep those vegetables from being eaten by other animals.
Right. Friday
Wow.
buffalo.
Wow. Yeah.
his son owns a bar on Staten Island, and I didn't know. And he was like, "Yeah, my brother." Oh, it was the kid that didn't know he was his son. Yes, yeah, you remember this kid? Yeah, Ted.
And he didn't know it was
Ted Jr. And he was like, "Yeah, Ted Nugent's my father." He's a really cool guy. And I was like, "Oh shit!" Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, dude, it's pretty fucking wild."
Did you ever hear him explain that? And I was like,
He explained it on this podcast.
"Oh, you did? Is that what it was from?" Yeah. Oh my god, I was
He's a
like,
regular.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. And I was like, oh my god, like nobody ever thinks of that.
What is Ted Nugent's finger? What is he? Was he a politician? What was Ted Nugent?
Stranglehold, son. You never heard the Stranglehold? You never heard that song?
No.
You're like, come on, get now, baby. You don't know that song? Oh my god, you know it. Play Stranglehold.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So he was
It's
a
one of the
musician.
greatest guitar riffs in all of rock and roll.
I'm gonna be honest if I know it.
Come on, son.
So far, it's not ringing a bell.
Hold up. It's just picking up, son. Here we go.
You know it?
No,
You don't do
Dare
it.
you. Hold up.
I don't think so.
I've heard the song.
Yes, yeah.
No, I've heard that part.
Hold up. This is a huge hit.
I don't know it.
Who's the best guitarist of all time?
Hendrix.
Billy Ray?
Hendrix.
Hendrix?
Hold up. All right, we're good.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
So he's a
He's
musician.
Cat Scratch Fever, another big song.
Okay.
And a bunch of good songs.
But then what happened? Then he got into politics and
Well, it's just he's a bow hunter and like very vocal about social issues and kind of a maniac.
Right.
Yeah, kind of a nutty different, but it's fun.
So then how's he have a son in Staten Island?
Well,
I
I
was
think
up.
his son, I think he didn't know it was his son, right? It's one of those deals.
So they're close. They're
But
a
he has
relationship.
another son, his son Baco, that I've met.
Right.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
I like him.
It's a powerful
Maybe
name.
I don't agree with everything he says, but that's the case with a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Each
I,
their own.
I think Hendrix is the greatest,
Right.
when it comes to guitars, because Hendrix changed songs with his guitar. Like Eric Clapton famously, when he saw Hendrix play for the first time, said, "What am I doing? Why am I doing this?" This is Eric Clapton, right? Eric Clapton, label. I mean, he was amazing.
How about Billy Ray Vaughan?
Stevie.
Sorry, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Stevie Ray.
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Tin Pan Alley.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He used to play at our club.
I can't believe it's Billy Ray Vaughan. I got confused with
Billy Ray
Cyrus.
Cyrus. Don't tell me
My achy breaky heart.
Jesus
Tin
Tin Pan Alley is one of my
Have you ever seen in the corridor of when you go on stage at the mothership, those photos of Stevie Ray Vaughan? Those are him on stage at the Ritz in 1983.
Wow.
Yeah, he performed there a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson performed there.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That place is
Oh, you can feel it. Yeah, it's burned in there.
Yeah.
I brought in Ghost Hunters to check it out. Sam and Colby brought in Ghost Hunters.
Did they find it?
I don't know. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't know what's real.
Yeah.
But someone was murdered there. Someone was definitely shot there in the 70s.
It was right.
It was a nudie movie theater, and it was a food hall. So it was like a nudie movie theater, a food hall, it was a punk rock club. There's like a lot of history there.
Right.
People of the night.
But you think it's possible that it was built on an Indian burial ground? Indian burial ground?
That's so much better that you fucked that up. There used to be a swastika on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So when we tore down, so there's like, wallboard, and you tear down the wallboard, it's the raw brick, and the raw brick, there's a fucking swastika on the wall. And we're like, this is crazy. And so while we're building the place up, I come in like 4 months later, I'm like, hey guys, why is the fucking swastika still here? Like, we're going to open in 6 months. You got to get rid of the swastika. So they tell all the construction guys to take off the paint where the swastika is. And so you know what he does? He takes it off in the shape of the swastika. So he cleans up. So now it's bright. Right? So I'm like, hey, it's still a fucking swastika. Get it off the wall. Jesus Christ.
Was it the swastika from like the Hindu symbol before?
No,
that?
no. It was probably from the punk rock thing. Somebody probably thought they would be right. Yeah. Probably someone being a rebel. I'm a rebel.
And they threw it up.
Yeah, they threw it up. They painted it on the wall. It stayed there.
Wow. Yeah.
They never cleaned it up. Like, this is so crazy.
That reminds me of the old punchline in Atlanta that had the Vince Champ.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, wow.
Just fully naked on stage.
Yeah, with socks over the dicks, remember?
Oh, yeah.
They used to do that. That's the move back then.
Yeah.
You get away with that. You show your pubes, going up your balls and your cock with the sock going up.
They got good bodies, nice lean bodies. I saw a thing that said like hunter-gatherers, what their bodies, not only the flexibility they had is unmatched, but they actually have bigger brains. You ever see this? That they actually think that they were smarter than us? They have bigger heads, bigger brains.
Well, the way that process a lot of things. What is smart? Is it smart to just be able to use ChatGPT and find answers to things, or is it smart to have to figure stuff out about nature to stay alive? Right. There's different kinds of intelligence. If you take like the smartest guy ever and you let him loose in the Amazon, how long is he going to live? He's not going to live very long. He's not going to make it. Hunter-gatherers generally have larger brains compared to native human populations, as the demands of their lifestyle, including complex foraging strategies and navigating diverse environments, likely put selective pressure on the evolution of larger brain capacity for problem solving and planning. That makes sense. The expensive tissue hypothesis, interesting, which suggests that a diet rich in meat allowed for the energy expenditure needed to maintain a larger brain. Did you see those? They found a new population of humans that existed as recently as, I think, 100,000 years ago. But they found them in China and had much larger heads.
Really?
Yeah, they found out, they thought they were Denisovans, I think, at one point in time, which also is a fairly new discovery. They found Denisovans in 2010. But this is another new species of human being that they studied that they found. Really had large heads.
Haven't they found like 12, like 11 different hominids now?
There's quite a few. There's quite a few. Including the really controversial ones like Homo florensis or Floriensis.
What was that? What was that?
Island Flores. They were really tiny squeaks. Little squeaks. Little twinks.
Yeah.
Late 1970s. Yeah, there it is. Homo juliensis. Fossils began belonging to 16 individuals were found in 2 different locations in China. They appear to belong to unique species. Thousands of artifacts, stone tools, and animal bones. This one is the larger-headed one. Is that the same one? Is that it? Because it says in the late 70s fossils. I think this is large. I know I have a photo of it. I know I have saved it because I want to look at. Yeah, dragon. That's it. The incomplete skull discovered in China in the 1930s, the basis for the proposed inhuman species Homo longi. That's it. Known as dragon man. Skulls found in 1933, Shanghua River in Harbin, China, where a bridge was being built. Okay, the skull is a combination of ancient and modern features, including a large brain similar to modern humans and Neanderthals, a low forehead. This is it.
But how do they know that these couldn't it just be like a weird-looking kid? Like if me and Giannis were laying down and found our skeletons, you would think we might be different types of species. I mean, he's got a peanut head and I have a head like a back.
Good point, right?
Yeah.
The shack buried right next to
Yeah.
It
could just be different people.
Yeah.
It is.
Good point.
You want to talk about feelings? These kids definitely have feelings.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the scent must have been bad, dude.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Here, Jimmy. I think this is a different thing. It's right now. I'm just going to the title. I just saved it on my phone so I can look at it later. But I didn't really look at it too much.
Right.
But they keep finding these new versions of humans.
Right.
So it's like, I'm not even going there. Why did we succeed? Like, what was so great about it?
I think we were most vicious, right? We
Dogs.
just killed off the other ones.
Yeah.
You think dogs? That's the answer.
Yeah, you 100% upon my street smart says it, science says it. Like it's nation, in the understanding of how, but it's pretty solid that that's what gave us the edge.
We domesticated
We
dogs.
teamed up with dogs and we had a symbiotic relationship, and we were able to protect ourselves better.
So this is it. Large-head people, mysterious new form of ancient human emerges. This is it. So, a provocative increase in nature has proposed a whole new group of ancient humans, cousins of the Denisovans and Neanderthals, that once lived alongside Homo sapiens in Eastern Asia more than 100,000 years ago. Brains of these extinct humans who probably hunted horses in small groups who were much bigger than any other hominin of their time, including our own species. This is it. The large-head people. Yeah. So that's it. It is that name, though. Oh, no. In the past, it says. Some science have attributed to it. But that's not per se. So they think it's different.
Denisovans, that's it. Some scientists have attributed the Juberland fossils to Denisovans.
Right. That's it. That were in the past. So now they think it's a totally different thing, right?
I don't know if people ate horses.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the asshole been eating?
Oh, a lot of people eat horses. Yeah, he's got Shah Rachmanov, the #1 contender in the welterweight division. He says it's his favorite food. Horse meat. Yeah, he's from Kazakhstan. He rides horses and he eats horses. He's like, I love horses. He loves them all the way.
You ever tried it?
Yeah, I've had horse. Good. I had it in Montreal. There's a restaurant in Montreal, one of the best restaurants in the world. Shout out to Joe B.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah. Joe B. And we went there, Ari and I. We had, I don't know what we done it too. We had horse tartare and we had horse loin. And it was good. Fucking really good. It's game. It's like wild game. It's like eating antelope or eating an elk. Right. It's real similar. It's not bad.
Yeah.
But I remember it was all in the family. When the bunkers were poor, they weren't doing so well. Edith went to the store and she bought horse meat. And she served it to Archie. And it was like a big deal. So I didn't eat this horse. You remember that episode?
I never saw it. But again, it had a good impression.
I remember it was like a real problem in the family. She fed them horse meat. Yeah, they were so poor. They didn't have meat.
Yeah. Well, I just feel bad for horses. I mean, they love us around.
They're also very sweet.
Yeah.
They're connected to people. Right. You can get connected to a horse.
Yeah. I can't eat horses and I can't eat dogs. I just can't do it.
Can't do it. Dogs get eaten a lot, unfortunately, right? Yeah. Dogs and humans are connected genetically.
I think so too. I think there's a place in our brain that kind of matches up with them, and we evolve together. Something's up. It's magical.
Yeah. My dog, he's a part of my family.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm connected to that dog.
Yeah, me too.
See, I don't want a dog, but I think I should get a dog. Oh, they just do it. Dogs are great. But you're a weirdo. You probably give them away. No, I would. I said I can't take it anymore, so I gave it to this Puerto Rican family. They raised it to be an attack dog. I feel bad. Now he's attacking people. I would. I got a fucking dream house you got rid of and you moved to the city like a retard.
Like a fucking retard. And now I bought one that was too expensive because ChatGPT told me to.
Why didn't you try to buy your own house back?
Because
you
I did, and they won't sell it. The guys won't sell it. But what can I do?
What can you do?
Nothing. I got to do that.
Call him now. You have like
him and I talk
he's
about
a much more logical person.
He is. His brain. He's more kind of controlled than me. I go a little wild, but he kind of keeps me back.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say I said it, but I don't know if I told him, but it was bought by the family.
A Palestinian family on
October 8th.
So after October 7th, the next day is when we sold October 8th.
That October 8th?
That October 8th. They Palestinians moved in October 8th.
They moved quick.
Yeah, they came right in.
I see where I am.
Well, they see that they're in a place where they can accomplish it. So they're like, we can actually live there.
Yeah,
and they just do it.
So they moved in big, and my neighbors were kind of mad that we just picked up and left. But what can you do? I have to go. I have to move to Queens.
You didn't have to. No, you should have called someone. That's the time you should call me.
Well, now I'll know. Now I know.
Yeah, please do it. What the fuck are you talking about? You're right.
Yeah. Right. As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to call my accountant and see if we can rescind that offer or are we locked in legally. Oh, shit. I just got that ChatGPT's liar.
Do you get panicky?
Oh, yeah. I get real panic. I get real panic.
Yeah, you still do these.
I still do it, but I think I don't do drugs. So I think I get, and so this is a game. My father was a compulsive gambler and told me never to gamble. So I thought I'd escape because I don't know anything about cards and sports gambling. I don't know anything about it.
Do it with life choices.
Yes, which is kind of a little risky.
A lot of people do.
Yeah,
I get a life choice gamblers out there.
But now I'm looking for peace. I'm looking for my path to peace. So I'm trying to just, peace.
Radical acceptance.
Radical acceptance. Being friendly in my present, being gentle. We're trying.
Yeah.
We're trying, baby. Yeah.
Very scared.
That's what it is. Well, I tried to, but I got bad Achilles.
That could be fixed.
I know, but I've been trying to.
What's wrong with your Achilles?
I don't know, man. I have tendinosis in the Achilles, and they did the X-ray, and they see some scar tissue in there. So they actually told me, I can't get it anymore. Here, I'll come down here. told me PRP.
That'll help you.
Spin the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, but you should get stem cells while you're here. How long are you in town for?
I go home tonight.
Damn.
But I can come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come back.
All right.
And you booked at the club anytime?
No.
You should come back. And when you come back, we'll set it up to go waste well before.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get all this
Because
stuff.
a buddy of mine, my friend Evan, had a fucked up Achilles. It was bothering him for years. And
Yeah.
he got stem cell right gone. He really has. Oh, years.
That's me. I've been 2 years with this. I have a growth on the back of my heel.
Oh, from the bone?
Yeah, like the bones
Did
are
you irritate it?
Yep. And it's all fucked up. But I do have a clean colon. I had 2 polyps,
Yay.
but under 3 centimeters. We're good to go, baby. Clean ass, so does he. We got our colonoscopies a month apart.
Everyone should get a colonoscopy starting at 40. Everyone should get it. It's on the rise.
You know what you could really do? You could do a comprehensive blood screening to test you for all cancers, not just asshole cancer. Well, they have that now. It's a lot easier. And it's better.
You ever get a colonoscopy?
I had one.
Right. Why? What's wrong with it?
I think
I
that,
didn't wake up off that one.
I think that if you go, I didn't have a colonoscopy. No, I had an exam. Are they going in with their fingers? They go in there with a
Did he put a scope in there?
Yeah.
He woke up there against his leg there.
I woke up. I swear
hard.
to God. No, I wasn't even hard. I'm not fucking around. I woke up in the middle of it because I just, knew something was in my ass. I woke up. Yeah. I woke up. I went to Mateo.
But they can screen you with this, I forget what it's called. They do that at Race 12 too. They set it up to a lab. They take your blood and screen you for like 100 kinds of cancer.
Right.
That's the way
good.
to go.
Yeah. They got the full body scans in too.
They're trying to attach, there was some paper that I was reading, they're trying to attach cooking oils with cancer, specific kinds of cooking oils that colon cancer. Specific types of seed oil that keep things are cooked in, and the prevalence of that, and the human diet, and how it's contributing to cancer.
Yeah. Why the cancer's on the rise?
Why is this stuff not available in New York? Why can't we do this kind of stuff in
But
Texas?
you could do it in Europe. I guarantee you still know the right people.
Yeah.
You probably can't do stem cells to the extent. It's like there's not a lot of these clinics because of a lot of FDA regulations. And Utah's a really good state for it. They have like much looser regulations.
Right.
But a lot of people wind up going to Mexico. There's a place in Mexico they're called the CPI, Cellular Performance Institute. A lot of UFC fighters go there because they have an arrangement with UFC. You do wild shit there in Mexico.
That's what Aaron Rodgers did, right? With his Achilles. He went down there, he got the stem cells, he's good to go.
Yep. He actually got treated here. He got treated at Wistwall.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she just go.
Yeah, he definitely should. If I'd known that you had that issue, I would have gotten rid of it early this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we just, Ron White actually just, he hurt himself doing yoga. He fucked up his ankle. They just treated him.
And now he's good.
Well, we just got it yesterday. It's going to take a while for it's better.
Right.
But it will get better a lot quicker than not having it. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that have had like pretty serious issues cleared up.
Like torn Achilles.
Yeah, torn ligaments. It's not really torn.
No.
Then you definitely need surgery. Achilles is a bad one because it's like, there's so much torque on that moving, and then you have to screw it back down to the bone. It's got to heal, make sure you strengthen it enough before you start using it. So you're real diligent about your rehab. Like, look how long it took Aaron Rodgers. He has state-of-the-art access to ways to he's way ahead of what body exposed people do. But even then, he couldn't really play well.
Yeah.
That year, he had to wait until it was, like the next season.
Yeah.
Those used to be like career ending.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good. I got, because I've been doing like calf exercises and like strengthening all around, and it's just like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, the pain is still there if I explode too much. So, it's also, what am I do? I got horrific feet, Joe. My feet are horrific. My toes cross over. I have no arches. I have feet that look like they should be shoved into high heels.
And have you ever worked out with barefoot shoes? Those like minimalist, like
They'd have to custom make them for his feet.
yeah, you put the toe into each individual hole. No, I don't do that. Yeah, you get those too. But those are like the barefoot shoes. Those are
Those help.
Yeah, those are okay. Those are good. The toe shoes. I used to have those. But the ones I really like are they have a wide toe box so your feet spread out and there's very minimal amount of sole just to kind of protect you from short things you stand on. But it allows your toes to move as individual units. So a regular shoe acts as like a cast. Like if you have like a thick soled boot and like a hard surface your foot sits on. It's like a cast. So your toes aren't really working. Your legs are picking up. Your foot is basically atrophying inside that. And then if you work out barefoot, and especially if you work out and where you do something explosive like jumping and stuff with barefoot, then you're using your feet the way they're supposed to be used. All muscle strength. A lot of people have very, very weak feet.
Yeah, I can't even move my toes because you're like, if you like Chris, move your toe.
You can't do this?
No, I can't do it.
That's crazy.
It's like, it's hard. But
You should probably take care of that before it gets bad.
see,
Yeah, so
go ahead, ask me to move my toes. Say, move my toes. Say, Chris, move your toes. Somebody say,
Move your toes.
You're a basketball player.
yeah,
That's all I could do.
it's like Ron Speeder like that too. Did you play a lot of basketball?
I did, yeah.
Maybe that's it.
I did.
Maybe it's all that like smushing in the shoe.
It could be.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I had to wear extra pair of socks every like fucking
Yeah, look at that fucking look back in the
good.
sheet.
But then you see on the ankle here, I got a bit of only.
Oh, that's where it's fucked up.
But I do have good heel shoe flexibility, not bad.
That's not bad. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
But Ron Speeder, evil looking.
He hasn't been playing, right? Did he come back from playing again? Oh, he's coming back. What happened? Was he hurt?
Yeah,
You need to get time to get his body. Oh, that's right. The men, yeah, time out. What?
Who knows?
Everybody who takes out of anything now, people are like, Diddy. That's everybody trying to get Diddy party. It's crazy. But,
Imagine like him regretting saying that loses to.
oh, yeah.
Wow. Just smashed out.
I mean,
pinky toes, roots, my
Roots.
kickboxers have feet like that too. They're all fucked up.
Brutal.
Imagine you think about kickboxers. I mean, there's the two. Like John Jones can't even fight unless he has his big toe and his left foot taped to his next toe. He has to have it taped up because he tore his toe completely upside down. When he was beating up Chael Sonnen, and he didn't realize it until I was interviewing him after the fight, and he looks down and sees his toes. Like, he freaks out and he has to sit down.
the adrenaline, you didn't even feel it.
Didn't even feel it. His toe was upside down.
Wow.
The bottom of his toe was facing up.
Wow.
It was horrible.
I would probably say one-on-one him, anyone in history, just because of how skilled he is.
That's what it's for.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, bro.
Yo!
Crazy.
So you noticed it first, though?
No, I think he did. I think he noticed it. I think
Oh, God.
yeah. He destroyed his toe.
So what happened? He twisted all the way around?
That's from the force of beating the fuck out of Chael Sonnen. That's what that's from. Like the ground and pound. He had him on the ground. Just smashed him. Somebody isolated the moment his toe curls over. You can see it in the replay. He was on his toe, just the amount of torque he's putting on to try to kill Chael Sonnen.
Is he doing Gloria or
Basketball.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be basketball. I think they're trying to come to some sort of agreement. The rumor is he wants $30 million, and the UFC is going to pay him. Hopefully,
I agree with him. Him and Gloria would be Pereira.
Yeah.
Sorry, would be the fight everyone wants to see. Yeah, perhaps because it's been so dominant.
yeah, perhaps. I mean, if it's going to happen, they're both 37, which should probably happen soon. But Sean is, the heavyweight champion of the world, and Pereira has challengers in the light heavyweight division, especially Ankalaev. He's supposed to be fighting Ankalaev. Ankalaev is fucking very dangerous. And I think he's the number one contender. And he's been on a winning streak for a long-ass time. He's only got one draw, and that was to Jan Blachowicz, who is the former champion. So he's like at the top of the heap, and he's been waiting for a title shot for a long time, but he's been talking a lot of shit. And Alex doesn't like that he talks shit. So he's like, fuck him, make him wait.
Yeah.
And so I think Alex just said that he's going to fight in March, and that he's not going to fight on July. Because if he's fighting in March, when's Ramadan?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I don't know.
I'm not even.
Was it? Ramadan, I thought you would go.
I think it's in the summer. It's in
No. So he wouldn't be able to fight. Uncle Live wouldn't be able to fight in March. Because if it's like March 3rd and he's got to go through the entire month of Ramadan preparing for a world title fight, February 28th and it ends Saturday, March 29th. So that's exactly during the time period where he's going to fight.
And with Ramadan, the whole month you can only drink water?
No. You can't. You definitely can drink water and you can eat food. You can only do it after sundown. So Bilal Muhammad, who's the UFC welterweight champion, he observes Ramadan. He was training and fighting. Well, he got to take fight during Ramadan. So what he would do is he would get up at like 4:30 in the morning before it was dark out, before it was light out rather, and he'd have a big meal, and then he'd go
stage of suffering, which he thinks is very important for Ramadan. So he would do it the way you're supposed to do it, where he worked out with no water, trained up, and then he would finally get to the nighttime session. He'd be able to eat and then have a nighttime training session like a little later than normal. And so that's how he would do his day.
Wow, that's why these dudes are dominating. They're just tougher. Discipline. He started working with the Pakistani guys, right?
Mhm.
And then he just turned into a beast.
Well, those guys are all fucking cool. Very big one. Cautions, no women, no bullshit. Get off your phone. Let's go to work.
They're probably not jerking off. If we're being
Probably.
honest,
Probably.
they keep they keep it loaded up.
Yeah.
Keep a loaded glue gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right?
It's something about having a loaded glue gun, right? You going into the ring, you want to be glued up full of glue.
Some people believe that. Yeah. Some people believe that you're not supposed to ejaculate within a couple weeks of a big fight.
Didn't you not masturbate at a respective 9/11?
That's true. I wanted to go until we found Bin Laden, the perpetrator, but obviously it was too long. But I did go until October 1st. From 9/11 to October 1, I said, as my respect back to this country and patriotism, I'm not going to glue at all until we get over this month of September.
Didn't he have a joke about waiting until the second tower fell? Probably not jerked off.
It's funny.
I think it was a joke. He didn't make it to the second tower fell.
Yeah. Dude, I remember there was like a vigil, like on September 18th or whatever, like a week later in like my neighborhood. I was playing basketball as a basketball player, and I was playing in the park. And I remember when I left, I was just standing outside the house with like American flags and candles, and I wouldn't dribble my basketball because I was like, I think like a sound or any type of dribble of the ball, disrespectful. And then a guy gave me a flag, like as I was walking, as if to say, take one of these as you're walking home. And I just walked with that flag. I love our fucking country, big Joe. Jesus. Yeah. I just love it, and I hate when people talk shit about it.
Yeah. Well, get ready.
Yeah.
We got some
coming.
We got some drones.
What's the Joy Reid?
Yeah. We should try to swat those things out of the air.
What do you think they are? What do you think?
I think they are. I was joking about the AI thing. I think they're Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say this in such a big country. I'm available to the CCP for whatever they need to get.
Yeah.
Disinformation to do.
I think that they are sniffing the ammunition. I think that that's the most plausible. That I don't know if they know about it or not, but I think they're probably looking for radiation. I don't know that a nuke's necessarily going off, but I think that's probably what it is. I would just guess, if I really had to guess.
Well,
I think they're being launched from submarines underwater.
yes.
And
Well, that's what's crazy is that if that's the case, how many submarines and how big are these submarines? Because these things are the size of an SUV, and some of them were coming from some like untrackable distance offshore, 50 plus miles offshore, and they're the size of an SUV, and they can stay in the air for 5 hours. So what's the power source? And then the other problem is they don't exhibit a heat signature like a regular drone does. So did they have some sort of cooling?
is that why they can't track them?
Yeah, they're having a hard time tracking them because of that. Like, they're having a hard time tracking them with infrared. They don't know why they can stay in the sky for 5 hours at a time. Ryan Graves, who's a fighter pilot, was on the other day, and he was explaining to us, like, there's certain aspects of some of these drones that are above state of the art. They're doing things that we can't do. The big one is the flying for that many hours. That's crazy. The heat signature part, that's crazy. All the jammers and all different things they try to do to find the signal that's on.
What do you think? Why don't they just knock one out of the air? That's what I don't understand.
Good question.
That's what makes me skeptical to think that.
Does he think it's government?
I sent you something earlier today, Jimmy, that I knew this subject was going to come up about it. I don't know. There's also some stuff, like, is it real? I don't know if it's real. I don't know what we're looking at. There's some stuff like these orbs that they're filming.
Oh, yeah.
And they're zoomed in on it. And you look at the zoomed in version of it, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that?
Yeah. We just don't know if it's real.
FAA bans drones in parts of New Jersey, threatens deadly force or imminent security threat. These areas fall down into national defense airspace.
The Aviation Administration issued bans on flying drones in multiple cities across New Jersey, including several in our area due to security reasons. These areas are all now considered national defense airspace. Here's a map of those sites: the city of Camden, Gloucester City, Winslow Township, Evesham, Hancock's Bridge and Lower Isleways Township in Salem County, West Hampton, Burlington, and Hamilton. Unmanned aircraft are not allowed in those areas through January 17th unless approved by the federal government. The FAA says pilots who violate the airspace, meaning pilots on the ground as well, may be detained and interviewed by law enforcement. The agency warns that the U.S. U.S. government may use deadly force against drones it deems an imminent threat. These restrictions come just days after the FBI released a joint government statement saying most of the reported drone sightings were just airplanes and drones and stars in the sky.
Shut the fuck up. They shut the fuck up. Listen, Donald Trump's not getting press conferences about airplanes and stars in the sky.
Right.
You don't think that he knows something more than that?
I was going to ask, do you think he knows?
He's not staying at his golf course. He wouldn't go to his golf course. They were hovering over the golf course. There's a real problem. This gaslighting is not helping anybody.
Do you think it just goes out of the news one day, or we will get an answer as the public?
I don't know. I would never guess that it would be this big of a deal for so long.
Right.
What's been going on?
Since early November, in November, I think.
It's around Thanksgiving, and it's been the same. Isn't it been like the same type of year, same time of year, like for a couple of years? And this has been happening.
But not like this. It's never done.
Not this many. But they were going over military bases.
But now they're just going over New Jersey.
Now they just put a video up of the one that I got on my Instagram. So I took this one from, I forget what the Instagram page is, but it's up on the page to give them a shout out. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is fake. This is the one we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
I showed it to these guys in the green room last night. We were all freaking out. Like, what? Okay, what is that? The way the goddamn thing moves. So click on it so we can hear it. He gets used to showing you. Listen to these guys talking. So you see this thing. So what you're concentrating on is the one in the lower right. So it's moving.
Yeah, there's no moving. There's no terror. It's a little thing. What the fuck is going on?
So when it gets above, this is where it gets weird because it's slowly rising. It gets above that other thing, which might be the moon. I'm not sure what the other thing is. I think it's the moon. So that other thing, it gets above it, and then it starts taking off. And when it starts taking off, it does it with no sound at a fucking insane rate of speed. Like, look at that.
No fucking what the fuck? You just went into space. You just went into
Oh my God.
You just went out to space.
It's wrong.
Those guys are acting like they're watching it.
Yeah. I don't know if that's real. It could be fake. It could be all AI generated. It's ambiguous and blurry enough, though, that I'm willing to entertain it.
Right.
If that's really what they saw, that's a bunch of different people have seen things like that over time. And this is like the Tic Tac story. This is the one that Ryan Graves showed us that this lady photographed over Florida.
Yeah.
That these things, and they've seen enough. This is one that was seen by multiple people from different planes. That this thing moved and then shot up into space, and so they got photos of it. But whatever that thing's doing, it's doing something that we can't do. That speed that thing takes off, that's faster than any rocket we have. That's faster than any fighter jet. That thing just shoots off into space at some impossible speed.
So it's either us, the drones are either. Well, why are they blinking if it's not us? Why do they have? No, but I mean the drones. I'm saying the drones are blinking. So I'm saying if the drones are ours, maybe there's been like UFO activity, and they're throwing these drones up to try to capture it with better.
Or what better way to distract people from actual UFOs that you know are going to be all over the sky than to put a bunch of drones up there too?
Right, that too.
Yeah. If you have a bunch of shit that seems like stuff that you've seen, like a drone, like flying around, and then there's stuff that is impossible with it, that's a good way to cover up the impossible stuff. Have a bunch of regular drones.
Yeah. But at this point, why would they do that? Everyone's already accepted the fact that UFOs are out there.
Not really. If there was a big thing where all of a sudden the sky was filled with football field size fucking motherships, like people would lose their shit. But if you could slowly get people accustomed to it, the way people got accustomed to masks. In the beginning, in 2019, if you saw someone with a mask on, what the fuck is going on? By 2021, why doesn't this guy have a mask on? Right? Just in a couple of years, everybody was wearing masks. Sure. If we get accustomed to stuff, if you get accustomed to things being in the sky, and then all of a sudden there's nothing, like you could float anything in the sky. If you have weirder and weirder drones, and then start showing spaceships, people would freak
freak out way less.
Right. I don't know, dude. If someone tells me it's a drone, I'm chill. And if someone shows me a football field size spacecraft,
True.
I'm gonna freak out.
That's a big leap.
In a
But
good way.
what about one the size of a car? That's definitely not out.
So you
It's
think they're
moving
just
like
doling
that.
them out
Yeah,
by
if
size?
I was going to do that, if I was going to get people prepared, gentlemen, what's up? What's up? Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There's no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you.
Yeah, man.
And everybody was a killer. It's a crazy band, man. Like, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
So niggas that on the time.
It's kind of crazy.
You ain't gonna get nothing to
It's crazy that it worked.
this. Yeah.
Because it's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy. To make it work, the most full shit, some shit that I never would have thought would ever exist. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't no bonus. I tried it, but it was just, it almost seems like it was just instant. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. Like 9 dudes, and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked. And it worked.
I tell people all the time, it was like, he came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It was like hitting a lotto for him. Like, he didn't know what to expect. It was more a reputation thing for us. It was like, yo, I'm going to do this. And, he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit. Like, hip hop was always like a backpack that we wore every day. Everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in to start to pick motherfuckers that he felt had potential. So it's like the mob. It's like, Lucky Luciano, for example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential. Meaning that he's from a different part, he's from a different part. But yo, what we could do right here, so we can make money. So put your fucking fingers down, with whatever the case may be, and let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, yo, you start shaking hands across the table. I know you ain't really fucking me like that. I never had anything against you like that, dude. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, let me try this shit.
Well, Will is a genius. And it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when a dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, I told you when I sent you the message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So when we do arena shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. It's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night, I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rap band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip-hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was
Yo, Joe was the funniest shit because when we came in and we see them, she's fucking laughing. He reminded you never was. I don't even think he was going to eat meat like that. The case may be, but we came in and was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept saying, it's like, yo, I can't go into the crowd
with everybody. You know, we're not going to hold no responsibility or something happen. So you know, be like, oh, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow, it was long. Man. It was a lot of love. Wow.
No internet.
You like me? None of that shit.
None of that. What? Is there even recording that anywhere?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That
You
was
know how wild that video would be?
people see that. You do that shit.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean, they lost this in the news back then that you guys performed in Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip-hop, it was like people need, you have to understand, for young people, you grew up with hip-hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip-hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck about. That is crazy. For a new art form, it was to emerge, right? Right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip-hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip-hop
It got big. Yeah. Because look, I remember it's so crazy you say that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was, you know, disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe let's say 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah, he was younger. So I would definitely say you heard something. It was like, oh shit, fuck is this rhyming? This shit sounded cool. You know what I mean? It sounded cool. But really, it was a way to bring people together. You know, that was going through different shit in their life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in 84 I was in high school. So it had to be 8 because 82. I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in 81. So I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980. Yeah. So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, you're 80. Yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitated to it. I probably like 12. So
what was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
The first shit that grabbed me was like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang. Rapper's Delight.
Yeah.
Rapper's Delight. That was the shit.
Oh, my God.
Now look,
It's everywhere.
cousin and shit. They was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and sniffing coke. And, what I mean, doing whatever they were doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to sneak up there and shit. Just being in their business, being in their room. They would be playing music. They had the record player. They used to coke on the TV. With weed and everything. My cousins, they was cool. Come in. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? No, I'm not saying anything. And I would just be watching and, I would see weed on album covers and, what I mean, just motherfuckers running back and forth in the phone and, they in the shit, but they always was playing music. And a lot of the music was R&B, disco, and the next thing I heard this record, shit, and I'm like, the groove is dope. Holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here, But it's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged. Nobody expected that. It was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Get the fuck Al Gore's wife, typical. She was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like at 6 in the morning, everybody's like, what the fuck is this? And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, it sold way more albums. Because that's what kids were looking for. This thing is rare. Get this shit out of here. Once they got floodgates, it's like, I want it. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Regular shit. Like, get out of here with that. Yeah. I mean, there's a few things got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last. No. But like you said, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you got to remember at that time, too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'll kill you. Like, they be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, all this makeup on. And, I remember one time going to the incinerator when my mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage and she forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day and I was laying down and she fucking smacked me in the head with the bone like, yo, didn't I tell you to take out the fucking garbage? So now I'm going out to the incinerator, walk in the sunset floor, and I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out, and he had his head all around, and shit was like green and red. He had lipstick on, all crazy, and his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking, and he looked at me. And when I got the garbage pail, it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and ran. Back then, you yell your mother name and shit, you think that was something cool back then. And, she's your hero at that time. Came back, then it was hard. But I think if he would have put me in the incinerator though, when it was closed, he was like, probably trying to run in there, probably trying to fucking kill me. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs crazy.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah,
That's
crack.
also an
Yeah, but see, before crack, you had that dope. Dope. So motherfuckers was mixing dope and coke together, man. Getting high, shipping it, yeah, everything. You know what I mean? It was a serious time back then, man. But you know, that's how far to me music went back. You know, listening to ladies, man. You know what I mean? I had people in my store that had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They had a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke in it. Coke and dope. So, you know, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time, scary times back then. You know?
But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it is that everybody kind of knew it. You know, it's part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like the whole genre to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't just be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit we never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
It's true. I mean, you know, back then, you know, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. You know, the way that out, you know, being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit, nobody had fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe mode. You know, back then things were still relevant. You know, we never looked at ourselves as a gang. We might have looked at ourselves as a tribe. That yo, you from the neighborhood and you stick to your neighborhood. You know what I mean? And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from the neighborhood just because you wasn't from here. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing? You live here. You know, then it creates this animosity. I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block stayed up the block, down the block stayed down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I lean more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. And, you know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know, we fucking with each other. So that was our way of getting to know each other. We could test each other's heart. Whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties and, you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and play some music and shit. So we knew every time they did that, we knew something was going to happen at the end of the night. It was just mandatory. It was just because people from all over, different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice and you see the motherfucker riding down the street, all crazy, you know, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging a golf club out the window and shit. And, you know, somebody's mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, that made it spooky, but it still was fun because it was something.
Well, it's fun because it's wild.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, you know, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we lived or died. That's what we didn't give a fuck. You know, whatever's gonna happen, that's wild. But the music is what kept things in order for us. You know, we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's nothing new, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of something. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna say weed. I'm gonna do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. You know, so anything will just survive.
You know, when music always kept us calm, you always want to listen to this next beat play. I grew up on R&B music, like disco, um, you know, all that shit, roller skating. You know, motherfuckers in the making was roller skating. You know, we would get up to Staten Island sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? There was initially all 9 guys. Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all Brooklyn babies too. Majority of us are called. We all, you know, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, RZA getting out just up, which was, you know, being involved with the Nation of Islam. And also Jizza and Dirty, they were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and build. They talking about mathematics and all this, but it was Jizza and Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too, and he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called All In Together Now, which was them three, and they would run around, they would battle, you know, different guys from different cities and move around. So, you know, some of us kind of knew what they were about. You know, a lot of us, you know, found out later who they were, but like Jizza, when they came to Staten Island, they came and hang out with their cousin. So, you know, we started to see them a little bit more and know that, you know, yeah, I heard about your rhymes. And, you know, Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, but yeah, they had their own little thing. And then, you know, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which was rare back then. Like if you fucking caught a record deal, that means that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, you know, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now too. And the next thing you know, they had their movement. So us from the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, we know they super passionate about, you know, being in the game and doing whatever they want to do, but we wasn't thinking about it. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all killers into under one roof.
Absolutely.
Amazing how he saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed.
Yeah.
It's like Eric B. and Rakim, there was a few EPMD, there's a few people.
Really shit.
Yeah. Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Because
it was kind of scary. When you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories that it was just like you guys were showing like 300 people.
Yeah, that was shit. But yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that came out like that, and it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but with RZA had a record situation, and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then
Always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit. I want to create this now. And I'm bringing all my guys. And, you know, we just put that number together. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something in him already. Seen something like, yo, him and his cousins, and these motherfuckers really got talent. Not only the ability to rhyme, he was clever.
talking about clever
Right.
and he was mixing it with the knowledge and smart rhymes, not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? So this is something that I felt like I would want to go chill with them, just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I don't give a fuck. I just love the music. I'm watching these motherfuckers. I'm like, something about these motherfuckers that I love. You know, the next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community and was like, yo, I put record deal. So I was there. I'm like, we see this shit. Looking at this shit, the fucking looking at it like this up, the what's the name? Fine print, fine polish. This motherfucking record for this shit. Wow, Stat Man, that's what's up. We out. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people, and then a lot of times you get fucked, and you don't even know you're getting fucked.
It's mandatory.
You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better, and by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, if you owe me, I'm a fucking squeaky line, suck my dick. Like, he performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Yeah. Today, it's even crazy, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone.
It's over, baby.
It's all gone. So, for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. It's like you're hanging off the bridge. Hang on. Hang on. Keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD, that he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
Put yourself in the artist situation, right? You have time, right? You have time. Here it is. I got everything you want.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices for sure, because you know that you may feel like I got talent, but I don't have the resources. Right. So those resources come and tell you, oh, I'll give you a shot. We'll give you a shot, but either you take the shot or you stand up. What do you mean?
You're gonna take the shot. Take the shot. You're gonna take the shot, and I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know you get fucked.
You get fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere. Right. So even when labels are being there, in my mind, I'm saying, yo, I got a chance to have a job, Joe. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now we get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you want to go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard. Yeah. To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got robbed. A lot of artists, especially our OGs that did it before us. Like, you know what I mean? Sugar Hill Games, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do. But it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became legends.
There's an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about what you got.
Yeah.
Sacrifices everything.
If you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you gotta take it.
You gotta take it.
But It's a shit. Oh, and it shouldn't be. You shouldn't lock
And I'm sure later on things worked out, and now that you proved yourself,
once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the connect, and the connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back there. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day, you can handle it. But a motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me these fucking 50 pounds. But I need my money back today, at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yo, I gotta take the time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be in debt with you. What do you want to do? You gotta take the 50. You go, oh, you want
He wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped, and you gotta take the
You
gotta know people, and you gotta bring everybody in, and you gotta share the money.
know
You
people.
gotta share the money.
You gotta know people. If you ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take you shit.
You don't know. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You gotta make it worth these people's while. You gotta say, listen, we're all gonna get something out of this.
And see, now look, that philosophy that you said,
Yeah.
is what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna come. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yeah.
Because we know what we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you're fucked.
It's a rising tide lifts all boats there too.
Oh,
and with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing, because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected, automatically people on listen, automatically. So like that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. When you're struggling, then you're scared. And you know, I'm scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So you think, no, that's when you got to bond together. That's when everybody, you have to find real people, stick together.
That's the key word.
That's the key word. You got to sell that 50. Talk to Carlos. Go down to the table. Let's make a deal, man. We got to make some deals.
I guess that's what goes in. That's what we did.
Yeah.
He danced with the devil for the right reason. You know, we took some stars. We got paid.
It was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry, because today all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up. You can blow up today. Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You have to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like we always played the video of Biggie when he was 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train. Absolutely. That train's running everything. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you have to dance. You dance with that devil. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling days.
Yeah. But that's what made us learn, is that we had to go through those things. We had to get to learn how to say, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you want to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Definitely. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation, and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have taken the opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities. It's like if a person goes through your opportunity, 9 times out of 10, it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
It's all about you trying to help yourself and get out. It's like, watch your stack piece. Nigga told you, yo, give you $5 grand. Bet it to me. And if you fuck this up, Scott, looking at and say, man, the fuck is you talking? We built for this shit. He lost his name, Ricks, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it. Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Like, we'll take this little bit of money. We're gonna prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we do.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. And now you're better.
Sure.
Now you have more experience going into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going. Especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do.
Sure.
And then when they do, it's like, oh, then you gotta go back in their past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums before this. Think about it. Think about all my favorite artists out there, you know.
I mean, they've been trying to fucking get out, you know. You know, Rothschild, these trying to, they went through a lot to be big small. There's that first one, you know, he finally figured the code out. You start rocking shows, different communities, you know, people start hearing about like, oh shit, this guy's dope. But it's that sacrifice, man. I tell people all the time.
It's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and you gotta know some talent.
Yeah,
So that's talent. It's just God just gives you something or doesn't. You know, some people just got it. You know, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. You know, he grew up in this like intellectual, artistic family. And that's why his rhymes are so good. His pops was a musician. Yeah. Like Rewind, that's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. Listen to this.
Genius song. Yeah. Genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They were so good. So good. And unusual like that. Like deciding, I mean, the first guy to make a rap backwards and make it work perfectly. You know? I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the Brand New Heavies got together with a bunch of rappers?
Brand New Heavies, I know the name.
The Brand New Heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Cool G Rap, a bunch of guys. Yeah, some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, they was more musical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Cool G Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. I'm gonna put on the headphones first. This is in my along with a bunch of UK. This is in my Spotify playlist. This is Cool G Rap in like I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Listen to this. I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
One of my favorites right there.
Turn the chicks with small dicks. Woo!
Nice.
So
Nice.
good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the Brand New Heavies.
Yes. Yeah, Brand New Heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And it's
What year was this?
92.
Yeah, so
Phenomenal.
you started that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian. And he turned me on this. You gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it forever. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, so many of these platforms, people upload shit and you totally forgot about. Tim Dog. You forgot about like Fuck Compton, remember that?
He was a wild cat. He was
It was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He
He
had
was wild back then.
great shit.
Yeah. He was wild back then.
The Coochie Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s when we would drive. That was when Cock Blocker came out.
Sick, right? That song is great. Yeah. So you really pay attention to this
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
shit like this.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood, or my young adulthood. You know, when I was driving around a lot, doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto boys, huge ghetto boys.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and I was playing the other day in the green room. I was playing "Fuck a War" for these young kids. I was like, "Listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s, and it applies today. You remember "Fuck a War"?
Ah, you
Come on, man. Shit, right? I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah, I'm just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is ghetto boys in their prime.
Mm. You know that.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill.
United States election.
91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I had to do that too. Yeah. Yeah.
So get crazy.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in the NWA chamber. He was in the NWA chamber.
Dude, that shit was good.
He
And
was
that
fucking
applies
hidden
today.
thinking. Yeah.
That applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now with Gaza and Palestine, Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was education. Too.
Yes.
It was giving us truth. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music.
It became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Fuck the War tells you what's really
What's going on?
Yeah.
So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all of that that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And you know, like I said, I never heard that song before. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And you know, we're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, what the fuck is that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives in music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. Right. You know, you don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. Right. You see what I'm saying? Survival is only thing you know. And you deal with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, what the fuck was that just started? Like, what was this shit? But then when you heard it in rap and motherfuckers like these was talking about it all, right? It's like, now you was like, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. And it's not just here, it's all over. It's everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be. Yes. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
So I never heard that before. You just put me on some real shit.
Oh,
and that's one of my favorite groups.
I love it.
Ghetto Boys are real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto era.
Oof, oof.
Like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on a stair climber, and I had just picked up this cassette, and I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this, and Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to, and I remember I was on the stair climber. This is wild.
You see what I'm saying? You
see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're hearing people talk about the police like they're getting harassed by police in a way you never heard before.
Yeah,
Like the police coming straight from the underground. It was like, I was like, wow.
Straight from
It was like totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right? Yeah. Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. And the whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, you got them, Public Enemy,
Oh, yeah.
all of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community.
KRS-One.
KRS-One teacher.
It's a son of the police.
All that shit right there was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. Man, it's all fucking hip hop.
Information. Right. They were like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy.
Yeah.
They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived. You know,
Exactly.
It wasn't like, you see people say shit today, like, you're just doing that for class. Like, they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
Absolutely. Even when fucking Spike Lee made do the
Yes.
That's a classic.
Classic.
Like you said, we was getting information. You gotta remember, at the end of the day, a lot of people that come out of the hood just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was born in New York. Yeah.
So you see,
I would have started to say I come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs. I lived in New York. I was telling you, I lived in New York when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, and the police raided his house while I was there. They battered me out his door and everything. He had a nice Audi. Right. I was like, this dude has a nice car. Right. Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him.
he's around it.
Yeah. Well, that was also the time I was most of the hip hop too. I mean, that was 1991, I guess. 1991. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding. Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely 91. Yeah, Lord of the Nature.
Oh, yeah.
They had it on the scene, like you said, Rock Kelly and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Easy E's and Ice Cube.
To this
All
day,
of them,
I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs.
Yeah,
Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth, so fast too. Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You heard his style, like God, like your blood started pumping. You started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken. Like, when I sit here and I think about the Klan, the rule, how we form a culture. Each one of us has superpower that related back to those guys. All these guys that we talking about today, they was the light bulb.
Right.
You screw that shit. This is what I see. I see Snoop Dogg, I see Rock Kennedy, Cube, I see all these guys that paved the way for us. The Klan at that time, we were so, inclined on knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them. We kept a piece of it in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell my brothers all the time, I say, let me tell you something. When we came out, only by nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up on the side of things. And at that time, you had them, you had
saying Sharp's hate, all of these, artists back then were blowing up. LL,
Oh yeah. LL was huge.
Coogee Rap, Davids, that's one of your favorites. The Fat Boys, all these guys were just,
Right, Fat Boys.
these guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come on that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The
High quality, that's the word.
the level was very high. There was the
Absolutely.
lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and you just go, oh,
Yeah.
oh. That was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop.
Lyrics, I was like,
Lyrics,
that's
lyrics, and everything. For it's like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics.
Yeah.
It was so important. There's so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for. So it was like more and more cleverness, and more intricacies, and more twists to what they were saying.
Yeah.
And it was just a vibrant art form. Like how many people cheated on a significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many?
Yeah.
That was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, it had hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. You had the 50s, it starts to emerge, and the 60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while.
Right.
To have something like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. Especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like you and Ghostface and Method Man, like you're dealing with real dudes who are talking about real shit, and everyone else is kind of lame. It was like they didn't even swear. It's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever, and I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan, because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And I know that
this
you big
sophisticated.
I know you big on kung fu shit.
Yeah.
Coming through your shrine and shit. You gotta come to fucking Shogun War. Yeah. But what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when he was on the Wu-Tang shit, we wasn't in it. I grew up watching movies like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once Upon a Time in America.
Oh yeah.
Baby.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
Woo! So we were living around a lot of hustles. A lot of drugs was being sold in our community at the time, right? So when Rizak came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We were watching, we know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We come over to school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice, if you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that all the other people, and you either have to protect your people or you have to make a name for yourself. And when you think about Wu-Tang, I'll just give you a quick lesson on what Wu-Tang was. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all. But these guys were very good, but we just couldn't sit in Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing that shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin. It's Wu-Tang. Check it out. Whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it, because really at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in Staten Island. So we want to change the name, calling it Shaolin, because we would have forgotten about it. When you think about Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, Manhattan, I don't really talk too much about Staten Island. I'm bothered us. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody.
You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're gonna fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs, we call them UFOs. They end up unidentified flying objects. The fuck you doing? You're you know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on with other kids out there. You go to this guy. Either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brother hurt. Oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold on, let's go. We gotta go get back to that. Yeah. We gotta go figure that out. All this shit that Wizard was thinking about at the time was a reality check for us and stuff now. So even when we came with the name, it was almost like, yo, wow, she was interesting. You know, and back then he was in Ghost's community, which was Stapleton. So Stapleton was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill, where I'm from the head. Up there, they were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and West Indians and Chinese, and you know, it was another kind. You know, it was another kind of different nationalities and motherfuckers. You know, the Spanish motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You had the white boys over there fucking doing what they do. You know, all these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals. Motherfuckers that were fight and raw, steal. You know, the Wizard was hanging out there a lot. You know, so they came up with this whole, you know, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when Wizard came with it, it was like, oh, shit, I like that. That's kind of dope. You know, we see the vision of that, you know? But it was never for us to look at it at any given time like, yo, we trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. You know, a lot of times people thought, yo, you don't know karate in there? You don't know fucking karate, what the fuck? We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on that. That's some early 70s shit. Yeah, so you know, back then, you know, they had a cousin who was a martial artist. He knew the arts and shit. You know, he looked up to him like that. He knew the arts and shit. He knew how to fight. You know, the motherfucker would be back in the building with 2 dope in the pinches and shit. You know what I mean? Beating them with fucking laundry hoses and shit. And, you know, grabbing them and hanging them on the shit. And, you know, back there, that was dope to see your cousins and all do it. But Rizzo, when he came with this philosophy, kind of like fucked us all up. But we agreed with it right away. Because Wu-Tang to them was always something like an expression. So he drinking, this is Wu-Tang. You eat, you over here, yo, this is some Wu-Tang shit, whatever, because he was trying to say that we were just like them. Please.
So you hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, you know, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text Wu-Tang. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you. I'll show you that that's true.
I see some of the pictures in there.
I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's going to take a second to get back into some pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and I send him a picture. It's going to take a while, but this is important to show you. This is real.
Go back and say Wu-Tang.
Oh, we'll show you? Oh, okay. Oh, look at Jim. Under campaigns or just Wu-Tang?
And you find campaigns will show you.
Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See, here it is. Right there. Wu-Tang. Shit. And then and that was from October. But I go back like 5 years ago on that. Like every time I shoot an elk, I text Wu-Tang. No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, that head that's right there. That's the first animal I hunted. And then I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. You know, those animal factory farming films and torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And, my friend Steve Vanilla took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I do. Shit, I've been doing it since. So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like I'm not really good, like compared to real marksmen. You know, it's like saying you're a black belt, but you're not really a black belt. You know, like
you do courses.
yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, you didn't know. You think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not nearly at their level. But you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball sized group at 100 yards consistently.
I'm not like the Yankees who can shoot.
So a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline.
They could be on this side too.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them in Texas.
Yeah, that's
A
what
lot of them in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
I'm trying to get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I can put you on some people that'll like 100% teach you how to do it. And because you're fairly close, like that's an easy thing to do. Good enough. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard and just shoot the target. It just clears your mind because you have to really concentrate on it. And one thing you want to do nothing else. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good
Just
to have a
really-
thing like that. To just
It's like a sport thing. It's
Yeah.
like something to learn and kind of master.
Yeah.
That's important.
But it's one of those things like shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room for it. You gotta push it all out and just think. And that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what it all. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, man. Just kind of like get a peace of mind and vibe to something different.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. You should find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture. If you're all wrapped up in it, you lose sight. Sometimes it's something else that you also enjoy outside of it. You can look at what you're doing. A little different.
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. You know, mix it up. Yeah. You know what? It was another cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time. I think it was like the early 2000s that rap that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like, it's crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road, but that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, it kind of people weren't into going to see.
Right. Yeah. When I see guys like Lowry and Shady and perform and Sweet Drake and Ice Cube, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, like you said, I see a lot of guys like Mick Jagger and
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop,
Just
it's
chilling,
really
no, because
you're hip hop.
you didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they felt you was going to go. So even for us, we was like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years. We good. Yo, we'd be cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word on it? What's a box? Put us in a box, yeah. To make us feel like at the end of the day, yeah, this shit is going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to Billy Joe. You know, that's my fucking guy. People know, people will be like,
That's hilarious. I love his whole shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real soft. He had too much good pussy. Too much good pussy. He got supermodel pussy. It's like uptown girl. She's been living in uptown girl. Before that, you go back to his other shit. You know, only the good guy young. Oh Oh, that's a great song. He's got some great stuff, man. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. That's a great song, man. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, hey, it's changing as a human.
Yeah, too, right?
Yeah. I sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times. It's crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still
So
going.
those are guys that we look up to. They still doing
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now. Because I feel like in the 2000s, it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. It was like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really got a chance to grasp it as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out. Right now today, they're enthusiastic. They love it more. You know, so
they can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? And, even to this day, it's like the clan still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. We see a lot of people, and we see young generations of kids too. It's like, yo, you look at how cool is that fucking kid that we just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, he knew the fucking words.
Well, there's classic hip hop now. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, there was classic rock. You listen to Led Zeppelin, it was classic rock. Now it's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends would be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And you turn them on the new stuff. And you're like, "Wow, this is 1992." You know.
I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time. Like how you just said, like, yo, listen to Sugar Hill again. I actually haven't been in the videos before.
Really?
And I brought them to my home too. So you know how that felt for me.
Oh,
So I fucking shit with Sugar Hill again.
That's
amazing. In the community.
That's amazing.
That was dope. But yeah, that's why I always feel like, I tell people all the time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, because they gave you something to dream about. To be able to esteem yourself. Like, you don't have that, then you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you'll never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that. Don't try to front it. And I think a lot of times people, they look at hip hop and they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had to light the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
It didn't even exist. That's not that long. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like, what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Yeah.
And
look what it's doing. Look what it did. Yeah. It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music. It's like, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, now they talking negative, they talking this, they talking that. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
It's killing motherfuckers or Eve. I hate a kid. You know what I mean? Based on that. He was not my favorite movie.
Great fucking movie.
Love him. De Niro.
Well, why is it okay to do that movie, but it's not okay to do that song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, it's hypocritical. It's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing I'll say about video games. Like, doesn't everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on here? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you tell people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel.
This is these people's lived expression.
Yeah.
This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that, the message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like the Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that it was like from you to the world, you know. And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning sticker on it, you just tell me.
Listen to it anyway, right? You gotta get caught up in it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, look, prime example, when we made the record Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the realness of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to get.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cash rules. Like, around me, not me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. You know, when a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn that he used to come and sell and he used to sell drugs. He came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I make my cream, I'm good. What the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Yo, cream, yo, you ever seen Jerry the movie? And, you know, he make those big sandwiches and all that, and splash all that cream on it. And, you know, I'm like, oh, the time to check the sandwiches, right? Yeah, you make the big sandwiches. They stuff them in your mouth and nah, real shit. And so the cream that was splashed in the local place, he was looking at that as that's his money. That's what the cream. So, you know what I mean? So he's like, yeah, you're gonna get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot all day, you're gonna make your cream, you're gonna get it. You know, so who came up with the acronym? A good friend of ours, his name is Rabbi, right? And him and Rabbi was like real close, I promise. So when we was in the studio, right into it, he was there, and he just sat back and he just came up with cash room, everything around me, and him and they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for him. Like, my rhyme never started up because I grew up in the I was writing drug dealers in the neighborhood. I know this kid by the name of Giganti. Giganti and Teflon Don with a Diamante. The Diamantes back in the days was like the, you know, the 5 Series Benzes from back then. And a good friend of mine was like, it's cool. He was alright. He like the rhyme. And I lost like it. He was like, it's cool, I like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. Like, man, he said, really, you got all that shit that's something that we could do. We're doing what the fuck we did. So that's when I came here. I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Yeah.
He said, yo, shit, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, cream was crazy because it became viral. The saying dollar bills, y'all, became viral. Like,
But you know what? You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money. Yeah. Whatever he was saying back then. I forgot. That's old school record. Gosh. But yeah, man, he sat down and cash rule everything. It was a perfect, you know, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get money, but we was dealing with certain things in our community that, you know, that we were trying to get
sacrifice first to try to make some money, and it was a sacrifice. It's like, yo, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive. And like, nah, you know. So that record, you know, wound up blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records, and it didn't have nothing to do with it. I guess to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization. Like real shit is you need to start listening. Like how you just play the Guinness boys shit. You know what I mean? You're trying to get off a message. And that's what I think that people love about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We give out, we like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you the Wu-Tang Clan, even we fuck with. And we can give you the tears. Where it's like, oh shit. Fuck, right. We gotta be careful. We gotta look at things for real. So all that had a lot to do with being around smart guys. You know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
It's contagious. It was contagious, man. Yeah. But that's what I was saying about like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious. Yeah. Because then everybody else's shit has to be typed too. Yeah. And you know when you come with a group of guys that he can, you gotta come in. Right. You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like I'll give a lot of credit to our first record, like Protected Neck. I know that's one of your favorite shit. When the expected that a smoke on the mic and smoke in Jordan region, like always raising hell, believe it? Yeah. That right there opened up. Yeah. Something very nice. Yeah. And I always tell people that you were like a Scotty Pippen. You always hit the ball. You know, he created the first verse that you notice jump right in. Yeah. That's what he did, like Schwarzenegger. Yeah. And Meth came in. You know what I mean? Everybody kind of like, that's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song. Yeah. Like we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will love all of us. So it's better to get us all now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little look for the bigger look later. Right. You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to dance in a certain way. But be like, okay, yeah, we'll take the little bit of money, but we know we got to the song, like you said, yeah, give us 50. We sell it. And we know we tell them you got the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, you're gonna go out there to make it happen. But this is what and you know, I give all the credit to Steve Rifkin. You know, Steve was the guy behind our records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. You believe? Yeah, I give y'all that. And next thing you know, when we got started taking off, then we got Anthony over the head. We got Shiz over the head. Right. We got it over here. So we did something that was so new to the world. It's like, oh shit. From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement. Right. So Wu-Tang was like a movement. Exactly. It was different. It was like everybody tried to boxes. Everybody tried to boxes as a group. Yeah. So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it like you said, as a movement being created that will eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan. Because they wanted us to still be a group. It was like, nah, we sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box ourselves. Right. You know, so by us doing that, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. So now you have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this kind of made hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that artists were starting to get more smart, which is important. You know, we didn't want it to just
Like you said, yo, just coming in, you show your song.
Yeah.
You just stay there. You just
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
oh, the beat is everything, bro.
Because it seems like all you guys are very prolific. Everybody can write. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make, right? If you got an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa,
Yeah.
you got 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you got to pick from those beats what goes with what song, and try different ways out, and you got to make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
Shit is real, bro. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. You know, I know one time a friend asked me, I said, "But what's the most important thing to you? Why not a beat?" He fucked me up the whole day with that. I was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him the answer like probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? Nobody never asked me that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody could make rhymes. I could have you sit with me for fucking a month and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times Wu-Tang wrote to whatever they felt. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from it.
Yeah.
You know, you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy, then you get a feeling, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard to come up with something. Like one thing about Wizard, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was specific to helping him come with different sounds and, you know, play with different things. And of course, you know, just having his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know, they won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like that with Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swan. He was in his zone. He was really in his zone.
Especially because it became successful.
Yeah.
A lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it. Yeah. I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not. It's I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, for as a fan,
The lyrics,
you have to lyrics.
Yeah.
Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look, and you know how many times me was argue about that? And I would tell him like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you had that,
Yeah.
you had this, we had that. That's what
It's
you
a
know.
50-50 proposition. I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics are the thing that make you go, oh shit. Like a great beat makes you move your head and gets you going, but lyrics make you go, oh shit. And rewind that.
Well, you know, me is 50-50 all the time because if I have nothing to give you that energy to write,
Right.
how can I give it to you?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes in. Yeah, I had Scott Storch here the other day. Oh, he's so fucking talented. So out there, you know? His glasses on, his fucking chain. Like, you see, feel the music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are beat machines, you know? Like he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it, just coming out of his fingers, you know? He's a super talented. Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special. And you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or with 50 or any of these people that collaborate with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said,
You know what I mean? You can't never front on the nice.
Right.
Remember that, you know, DJ style. It's
Yes.
DJ game,
Scratch
records,
records.
you know, they created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, let's try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. You know what the fuck he did?
Right. Right.
You know, look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was his fucking music, man?
Right.
He's so clever. He needed a vibe, though. He needed something
Right.
more. Who was
My
that guy?
bitch,
You ever hear Frank Sinatra
work, baby.
Oh, he was
before he was
fucking
smoking all those cigarettes? It was a super high pitched voice.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's
Right?
crazy. You listen to the difference, like, wow, that's so much
Like, look what your books in it.
I don't know. Somebody.
You never really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis, or whoever it was. Whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right.
You know?
He was a talent.
Yeah. There was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A. He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder every day in the courtroom. He wore a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He'd put guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
That guy?
Yeah, and he was a Jewish guy. And he shot this lady in the mouth.
He's Jewish?
I don't want any Jewish people mad at me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys,
I'm just saying a little talented, successful Jewish people. But that dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound with the Beatles. Like that was a big thing with him. Like he was known for being a guy that would change people's music. Russian Jewish. Boom, man. Yeah. Then he was from the Bronx, eh? Bronx. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, shot her. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get out of this fucking contract? And just shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. Cher recalls stopping Phil Spector in his tracks and he pulled the gun on her. He pulled that Cher. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You don't say. You know, well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. Of course, that's the story about Hendrix. You know, the story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. It was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a 1 in a billion year talent, and that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's what his girlfriend jumped on the Masters and oh shit, because he was going to leave his bag. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later, and it just came out like 10 years ago. Well, not long ago, where the bodyguard said, "Yeah, the manager killed him, killed Hendrix, and threw the girlfriend off the roof." They need to do a regional Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series. But they need a real, like, Quentin Tarantino needs to do. That's me, man. I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think. Quentin Tarantino, because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. It's like Hulu is great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that one. It's so wild on Hulu. You know, like, for it to be real, it has to be a movie.
Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside my book, I talked about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had me an artist with him.
Leonardo DiCaprio? Leonardo DiCaprio?
And I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up a meeting for you and Leonardo to meet in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop. And his favorite spots. And he would talk to me. Yeah, that's what's up. So me and Leonardo, we started talking. And he was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that he was thinking about get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting with Rizzo, myself, me and all those people told Riz, I said, listen, before we do this hula thing, which at the end of the day was a Riz's production. He was good. I said, I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So that it shouldn't be nothing that we should play with because people need to know our real story. So Riz entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing whatever he wanted to do with Hulu.
You might already have a deal.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, like I said, at the end of the day, the Clan,
Jamie Bassett, Jamie's the best.
it was that thing wow. I wish we could, because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him, I said, this would be like a snatch of Goodfellas and Minister Society. Yes, and
Yeah.
you know, kind of talk about our story. He was super open. He was like, yo, son, what we gotta do, yo. Who do we need to talk to? But at that time, it was already in pocket and what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, you know, maybe I might get a chance to show my version of it. Because come on, how many popular football movies we looked at?
Right.
I mean, you got these guys telling you, oh, for sure,
It can still be made.
so it can still be made.
100%. Just because there's a Hulu suit, that doesn't mean shit.
Right. But I think that at the end of the day, you know, God willing, we will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. You know,
I think it would be hugely successful. I think for a music, from a movie perspective,
would you rather see it as a movie or would you?
a movie, or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild. You know, do it like, you know, like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You can get wild. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be.
That's how you want it, right?
It can't be in any way ABC After School Special 5. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like a good narrative. It has to be set up. The scenes have to be set up because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs to get together under one mastermind, all these genius talents, and they form this movement. Right. You're gonna condense that to 2 hours.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
that was one of his good writers. He was like, yo, wait.
but I think it could be done. I think
That's what I said. I said, yo, look, come on, man. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of I thought they did a good job, but that was Dre and Cube, and you know, I'm sure you're always gonna have somebody around and be like, yo, nah, but it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, oh, I get it. You know, we even said, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to, and once everybody loved it, they loved it, so it was like, okay, y'all love it, we love y'all for loving it.
it's great. It's great. Hear me out. Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do the concert. We're Old Dirty Bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie. And that's the opening of the movie.
Really,
You got to just get everybody on the hook right away. And then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that. You know, you put the year,
and
whatever.
that's how you make movies. You pick all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
And then you start selling this.
Yeah, so that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. You start with Rikers, which is what year is that? 95? What year is that? What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I was about to say,
And what year did you guys start? Who was the very first year?
we started in late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back in 92. Back to 92. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Really, Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000. It doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics? Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
He's like,
Look that up, please. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real.
it's
Just that.
people was looking forward to looking at.
Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down, the guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just so incredible even more how we connected because, like I said, everybody comes from almost the same poverty bullshit, but everybody has different philosophies on how they, their lives is going. I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money, taking shit from them, Jizza, being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew. You know what I mean? You know who the fuck the Juice Crew was. He turned it down. It's like they was the hottest shit back then. Master Ace, Gans, Kane, Coogee back. all these dope MCs that asked, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow, Juice Crew. He was like, I love the Juice Crew, but I just was in this chain. Us with old dirty, like, old dirty always wanted to be like this. Had that personality, that charisma, that energy. So, like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, and like I said, shout out to me, man, for doing a great job. But I do agree, like you, really where it really defines it. Yeah, Wizard, that was it's not about, he wants to tell.
It's a great story. It's
Great
fun.
story.
It's fun. The movie is fun. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's got to be a movie. It's got to be a big screen, big thing. And it can be done.
First, because my brother's about
I mean, just imagine when ODB does Baby I Got Your Money. Come on. Imagine that. And that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, he had the most hits on roads, right?
He was so fucking talented. And so real. Remember when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I give my money. No, but he's like, yo, you gonna get back? He's like, yo.
No, yeah, I didn't get that. Yeah.
And everybody was crying.
Yeah.
Like, everybody was so real because it was so real.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important we establish some sort of community. Shut the fuck up. He's just not funny.
Well, like this dude back in the
Of course. Well, by existing, you get that. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang? All of them. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely are a piece of watching the new generation grow and kind of build their art the way we built ours. That's important. To reflect on that. Back then, like you said, nobody wasn't giving this kind of money. That we was the first group that ever had $1 million. Wow. And then I think Wizard was coming up with the slogan. What video was that? China. Wow, we did the China shit. We came with this shit. This shit could cost $1 million. What the fuck? It's $1 million. It's like, do it. And at that time,
Is this it?
Oh, yeah. This is what my guy brought back.
Of killer bees.
It's
We've been seen approaching from Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and
See the bees coming through and shit.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man who is ready to jump. We're told that he's possibly old dirty. Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this old dirty man.
Old dirty man.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it? It has to.
I mean, I always believed in people. I mean, these guys was, like you said, very talented, very talented. Sometimes we don't know how we come together, but we might be the only people that stick together so long, because we all feed off each other every time. So to be able to reflect back what was in our prime, it was like we still don't even get our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're gonna do it because we had to, not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we made great things happen out of nothing. The pressure, the turbulence, and the argument that they were. We still managed to come up with something great out of that whole time of that moment. But
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, you guys still together.
yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
Exactly.
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard, man. It's hard because everybody has an opinion, and you want to respect everybody's opinion, But it made me think about sports. It made me think about how coaches and people, outside of the group are so important. See, how we were designed. We huddled up. We never really had people around us kind of like push the ball and show us our true power. So we made a lot of mistakes, of being great, but still handling business a little bit different from if we would have had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on, because it was so fresh, it was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years. So it was emerging, it was chaotic, it was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it.
Yeah.
It's like today, you could, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like what's the path that you think that I should take?
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew Wu-Tang was gonna work? They would have told you that's not gonna work. You can't get 9 dudes in it. That's crazy. How are you doing that?
Yeah.
But it worked. It didn't just work, it like accelerated everybody, like amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Because it didn't just work, it worked better than being by yourself.
Yeah. I tell people all the time, the clan, I think we all got based on us as a collective.
100%.
Has to make it do themselves and people.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
And that's what it is.
Still.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together, there's no way it could be great.
Yeah.
That's what's incredible. It's like, it's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come up? Not one group has come together and made like they're just like we can. Not one. Not one.
Even when it comes to sales and each one of us is blessed to be able to go platform, go. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, "Damn, all other groups did what we did." Like come with guys that everybody in the group can go and act and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. Name one person. Name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
everybody branched out. Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's one of my greatest plays too, man.
And so different than anything else. Like the way he did it, like he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is a real god too.
One of the all-timers. One of the all-time greats. All-time greats. I haven't yet. No, I'd love that. I'd love that, dude. I've been good. I think that, like, there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip-hop era that, like, for a young guy coming up, someone who's, like, interested in a career and it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You gotta explore the classics. You gotta see what started this whole thing. Because, and you gotta put yourself in this mindset, like, and it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's like when it came around, it was this totally new thing. It's totally new sound. Totally new, like, avenue of music that existed. And everybody was like, wow. And all the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. Like, this is great.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. And so for the people that are, like, making a career in it now, like, ooh, I know that there's like a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you gotta abandon that. Abandon that thinking. Go back and educate yourself, because it's free. Get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just, like you said, just expression.
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, like today, like for example, I own a cannabis business in Newark called Asheville. You see representing us. We said cannabis or something, look, I want to have me a fat lot and enough land to go and plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big trend, so we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, now, as I sit here and I'm the owner of a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, he was talking about things. My first joint ever went gold. I put it in my mother's, my mother's living room wall. We did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality, and that's what happens. Like I said, the jizz of being so intelligent and talking about science and, meth, talking about certain things, and that today he's in the movie world, and this is a director. These are the things that were going through our minds. We were just smoking and listening to production and just with the right things. Where do we go? And I think that is important as an artist, is to dream, be creative. Don't sit in one box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot with hip hop today. It's like, yo, it's just not a too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here. Yeah. But it's just sometimes we're just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see so many sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that says, "Yo, we want you to stay right there. We want you to stop. We want you to not
I want you to just.
Whatever they think is going to sell.
Why is that the case?
Because the same reason why they were trying to take the Rizzo and change him, trying to make something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy, they do that in podcasting, they do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better and they're going to mold you and shape you and change you. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire an image team. It's all just bullshit. It's not artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in a way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything to them. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? And Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be the rapper. And Ice-T was like, man, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what? It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning, well, you probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all liked it, like you said, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want us to shoot them in a concert together, you know. But that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes. You go, hold on, do that again. Stop. Do it again. Do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it. Give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because he's
right. He's barefoot and shit and fucking using yoga. Genius is super weirdo. A Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great.
They're artists though. It's like that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing we talk about discipline? No. But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. It's like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song Discipline. Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song. Great lyrics.
Like I said, this shit became knowledge to us, man.
Yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor, raising our kids to be smarter and, not hiding like you said, once you put that warning sticker on you, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see for what it is and they say, look, you can make these choices, bro. You go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow up. And then everybody would want to do it that way. If someone today became like this genius lyricist, was like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
but you think that music is still, you think the radio will play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing it. That's what means something.
How do you get it out there?
Someone put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, oh, yeah. And you have your friends like, yo, listen to the first lines. Yeah, listen to that shit. That's how we always sold it. Oh my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking like how I feel about my album about the job.
What is it called?
Well, you know the shit. I just been working on this documentary right for the purpose.
just be honest with you, take it back. I've been working on, Only Book for Cuban Links is my what's going on now, my thriller album that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we done was we went back and decided to do a documentary about it. The real life. So it's called The Perfect St. Ives because remind you, Only Built for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being out came as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Perfect St. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team from my camp, it was, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, you know what? Me and my guys said, my team said, we can do a documentary about this album. You can make 50 albums. People still want to talk about Only Built for Cuban Links. I said, dude, you know what? You're right. So what I did was, I said, you know what? I need us and kind of tell a story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. And you see a lot of these guys today, they still wearing Cuban Link jeans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling an album Only Built for Cuban Link mix? Now it's everybody in their mother is wearing Cuban Link jeans today, 30 years later. So, that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on for 10 years. Wow. So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by the album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all in the making. We didn't actually go out there and start pitching it yet. They're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. Once the new year kick in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go through a deal with a net with this project. It's going to be a deal.
It's a great idea.
You know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we live, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie. Because the story of how I talk about it is going to blow people. It's like, damn, this is what you was going to do. This is how your mindset was. Because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop and we were in a position to make something golden that at that time it was already thinking something. I was already Martin Scorsese mindset. Because when I came to the clan, I was like, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to walk like that. I don't even know about drugs and hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, So we talk about this in a documentary. We go through some of the songs, and like I said, I got some of my guys that, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then. Everybody thought we had a beef. Just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working with some other music. So I just said, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna drop some new music. So I got definitely new album to come out.
Who was that?
A new album. I say probably like 22nd quarter. Yeah. And I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I mentioned on this show the name of the album is going to be called The Empress New Clothes. You ever look at Dutch 14?
Yeah. The Emperor and those clothes. Yeah.
So that's going to be the name of it because I feel like the status quo today, everybody feels bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, you believe it? Oh, I'm supposed to believe. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said. When I'm listening to everything you said about you have to do it for Mr. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yeah, I'm not going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. Just I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm not for this year. I'm not going to play things that are like good overall. But yeah, that's going to be
People still love, and I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the comedy mothership, when I played them 1990s hip hop, they go, oh, they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
Yeah, we can't afford them because we listen to a lot of
Also, they got so much shit coming their way. They're getting inundated about all these new artists, all these new
There's so much shit going on.
so much shit going on.
There's so much going on. You know, I always say that it's always a way for people that love music. You know, I don't care. So you could be 50, you know, today sitting there as a 55-year-old man that still have that kid in the love what helped you be who you are today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. You know, like today the chef is more of an architect artist. I don't consider myself a gangster rapper, any rapper. I'm an architect, man. You know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. You know, and, when people hear this album, they're like, oh my God, he still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think you're going to lose that shit. That's like somebody saying like Tyson can't fight. When you go after the day, he really loses a fucking bit when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing or whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So get ready. But then, like I said, the name of the album is called The Vision and Clothes. Check that out.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It was a real pleasure.
Oh my God.
Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long fucking time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie. Do it.
We gonna make it happen.
Do it the right
We
way.
gonna figure it out.
I wish I was a movie maker. That's what I would make it that way. I'll open up with that fucking writer scene.
Listen, Jim, it's never too late for us to do it. Fucking
Never too late.
never too late.
Never too late. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bye.
Check it out, Bergen Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rocky podcast by night, all day.
Let's see.
Are we up? This is first time. This time, that's very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting that's not this far. This is 40. How did you manage to get this far with no scrubs?
I don't know how to do any like really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state capital. Yeah. Is this the right way?
Yeah.
Let's get a fun. I want to see what's fun.
Don't inhale it off to get the fire.
First you got
Lower your. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids I've never done it.
No. I mean the way you're being returned. Like get the fire on the. Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pulling. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
What am I supposed to do?
Smoke it. You gotta inhale while you were.
I'm going to do what you want to do. Inhale while the smoke. Yeah.
No. You just kind of keep. Take a deep breathe in while you're doing that. Jesus Christ. How did you get to be 40 and never have a cigar?
Well, now he's a man. Now you're a man.
So what do I do now?
You puff on it.
It's not even lit. How did you fuck that up? I just tried to light it down 5 minutes.
You
You gotta do this. You don't. You don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth.
You enjoy the taste of it.
There you go. Take some more puffs. This is not so good. Couple puffs.
Yeah.
Puffs. There you go. Puff. Keep puffing. Keep it lit. You want to keep it lit? There you go. Yeah, this was the first time you smoked. I'm sorry.
I was 6 years old.
Like a regular.
Yeah.
Regular.
With my uncle.
You know what
How
it
did
is?
you get to be 40?
I think because my dad never really smoked.
Let's start crying.
Back to my throat. My dad never really smoked, and I never really did any like hand kind of stuff like this. And I was with my mom mostly, and she was more, you know, it's true. I know, well, it's just I got cigar in the back of the truck. But I don't know what to do. I'm just thinking about how my clothes are going to smell like cigar smoke.
Yeah, no, it really does.
And
That's gonna mess with your head.
And it messes with my head because I'm like, I don't want to get cigar smoke on my clothes.
Do you use cologne?
Yes. Shout out Deep St. Laurent.
Some body odor.
Do you not use cologne? Never?
What do you
You just go with your natural musk.
I like you, but
Right.
I like Dr. Squatch.
Shout out Dr. Squatch.
Shout out to Dr. Squatch. Natural. It's not, it doesn't have aluminum in it.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it looks as good.
Well, there's
I
more.
think there's something to the aluminum. But why would
Yeah.
they put it in there if it wasn't effective?
No, I tried the deodorant without the aluminum in it.
Dr. Squatch
Doesn't
is
work. Can I take a peek?
That's nice.
Yeah.
Just pick some up. Yeah, you want me to go on the other side?
So good. Yeah. So good. Not that way.
Yeah, that's
I forget which flavor it is. It's like fucking biscuits. Or it could be musk or some shit.
It's pheromones in the natural sense.
Yeah, that's
You don't
I
think
mean,
so?
there's pheromones, but natural people smell disgusting. People that don't wear any deodorant, they always smell funky.
Stinky.
So they still have like, you know, your pits are, think about how it works, right? It's just getting squashed all the time. Your pits are just constantly getting squashed. And there's hair in there, unless you're a weird.
Yeah.
So there's hair, and the hair is collecting all the sweat, and it's just getting funky.
That's what made eating pussy so hard before, like, the 2004 porn.
Right.
But porn used to be left out.
Right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line it wasn't. And then society followed it.
Yes. And it changed eating pussy. I mean, it's so much more enjoyable without the fumes. Because the fumes get caught in hair.
Come on.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Napoleon.
Yeah.
Even,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Napoleon left to Josephine. He wanted her to have full bush, and he wanted her not to bathe for a week. But he was coming home more. He said, I needed fucking punchy. So some guys like that.
Well,
I
he
don't
was,
see
he
you there.
was involved in transport. Well, I read that. He did different colonies for shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just imagine the kind of warfare that the Pauline's crew were. I mean, they had muskets.
And they were also probably much more tolerant of bad smells because history smelled. Can you imagine? People bathed once a week. Even athletes, but everybody probably had athletes. Right? And they didn't have bidets yet. So your asshole was just like,
Running water.
nothing.
Yeah, buckets.
Yeah.
The only people who were clean in antiquity, Muslim people. They were the clean ones. When you read about the Crusades, they said the Muslims were able to smell the Christian army coming from miles away because of how filthy they were. The Muslims were all about science and cleanliness, and Dr. Scott's father big.
Well, before the Mongols sacked Iraq, like they were like that was the pinnacle of civilization. They turned the river, was it the river Tigris? They turned it red with blood. Like that's how many people they killed. They killed the entire town of Baghdad. Like they killed everybody. And those people were at the pinnacle of science. Yeah. And then look, you go all the way to the 1990s, and you got fucking Saddam Hussein and his psychopathic kids running shit and killing people, and that was what was left over.
Yeah. Yeah. Same gene line.
It's really nuts when
You think that gets into the genes, like killer kind of stuff like that?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, right. I think good things end up in good things. I think that's been substantiated by science. It said, that even racism can be passed on from parent to child.
That makes
I believe it. Traumatic memories.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. Yeah, I feel like only now as I'm getting older, I'm like, I have some of my mom's memories in my head. I feel like.
Think about this. Think about, let's think of simpler animals, like animals, like dogs, like Carl. How the fuck does a dog know to pee on a tree? How does a dog know to go to where he is and pee on it? How do they know any of those things? Right. They're so hungry. How do they know when they see another dog or an animal bark? Like, why are they scared of it? Why are people scared of snakes? Why are people scared of spiders?
Puerto Ricans are not scared of snakes.
So
they use
Puerto Rico.
no, they understand. They take them as household pets.
Yes.
My friend Sergio got hate they said, Sergio's
Sergio
got somebody.
pets that are snakes.
Sergio used to beat up drug dealers when he was 15 with his fist. Like that was he would get the drug dealer would pay this 15-year-old kid to go beat up other drug dealers with his fist on the Lower East Side and get money.
But he's a great guy and a spiritual guy, and he's the only guy I know that would beat up a drug dealer and then journal about it later because he's a suspicious guy.
He's our friend. He's our friend.
He's a comic.
Frank Chicone. He's a comic.
Yeah.
He's a comic and a boxing instructor.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a boxing
Trained
instructor.
stuff. We're fucking ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look thin.
Yeah.
Really do. You're healthy.
He does.
What is boxing?
I'm a boxer.
Which one is his moves?
What's it, bro?
And I'll show you form.
I got video of it. I'll show you. Yeah. He's got a nice. He's got. You made a video today. I got a video today. He's got a nice right hand. He's not. You say you're slow, but you're not slow. But you got a nice right hand.
Yeah, I have. He tells me I got overpower in both hands.
Right.
So I don't know.
It looks about it. I like it.
I know, and that's how it goes. And then you just get fucking stretched out.
Stretched out. You get laid out.
Yeah, you get stretched out.
You have a smaller head than normal.
It's fucking cats, hard to target. Yeah, you're fucking target. It looks like you got a
Right. But listen, the reality is both of you can get a lot.
100%.
And it's way better than ever been.
Is it?
Why?
Guys with bigger heads traditionally, for a fact, take a better shot.
Mm-hmm.
But there's those guys like Mark Hunt. Mark Hunt, one of the greatest kickboxers of all time.
Yeah.
K1 Grand Prix champion. Fought in UFC, fought in Pride, is a legend. Head the size of this table.
Yeah. Body.
Brock
That
Lesnar, head the size of this table. Yeah, he was just small.
Yeah.
Just a giant, thick dude. He was like 5'10", 250.
Yeah.
You know, but one of the greatest chins of all time in all combat sports. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. And I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines and chaos and inflated prices? Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code ROGAN20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Can you see just from looking at our faces how easy it would be to my kid's going out? I'm going out quick, right?
You don't have construction.
Yeah. I got a lady's face, is what you said.
No, you have a man's face, but there's certain faces that are easier to hurt.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's got a good jaw.
But you know, there's arguments against that. Like there's some guys with small jaws, and somehow or another they take great punches. Like Max Holloway doesn't have like a big square jaw; it takes a tremendous punch.
Yeah, right. I'm scared to sleep with the lights on, so I think if I got hit,
You're going to do a good job there.
I
The structure's good.
yeah. What I have with my defense is, not against guys like you, or if you don't know me, my defense is I look like I can take
It
the
looks
punch,
like you could be a complete psychopath.
and I don't know any.
Like,
I
I
don't.
can teach you how to like really
Right.
find your inner psycho. You scare the fuck out
First,
of
you got to teach me how to light a cigar. You know, do that.
There's something dead behind your eyes that's very troubling if you were angry.
If I was angry,
Yeah.
But the thing is, for me, Joe, and I'm just completely honest with you, when I get really angry, like you'll punch a wall or you'll do mad shit, I cry. I really get many times where I've gotten so mad that I just start to tear up and cry. I've cried pretty honest before. When I get angry, I just start to cry. So there's some wires crossed somewhere in me, but we've kind of accepted. That's why I think our friendship has blossomed to the way it is, because we both understand that we just have a little bit more estrogen than most guys, and that's okay.
We got Nick for sure. I mean, some people get fully clipped. I think we got
Joe didn't get it at all. Joe got not even close to being Nick, and which is rare for a comic, because it's very usually hard to be funny and not a little bit of a feminine guy. You're a very manly guy to be funny. That's rarity, babe. Yeah.
Well, most guys that if you like hang around boxing gyms, or if you hang around a lot of cops, or if you hang around soldiers, they're funny. They're funny dudes because it's gallows humor. Because they deal with, like, one of my funniest friends was a special forces guy. Yeah. He's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And he's always cracking like jokes you could never repeat. You know, saying things you could never repeat. And it's just so funny. It's like he's funny. It's just funny in, you know, kind of a crazy way.
Yeah. Right. We always say that, like, if we were like back in history, like 200 years ago, or whatever, we the guys in the war would either be hitting the drums, or we would just be keeping the troops loose, laughing with the troops, because we're not the kind of guy. We think we have value as men to other warrior men like yourself, but we're not going to do the fighting. But we will do the cooking, the cleaning, and the laughing.
I will offer my nuts up to be a eunuch to watch the harem.
It's also the experiences that you've had in your life that make you are right now. It's not as simple as like when I was a kid, I was terrified of everybody. That's why I learned martial arts. I was getting picked on. Right? I hated it. So I was like, all right, I got to figure out. There's only one way. And the only one way is to become formidable. Right? Become the person that you're scared of. Right? So I did that. Yeah. But it wasn't because like I was this like kid that was tough like all the time. Like, when I was young, I was like, I understood how to like just be a fucking man. Like, I don't know.
Right. From great weakness comes great strength.
Yeah. Well, you recognize what it is, right? It's thought patterns. You allow your brain to go down these very detrimental thought patterns, and you have to like separate consciousness from these patterns that you allow your attention to go down. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And if you can shut those off, you'll have a happier life. You have to understand where they're going. And when they go in a negative, detrimental anxiety spiral. Now, I'm not saying this will work for everybody, because I do believe that some anxiety is chemical. I believe that some people have a bad balance. Because I know people like that. It's a real thing. I can never say that the way I think is the way everybody thinks. There's no way. But I know for me that with me, I know because of extreme experiences, I know how to shut those things off. So from fighting, from hunting, from doing stand-up, from doing a lot of live things where you're in front of like thousands of people, I know how to shut that part of the brain off that goes down those roads. I know what it is. You know, I've experienced it. I never had a panic attack, but I've had anxiety. You know, I've freaked out before, and I was like, yeah. And then you look at it in retrospect, and you go, okay, I started spiraling, and then what if this happens? And then what if that happens? What if this happens? What if that happens? Okay, no. Yeah. And then get to that spot and have enough mental clarity and enough sovereignty, control over the mind to not allow it to happen.
It's tough when you have a comedian brain, because that's what we do. We spend a lot of time in our heads analyzing things, analyzing things. So sometimes it can turn on you.
Yeah. If it starts with what if, it's anxiety. You push it out of the brain, folks.
And anxiety
What
is
if it's no good. Anxiety is a liar.
But that what if sometimes is good. Like, what if I do this? Or what if I just relook at this? What if is not bad? What if it's attached to what if it all falls apart? What if everyone hates me? Like every now and then I get a text from a friend that's like, hey man, are you cool? Like, what are you talking about?
Like, what are you talking about? What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, I just I haven't heard from you anymore. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, what is like? Let's talk on the phone.
Like, you know,
These are weird conversations, you
Right.
know. Where some people just go down the road and they start thinking everybody hates them.
That's narcissism, right? They just think everyone's obsessed with you.
It's a little bit that, right? Unfortunately, even victims, like people that are psychologically damaged, you know, and they're depressed, that is a type of narcissism, unfortunately. You don't want to like further victimize someone who's got a mental illness by saying, oh, you're a narcissist. But if you're just only worried about how other people think of you, and only worried about how you feel in your head, there's a narcissism.
I know when I text you, I just go, hey, there's a 1 in 6 chance. The guy's a busy guy.
That's what it is.
I never take a
I have
personal.
the number. I've been saying this for a while. I have a couple numbers that I go after reading. I go just completely check out.
And I never call you first because I'm like, I don't know if I have that type of friendship.
Maybe told.
I can call you.
All right. I didn't too.
Yeah.
It's been a couple of times I've said to you, I come out for Christmas.
Yeah. Wow. You're going to see a lot of y'all practice popping out.
Yeah. There's been a couple of times I've sent Joe voice notes.
Yeah.
And then you listen back, I'm like, I'm not saying that. And then I just got to reach out.
What'd you say? What's up, buddy Bubbles? What's up, baby Goose?
You know, sends me the most voice notes, Alex Jones, because they disappear.
Right.
And then it fucking disappears.
Well, you can keep it.
Yeah,
On
you
your
can,
end.
but doesn't he know the people?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, I'm not doing it. You'll record it with another phone. It's smart, you know, film it. Smart, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's perfect. I mean, it's almost
I've known him for about 25 fucking years.
I mean, if you called me did that, I'd be like, I'll
As soon as Trump gets in, they're going to have to be aliens will land.
That's
They're turning the frogs getting.
Dude, I saw a video of Alex Jones, and I'm related to the game. You've seen this, how he predicted 9/11 in June of 2001. He did. I was crazy to watch that. Tucker thinks he's just
Yeah, he's a very
that is
misunderstood guy. Right, he really is. And it's really unfortunate that Sandy Hook thing, because if it wasn't for that, he'd be way more respected and people appreciate him for what he is. He had a psychotic break, you know, and he had a drinking problem at one time and maybe some other stuff. And he was losing his fucking mind because all day long it's conspiracies that are real. And so when you start looking for conspiracies in places that aren't real, and then I think there's also another thing. I think there are certain people, now I don't know who they work for, I don't know if they're independent, I don't think they do it just for fun. Some people create fake, compelling conspiracies and then put them online. Yeah, for sure. They do it for content. Yeah. Well, they do
views.
That's true too, but I think there's a more nefarious aspect to it too. I think the more conspiracies that you can make look really stupid, the more the real ones seem preposterous because they're connected, right? Like, here's a great example. 9/11 was an inside job. That sounds fucking insane, right? That sounds completely insane that the government did that. But 51 former intelligence agents testified that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. That sounds crazy too, right? But that's real, right? If you get enough of the ones that don't make sense, like the Jews control the weather, you get enough of the flat earth ones, you get enough, it's all like, it's like the term drugs, right? The term drugs applies to nicotine. It applies to the coffee you drink. That's what a drug is, but it also applies to fucking meth, right? Conspiracy theories are lumped in all together, just like drugs. And the best way to do that is to put a bunch of bad ones out there, really bad ones, so that the ones that are plausible, you go, wait. Shoot the Pfizer files? Right. Why are they hitting for 75 years? How many people did you test this on? Did you ever test for transmission? You never did. So when you were on TV and saying that, what was going on? That's a real conspiracy. Right. These are real people conspired to hide information and to shape a narrative that would be very, very profitable.
Right. But nobody's going to believe the Jews created the weather, and then also everywhere. Like, it's only a small group of people who are going to go to Jews and control.
They're definitely cloud seeding. They can Dubai.
They'll crawl in your shoes now. The Jews will crawl in your shoes.
For sure.
Yeah. So
For sure.
tighten your laces.
Sure, there's people that can discern between a good conspiracy and a bad conspiracy, but I don't think there's a lot. I think it's like 30% of the population.
All right, let me ask you about this one.
America maybe.
Yeah, 30%.
Let me throw this one out. You ready for this one? Do you think it's possible, just hear me out, do you think it's possible that what this existence actually is some type of prison planet, and we are negative emotions are being fed on by an ancient alien race that has kind of imprisoned us. And the reason why monks and people like that go into deep meditation is because a lot of this universe is spoken through vibrations, and they can get their vibrations to a certain height where they can vibrate and have so much positive energy that the prison rulers can't eat them, and they're not stuck in this loop like we are.
Where did you get this one?
This is real.
Yeah,
I thought it was eat their negative thoughts. Eat their negative thoughts and negative emotions. Can you light me up, guys?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear about that.
This is such a feminine thing. He's asked you to hold the door open for him.
Yeah.
Why don't you put the umbrella over his head, light a cigar? Yeah, that's what it is.
I feel like it. Is that
Yeah. You make it sick too.
It'll be fine.
That's why cigars are so good for conversation. You know, cigars are so good for conversation because it gets you a little loose.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice little buzz.
So you don't think the prison plan? You don't think there's a possibility this is a prison plan for the advanced human race and eating on negative emotions and thoughts for fuel?
Where did you get that? Where did you get that from?
Alex Jones. No, that's Jones.
Alex Jones is a much more detailed interdimensional child molesters.
There's a device on the moon. That's how they reflect. That's the energy goes to them.
That's
That's
just
possible.
L. Ron Hubbard shit. Have you ever read
Carl
any?
Watson.
You ever read any L. Ron Hubbard?
I know the details. I know it's a nice pyramid scheme to go up all the way.
Yeah, but that's just the Dianetics or Scientology. The really fun stuff is the science fiction.
Mm.
Do you know that he wrote the most words ever of any human being?
More than James Joyce.
He has the most published work of all time.
So he's like
No one
Thomas
has written more.
Kincaid. Thomas Kincaid of writing.
But he never made a second draft. Homeboy stuff all sucked. It was all unbelievably bad science fiction. It was unbelievably bad, like wonderful, like so bad. It's just like, what? Have you ever seen Battlefield Earth?
Yeah, that was the worst movie.
L. Ron Hubbard is a record-holding author who holds the Guinness World Record for publishing. Most published works by one author. Most audiobooks published by one author. Most translated author in the world. Most translated author, same book, The Way to Happiness. Very interesting. Use a special IBM typewriter with extra use for common words. It was so bad. It was so bad at writing. Not only did he not edit, but he needed the word ready.
If you keep going, you might be in line for a podcast for Guinness World Records, most podcast minutes ever recorded. That's possible.
That's great. Maybe
You could get that.
Maybe. I mean, what's the record now?
I don't know that. Who's doing 9 hours a week?
Yeah.
Only
I
you.
might already have it.
You might already have it.
But that's like I already have the Guinness World Record. I mean, Adam Carolla holds.
What's that one?
Adam Carolla has like the most downloaded podcast of all time. You can have it though.
Yeah.
Keep your name in the book.
Yeah. Well, but yeah, you have to specifically go to Guinness World Records, and they have to do research and like give you a whole.
Yeah, you have to prove it. You have to go to them to try to get it on the books and not keep it fun. But if they were like really checking, it has to. Like, this has been number one for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way I'm still got it. That's crazy.
No way. No. And you do what? Average 3 every episode, 3 hours. So it's 9 hours a week.
Average. Yeah, but I'm usually 4 a week. So it's usually 12. And sometimes 5. Yeah. This week is 4. Some weeks it's 5. And if it's a fight companion, like some weeks it's 4 and a fight companion. The fight companion might be 5 hours long. You know?
Yeah. It's just passion, you think? Like you never say, fuck, I gotta do a pod. It's always like, can't wait to do
I
the
never
pod.
say that.
That's beautiful.
Especially the guys like you. I'm like, we're gonna have fun.
Yeah. But we told
I mean, do you know how much we would be loving this if it never happened? Like if you never got to be around friends and just shoot the shit, smoke a
cigar and laugh and crack up and talk about nonsense. Like, if you couldn't do it, it would be something you would look forward to so much. You were lonely. You didn't have good friends. You didn't have like comics are the best friends. They're the best friends because you could be open with them. They talk crazy. They say wild shit. You laugh together. You feed off of each other. They're the best friends. If you didn't have any comics or friends, there's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah.
So if you're not sad,
You said comics on sad?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
some comics are sad. Some comics are sad.
Tears of the Thumb.
Yeah, that's a little exaggerated. I think a lot of them are sad because of the whole thing with bipolar narcissism and anxiety. Like comics are some awful narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
But you know when you really see that? Comics start attacking comics that are doing better.
Yeah.
It's only comics that are doing better. So what's happening? Comparison, looking for joy.
Yes.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, all criticism comes from a place of unmet needs.
Right.
A tragic result of unmet needs.
Right.
So there's this feeling. Me, fuck you on X, Y, Z fucking history hyenas. I don't give a fuck if they're bad. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You know that. That's like, isn't there a wonderful world that we live in? Isn't there chaos and beauty? Many things to talk about, and you're going to talk about other comics. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, I agree.
Shut the fuck up, you whiny bitch. Yeah.
That's why it's good to have, in my opinion, we both have kids. We get lost, we'll do our work, and we'll do our stuff, have fun, and then we just play with our kids, play like the real stuff that matters, our wives, our kids, hanging out with them.
It definitely changed this.
Some of our peers who don't have families and is just constantly worried about this business is like, I don't know how you're going to get off that treadmill.
Yeah, that's not good. I would not be the same thing with I just would not. I wouldn't have the same empathy, compassion for people. I wouldn't understand like the development of a child. I've talked about this before, but it genuinely changed the way I look at human beings after I became a parent. Because I used to look at adults like they were just, this guy's an asshole. He's 36. He's a fucking dickhead. Now I go, that's a baby. That's a baby that got terrible exposure to bad ideas, bad input, mean people around them, and thrust into the situation. So now you see him. Like when I see homeless people, I get so sad. When I see like homeless people that are just like, I'm like, that's someone's baby. They held that baby, and now here's this person just leaning in the corner. What is that thing they're doing? Like, it's a lot of people in Philadelphia where they're like totally like.
Is this called crank or something?
Yeah, what do they call it?
It's the heroin lead.
The heroin
I don't even know if it's heroin. It's like, I think it's some new stuff.
It's that new shit.
This guy was like doing a yoga. If you could do that, like, essentially he's doing like a very difficult core maneuver.
Yeah, Joe's like, can I do that with a kettlebell?
I was wondering. I was looking at this guy. I'm like, I don't think that's good for back, but like, if he can hold it there, there's always something. Structure.
So you do that, it's a baby thing, even with like Genghis Khan and even with the murder, like, it's just a baby.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's not like we're stopping from killing them, but what it does do is it puts me in this place of, instead of like thinking of everything being static, that everything else is a constant aggression.
It's a great song.
Even though, listen, dude, I love America. I bleed red, white, and blue. I stay true to the American flag. I love our country. I do understand terrorism, terrorists, like old school terrorists, when if America's like bombed their country for whatever reason and killed their babies, they're like, well, now I'm going to fucking go lethal and I'm going to start killing everybody in that country when I can. I just get it where I didn't get it before I had kids. But I'm like, if somebody did that to me and my children took them away, I would just go crazy. I'd learn how to light a cigar and I'd start fucking killing people because I have nothing left to live for. So I get it.
Of course. It's not a coincidence. It's in the scariest people living.
There you go. Wow.
Like,
Did they make you up, my man?
Scariest motherfuckers, like the guys from
Excellent.
how are you? Pakistan. I'm like, this guy.
Keeping that sticky thing, I'm working on this fucking little robot. It's just about where I need to be, I think, to just be this fucking Tommy gun, like circular firing squad. And then I've got Flax's interview that I'm going to upload. He does like a 13-hour stream. I can't get Nice job on the man. Oh, excellent moderation, man. No, I mean that's me. To me, so you can call me. Oh, okay. Excellent. You can call me all kinds of bigoted things, but just don't be super loud. Like, I can, I can handle it. Word on my word. Yeah, I agree. Um, yeah, I was watching Joe Rogan. He just had on. I mean, I slept and I probably sleep again, but I whenever we have like I don't know, whenever my hours are all fucked up, I have to like work to get them back, and then it's so easy for me to fuck them up again. It's like 3:30, and it's like, do I stay up? Or if I don't, then I'll end up taking a nap at like 10 a.m. or something. But yeah, yeah, I get that. When I woke, um, I've never been diagnosed with this, but like vertigo, I just was like dizzy, just like when I woke up today, and I think it because I just was um, just low on sleep, but I don't know, like I got to go to the bathroom. It's just like everything was just for like a little bit, just kind of dizzy, and then it's fine. But it's just when I immediately wake up, sometimes I stand up really quickly, it can happen, and I think it could be just blood going to my head. But yeah, yeah, of course I know what the fuck that is. So what's POTS? Yeah, oh wow. So I kind of feel like, well, the medical industry is obviously an industry, but they 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 come up with acronyms, and it's like, oh, you've got SARS. Oh, but they're easy to say acronyms that are like one word. Oh, you've got, I don't know, Thames. You've got POTS. These things aren't usually like when I heard like, okay, this is different. Like COPD, that one's a little bit different. But like they're not usually like that. Where it's like, oh, you got JRS 293, you're fucked. Like, huh? Well, how am I supposed to know what this fucking is, man? Like, um, and I feel like they're almost like, look, when they're marketing drugs, they're like, we could make $1 billion if we call this thing QR235, or if we call it queef disease, we're going to make $10 billion on it. Just it's queef. Oh, you got queef? Yeah, my queef is acting up. If it's like a one word acronym, they can make more money. So you hear all of these things like, I don't know, back in the day, you would only die from like heart disease, cancer, um, I guess like diabetes, but that kind of was okay. What else? Like were the big ones? Like of course there's like car accidents and that kind of shit. But there was like um, I, old age. Yeah, that was the big thing. People would just die of old age. I don't understand this from Caspian Sea, and I am not gonna understand what old age death is. That to me isn't something that should kill you. It's not like you. It, there's a reason why you die, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know if I also dream of a day of a machine that when you die, they just put you on a machine and it tells you how you die. So it'd be like, yeah, I mean, because old age is not good enough. Or someone being like, oh, well, we're going to attribute it to, I don't know, swine flu. That's not good enough. You could have swine flu, but you had a fucking heart attack. I want the actual fucking reason. And we don't have to cut into anybody, and we don't need a coroner. It's just a real simple machine. Just scan your fucking body and be able to tell us. But that's an easy machine. Like, I'm not saying I could invent it, but with the right funding, I could lead a team to invent it, which is essentially a body scanner that knows the major ways that people can die: brain hemorrhage, diabetes, a stroke, cardiac arrest, all that shit. But they don't want that. Why? Because then when you're killing people, they don't want you to be looking into it and how somebody actually died. They don't want you to know if someone perhaps got poisoned. They don't want you to perhaps if somebody got the heart attack done. They don't want people looking into that shit. Oh shit, sorry, and nobody looks into it. And another thing, when I'm the boss, I'm gonna really try to turn the tide of the coroner system. Like, you don't even have to be a doctor to be a coroner in the United States. Most coroners in the United States are the sheriff of the county. So it's like, if you're broke, yeah, let me check the percentage. Um, what percentage of coroners in the United States are police officers, like the sheriff of the county? Uh, they thought I said coroners, not coroners, coroners. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Jonas. All right. Coroners are elected officials. The majority of coroners, let's see here, who are such as to vary by jurisdiction. I want to know. Okay, it's not 50%, but it's at least 10 to 15, and that's okay. So maybe it's this less than 50% of a medical degree or a doctor or something like that. But like in number one, 15% of is too high for it to be the same person as the sheriff. What percentage of forerunners have a medical degree in the United States? Okay, the percentage of foreigners who have a medical degree is relatively small. Okay, oh, it's about 10% of all foreigners in the U.S. have a medical degree. How is that, like, a lot? Like, basically, that means, I don't know, Zoot, maybe. I don't know if Zoot has a medical degree, but, like, Zoot could be a coroner in the United States without absolute, I mean, because he's good at fucking, he sucks at mini golf, but still, he could be a coroner. There's like, it's because it's an elected position in the county that it just, I don't know, I think that it should be 100%. It generally is in urban areas, but because most people, most counties are not urban areas, that's how it gets down to 10 to 15%. So, so the same amount of foreigners in the United States that have a medical degree is equal essentially to the same amount who it's the share. Think about that statistic. So basically, in the United States, 15% of foreigners are sheriffs, 15% are doctors, and the rest are just random people who got elected. I, well, yeah, and then like I think that right, and there are situations I have known of them where someone dies, and because the family can reject an autopsy, then you can't look into their death basically. Like the family has control over. So like imagine a situation. There are just a lot of situations. Kids who want their parents' money. The kids could kill their parents, and then just say we don't want an autopsy. We're going to say due to whatever reason, and then it's like okay, well they rejected the autopsy. I don't know. That's why I want a machine that just everybody has to be run through when you die. I don't care if you get hit by a car and you are literally just splattered. Somebody go around with a little shovel and all your shit, put it on a fucking put it in a Tupperware container and run that motherfucker through the chute. Just so we know what actually killed you. And they'll be like, whoa, dog, are you serious? I mean, this person got either fell off a cliff or got hit by a car or whatever, but it would be some kind of massive trauma. Because if not, you create a world where people die from just, people who are controversial die of suicide by 2 gunshots to the back of the head. And the coroner comes in and it, so Schneider situation, a a Gary Webb situation. Gary Webb uncovered the cocaine trafficking that was going on in the United States and published it in the Santa Clara um, in like Bay Area newspapers, and it's sad. And then there's no like, um, I mean, another thing is this. Let's say you just don't want the coroner to pay attention to whatever killed this person. All right, you just have to bribe them. And it's like the worst thing that's going to happen is they just don't win election next year because somebody fucking finds out about it. Or the next time they have to be elected. And there's still a good chance that they will. I don't know. I just think that whole system is really corrupt and really outdated. And it's really interesting to me that in urban areas, the amount of coroners and medical professionals is like 100%. But in rural areas, it's closer to none. And I also think it's interesting if people want to say, well, it's expensive. Like there are a lot of counties in the United States, and if you're in some rural county, it's expensive to have a like an on-call medical professional there. Well, guess what? There's enough tax dollars around that you can put together the money for one person's salary. They don't have to make $500 million a year. They can make whatever seems relatively accurate for the area, and but you should have to pay for that. I've never understood that. I think there's huge corruption in that, and it gets down to like these statements like, well, I mean, basically, if somebody dies, they don't necessarily have to have an autopsy, and I just feel like they should. We're at a point where you should absolutely have it, and it gets into insurance too, and that's the big thing. And this test could be very cheap. It could be like, um, I mean, it's not like it's just a machine. It's like electricity is all it would take to power. So you just buy those machines, and then really, if you bought those machines, you don't even really need a car. In fact, I'd rather just have an accurate machine system without corners. But if you're gonna, I understand that there's gonna be some overlap to that, but yeah, just like a tube that you put someone's body in, and then it just tells you how they died. That's not that hard. Absolutely. And a lot of power from corrupt people and corrupt officials. Right? There are these famous cases of people who have, multiple gunshots to the head, which is basically impossible. And then the coroner just rules it as a suicide, which is like, dog, we should prosecute the coroner for coming up with that stupid ass determination. Well, I people say we live in a simulation and all these other things, but um, I tend to believe that that could definitely be true, especially if we were seen at the extraterrestrials. That they just had this um, narrative that they wanted. I don't know what it is to get a glance or to get, you know, to just for entertainment or whatever. But there's certainly corruption. And I mean, I don't know what it is, but it would be like we were playing Sim City, the game, if you're familiar with that, or The Sims, or something like that, and we're just living out somebody's life. And we could make it really easy, on easy mode, where the girl falls in love with you and you get the best job and nothing ever goes wrong. But that's kind of boring. So we'll shake it up a little bit. But we know at the end of the day that we want the player to win or whatever. But we're going to put them through a bunch of tests and we're going to really, push them. And that's kind of like humanity. It could be. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it very well could be. And thus, we have these corrupt systems that are in place and are just allowed to subside because perhaps this is just the way that some higher power wants it to go. I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying that is an option. When we've got these fucking UFOs flying over every major city in the world on a nightly basis, who's to say that that couldn't be a reality? there's no proof of anything one way or another. Okay, with that being said, I think everyone has to be agnostic about everything. What I'm saying right now might be a simulation. What like seeing you might be a simulation. But okay, if we're getting past that, we get to the point where I feel I kind of but that's subjective. I define God as energy, which that means that the sun is part God, and all the stars are part God, God's are part God, and you are part God. That's energy. Okay, but then there's something else, which could have been the extraterrestrials that see it. That to me is not God because they could die or they aren't all omnipotent and all knowing and all that other stuff. And but no one wants to have that conversation. What is that then? Because then you get into, well, you believe in aliens? Fuck yeah, I believe in aliens. I believe in aliens more than I believe in a lot of things on this earth. And yeah, so like, but if I had said that 15 years ago, you're a loon. But finally now we're starting to break through. I mean, that's really one of the things that I push is alien disclosure. I don't think that it's such a big deal. These guys are getting asked about it in Washington D.C. and with the Department of Defense and the White House press secretary. We're like so very close. Like we're asking the right questions. It just takes somebody to be like, yeah, we're probably seated here, and that's a lot to take in. And that doesn't mean that necessarily uh, my robot is running. Absolutely. No, no, you're good. Yeah, it's an important conversation that people don't want to have, but Right. It's an easy way to type it. I know exactly what that's from. I don't. How is it like Casita? Right. I know this episode very well. It's the first episode. Yeah. No. So it's Kenny Rogers Roasters, if I recall. So yes, I just watched it. I haven't watched it recently, but yeah. So what he does is he tries to leave his keys at the woman's house. And she's like, George, you forgot your keys, and then yeah, that, yeah, that's later on. Let me check on that. Let me check on that. In what Seinfeld episode does George Costanza say his name Costanza to a woman he's seeing in order for her to remember him? It is the Buy Menon commercial jingle. What episode is this? Yes. Um, I'm mistaken. It's not the Kenny Rogers. It's the Raincoat. So, according to ChatGPT, I'll take it. They run together for me as well. So he was trying to get the girl in the Kenny Rogers Roasters to. He wanted a reason to come back, which was different than the episode of Raincoat where he wanted to remember. But yes, he's just trying to make a lasting impression. I'm in agreement. Well, I mean, it's really just Larry David. And what he's done. Yeah, definitely. So the reason why I keep running into an issue with this, it's not a big issue, but it's quite interesting. Okay, so let me just explain. So sometimes I use a VPN in the United States, and sometimes it's in Europe or whatever. The way that Twitch shows their sign-up page differs on what country. So, when I'm like having it click in the right spots, well, if you're in the EU, they have all these privacy things that come up. So I have to customize it basically so that it works for all countries. And but once you get that, you're made for shape.
Terrifying. Yeah. Look at the history of that part of the world. Yeah. You have to be a hard person to fucking survive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I supposed to just keep holding the cigar? You guys put it down.
Yeah, I put it down every now and then.
So I just put it down, and
I do
that's
not
gonna
hate
set
so
off
much
my
money.
Sorry about that. So all right. Dice's cigarettes in there, so don't take the cigarettes out. Take the fucking ash. Oh, sorry. I don't know what to do. This is fun though.
Why do you want to keep Dice's cigarettes in there?
Because they're Dyson. He doesn't smoke them. He just takes them out. He holds on to them and he puts them in the ashtray. He pulls another one out and holds on to it.
Yeah.
He went smoking again for a while. Started smoking again. Then stopped again. Got to be careful by health.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to talk about a great father or something? That's Dice.
Yes.
Dice is all about his kids.
Very dedicated. His kids play the band. They play like at his shows. His son's fucking amazing on the drums.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Dice is another misunderstood guy.
Legitimate good dude.
And also a legitimate artist. Like his performance art, the weird stuff that he does in New York City for no money, for no people.
Do you want the picture?
There's so few people are even watching those clips. Like, we haven't brought them up. Like, I don't know how many views it would even have. And he's not promoting it. He's not trying to go on podcasts. He doesn't even tell you about them. You have to find them.
Yeah.
And if they're on you're on a podcast, he's like, you gotta see this thing I'm doing, right? But then they want a picture. There's no.
Oh, a big shot.
He's a real artist.
Yeah, he's the best.
Like, give me some.
You did the trip. Have you been up with the drawing, flying, sourcing thing? No. Hi. Have you been seeing like the spaceships? Did you see any of the flying saucers that they've been talking about?
You would never imagine that guy sold out Madison Square Garden.
I was just thinking.
Nassau Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
He was a fucking man.
And
And
at one point, he was like the only comedian people can do it.
he certainly was the only casuals.
Yeah.
What is also great about Dice is, obviously we notice like both comics in New York, so we see him a lot. He's one of the most giving guys to the younger guys.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes into the clubs, he won't tell you about his feats at Madison Square Garden, all that, to tell you like how good he is. He'll say, here's where I was, here's where I am now. So this comedy game is like a roller coaster, and I'm living proof, and just stay in the game. That's it. Always tell me, just stay in the game, because you just don't know. Do not quit.
No, he's great.
He's great.
How old is
60s?
he?
I think 60s.
Yeah, no, 60s. He gave me advice to go on the road when I was just hanging out at the store when I was in my 20s. I met guys I couldn't believe I was meeting. You know what I mean? It was like one of those things like, I can't believe it. You see a guy, like when I was 19 years old, me and girls were listening to his cassette in my car in front of my house. I'll never forget it. We're crying in front of my house. So for me, that was Dice. Dice was this guy where like I'd seen him on HBO. Like, this is crazy. It's on HBO. Like this is so funny. To now, like,
What's going on, Slut? How are things in your neck of the woods? What'd you say? You never seen him before? No shit, that's what you expected him to look like when his avatar looks just like him? Six months? Right, Rabbi going viral. Rabbi going viral. That'll be bigger than